I mean, yeah, same. I feel a little silly now. I don't know. Not too good. I mean, hey, I work for the month I got. Oh wait, that's right. I have room for that. I have room for that. So yeah, like a really weird. Love this video. I love the Dodgers. It's so good. This is the 50th time to show this game. I actually suggested that there's this video game music from that show that puts random video game music. And I suggested that you were best for something. Except for this way. Yeah, what possible? Bro, I thought nobody knew about this. Who's that? You know, there's like one yeah, yeah. I know that. I think there's one in the first because my gosh, I was hyping so hard. Yeah. Oh yeah. People actually. So this is the type one. You know, last time we that's not like one. It's like I'm a college student. I can't afford that. You see, I'm a student. That's a tagline. Yeah, you can't choose one. You're either a college student or something. Both ways, you just screwed. You screwed.
Is this the cost podcast?
Yeah, it is.
Can I get a picture of you?
Yeah. Thank you. So do you. Oh my god.
I did not make this. I'm just in here because I was told to come here for questions about this.
Still, like, your makeup, like, the mask and wig, and
I made that. That's I did that to make my makeup. That's my favorite. And then the rest of this,
oh, that's clever.
But they can pick up how clever.
Yeah, they don't stay up, but it's their stockings. I don't think
Yeah,
they
they
have
can
to.
take them home for a picture, and that's what matters.
Oh, I like your shirt.
Thank you.
I don't know what's happening in the world, and you and I are the early ones.
Meanwhile, everyone.
There was a lot of confusion with the cosplay contest, so I wouldn't be surprised if they could like, I went to 4 different places to ask. I mean, so they still don't know what you're doing, so I just signed up on my nose process form and the showcase to make sure that I know what I'm doing.
Anybody starting to wake up, it's funny.
So that's good. Still enough to get really upset.
There's like 2 stages of judging. One's in, and then the other one's out on stage. So like they're actually independent of each other. some people on the stage won't even be this. So,
The three judges, can I get a picture of you?
And I believe this is the.
this guy who does it for TV, so whatever you have now is what we'll be judging now, and what we'll end up judging on stage, you have on stage.
Sure. 18 and 30. I need to start asking, so I need to start asking.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, so like all the judges aren't even here yet, so yeah, once we're all up here, then we'll start.
Like 85% chance I can do it. I was having a bad day, okay? Only on my day. Yeah, maybe that.
Can I get a picture of you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah. I'll get myself put together and I'll come back, but this, I don't even think I qualify for the contest, so. I'll be back.
Yeah, our judges aren't here yet, so you got a little extra time.
Nothing to do with the contest. I just want pictures of all the pretty people. What? I didn't showcase, not for the actual contest, I'm just showcase, and nobody knows what it is. Everyone I've asked is just like, just for that. And I'm like, okay.
I should probably do something like that. I'll really wear Oh, as long as I have like 14 or 15 or something.
Did you try asking the judge?
No, I've been too embarrassed. So I'm not wasting people's time.
Some kind of strings that sharing information.
Yeah, that's all.
Virtual con guy, making sure everything's running.
I'm not even sure what that is. I assume they probably do it all at once, just because like everything gathers at the stage in one time. And it's probably all going to take more time. I assume you're in the right place anyway. They might end up lumping it all together anyway, just because there aren't that many people that actually signed up for the costume contest.
Yeah.
Really? That's no good sign. Heck, I wouldn't know where to go to look for share message. Okay, you're gonna be at the like that. That's like right? Where we go? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're from a lot of real, so I can't really say I have that one.
Doesn't seem like this is gonna start this whole
Yeah, we're pretty good.
It's just, we're all sitting in confusion together.
I'm gonna go get a coffee.
Thank you.
That's from
Just right out here, just kind of, I don't know, different colors.
I never missed a photo of people. So like there's, so you know like in hotel they have like the speaker booths at like the so this lady had like this one for a speakers and obviously like once you like get a check out be grab your lady could go so I told her that you have to pay my card. Get a check out, get a check out. They asked me the same question. She eventually, yeah. Honestly, like, honestly, it's probably the worst thing I've had. At the same time, we had a few people in the US, like, I was trying to, like, get people out now, trying to drop the product out. Like, this guy was going straight across the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Okay. And I mean, you say, sir, you gotta move out. You need to move out of the aisle. Guy just blows up. Just keep walking. Like, yeah. No, it's not. That is very not. Come on. Something. It has to be a bunch. I think so. I was trying to learn lessons because I was like in restaurant supplies aisle, like customer place. And I was like, there's like 50 pallets of cups that I like throw up.
It's a presidential.
Guy comes by, asks in case my dad said, I say that one up. Yeah. Guy gets a cup. Yeah, like I bought all the cups. Put together all the parts and stuff. And you guys walked off and stuff. Sometimes yeah, well, yeah, had I wanted to, if found it hard, I could have abs. Oh, no, I don't love it. All muscles, Yeah.
She's kind of the ringleader of all this.
Yeah.
Particularly weird is having an argument or not.
I mean, where she's at.
Yeah, I think the most interesting is having the speaker situation. Yeah, you got
Hey, John, hey, we're wondering if you have an ETA or what's going on. Oh, no worries, we just wanted to check in. Thank you.
Oh, and here's just one piece of carrot.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's adorable. Yeah, was like, I guess my kid gets some practice, they're very
I don't think they ever.
Yeah, it's just gonna happen.
Those are actually.
Yeah, we're trying to steal everybody's product. We're trying to do my best to try and get you the product.
That was me.
So in case if we actually have someone to steal, I'll constantly get it product and stuff. Yeah, yes. If we don't have anyone available, we don't have anyone to show. So like 3 p.m.
Hey, but how many people in the business?
Oh, yeah.
I've never made a wrist up.
Like I told you.
It's so much more.
It's a lot more, but I think it's size.
It's not gonna follow each other.
14 people sign up just on the internet. I'm still only have 9.
What I should have said was, that's.
I mean, the other thing is kind of one-on-one with everybody.
Bro,
Yeah, we always just do, like, they basically make us a little lace-up wristbands. It's like
Yeah,
an hour and a half.
I wondered about some of the ones that you have to do with the gaming store. Did you guys take those? Like, it's.
Yeah, I love the interaction with that, so I can just like
Yeah, it was kind of funny because down there where we were making the good stuffs was in the gaming room, and like from there you could see one of the guys that had been to one of our Baldwin workshops. He was sitting there doing the gaming, wearing one of our Baldwins.
That's
So I was
so
like,
cute.
that's one of the other things you make.
Yeah, somebody was asking, he actually came by the view and was asking, he was talking about how it's going to rent. And I was telling him like, look, shoulder because that's something you guys need to do.
Yeah, I see a couple of them walking around. It's kind of cool. I guess especially with like the comic monster being a big participant in this event, and one of our build locations being the comic monster, a lot of folks that show up over there and coming out of this con. So I guess it's not too sporadic. We see a lot of people.
It's fun to do something different with a the game, especially the
Yeah, so we've done at the comic book store. The first one we did was a bracer. A lot of people had some bracers made, and then we did the shoulder belt there. But going back and forth between one of the games theory and Raleigh. So we kind of alternate between the two locations. So right now, we only do one build a month. If we just come to the Raleigh, once we have a rain, so I'm from Cincinnati, which is I had between the two. But we're hoping we can kind of get some people established in the Salisbury area. They can lead the builds there, so we can have them every month there. And then have some people established in Raleigh that can do builds there. So we don't have to rely on us to go around every location. Kind of get everybody in a lot of there she is. Hey.
Sorry, guys, I got called into work. So I'm so sorry. Oh, God. Hi.
Oh, I know. Good morning, everyone. I sincerely apologize. I got called into work this morning, so I'm sorry late. But welcome. This is the costume contest prejudging. This gives you the opportunity to meet with your judges, give you a chance to give you a chance to tell them about your costumes, share any information you would like to share. We have categories, and I will let you enter. Did anyone enter today? Is there any pre-registered?
Oh, have I? My costume is minimally anything that I sewed or anything. A lot of cotton. Should I still?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we do have several categories with the costume contest. Actually, we have quite a few categories with the costume contest. We have a kids category. We're not doing first, second, third place for the kids. All the kids get a prize in the children's parade. We have a novice category, which is if it's your first costume, or if you've not won an award at a costume contest before. We have journeyman, which is if you have won an award at a costume contest before. And then we have master, which is if you've won a major award, such as best in show, best in your category, or something like best presentation, or if you're a professional costumer. So we highly encourage you all to enter the master category if that's where you fall in now. And then we also have other awards like best armor. I just want to give a shout out to Matt Pennick down there, who is a fabulous armor and who is donating a fabulous prize for the best armor category. So I want to actually really quick get my judges to get a chance to introduce themselves and tell you what their specialties are.
I'm Matthew Pennick. I run a theatrical design company called Ribbons and Roots. So we've been doing professional costuming for about 12 years now. But I've been cosplaying since I was a teenager, so I've got about 20 years of that under my belt entirely. Primarily, we were a leatherworking company to start with. We branched out into all sorts of other things, but that's still kind of what we consider to be our specialty, and our niche has kind of turned out to be armor making. So I also run a small costuming group, or founded it at least. Hopefully other people are going to take to the running of it, but the Evan Legion, which is what's providing the prize for the best in armor category for the costume contest.
My name is Daphne Reeder. I've been a semi-professional cosplayer for 20-ish years now. member of the Mandalorian Mercs, member of the 501st at Carolina Garrison Star of Talent. I also own Drake Media Film, which is an independent film company that focuses on sci-fi and horror. I'm also a member of the Seven Bell Festivals.
Hi, I'm Emil Zickafoos. I own ConCarolinas, which is a company that does immersive gaming. So things like LARPing, Lands of Exile, we've got a booth over there. So we are full immersion, which means that all of our costuming has to be, you are what you are when you can see. So we do a lot of really heavy costuming, heavy makeup. As you can see, I was painting people this morning. I'm a cosplayer of about 10 years, and I have won a couple of contests at DragonCon.
Well, thank you all judges. I really appreciate you helping with the costume contest this year. How many, is everyone here pre-judging? How many contestants do I have?
I'll add it.
Yes, please do. We'll go, yeah, we can go ahead and certainly add you in. So, let me confirm.
You did it online.
Yeah.
You did it online, yeah. You just confirm judges. So these are the categories you can go by. One is scale. And you take a look at each one of the categories. And there's a spot there you can make notes. And if you would, I'll put your test up, because I haven't gotten the list of the registered ones yet. You write on that, your notes. And then you will make some notes on the costume.
So we have a separate sheet for each.
Yes, yeah.
Can I borrow this?
Of course, yes, of course. So while, let's see. You just signed up?
Well, you'll put me in.
Okay, well, then,
Right now.
so if you would, you come up, speak with the judges, tell them about your costume. You can step up, we'll take a look at your costume. Hi.
One Punch Man, and I sewed it a little bit. Cut this pattern, and basically just pinned it around my leg. Cut around, and then sewed it, and then I did some stitching on here to make sure that I can reinforce the whole so that I can hang that, and I put these on, you know.
Oh, you added these?
Yes. And then trim, yeah.
Just some details that I mean.
And then a lot of those just separate stuff I bought as they look correct.
That's literally his first costume.
That's my first costume that I ever did.
Is there entering the journeyman then?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
What was your character name again?
Saitama, One Punch Man. SAITAMA.
And you're real.
Oh, I'm Eric, ERIC, last name Wolf, WOL. And I'm blind as a bat. But I can sign something barely.
You're fine, it's true that you did pre-register, I just want to make sure you have your information correct.
Any questions?
Are you not wearing glasses for your costume?
I'm not wearing glasses.
That's
For my-
dedication.
Yeah, fortunately, the problem that I have is not being able to read stuff. So I can walk around and I can see that, you know, you're a beautiful lady and. But I can see enough that I can get up here and not sound like she has the opposite problem. She can't see far away, but she'll be able to read.
And between the two of you guys, you make a.
Yeah, together like glue,
Right.
like this.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you very much.
Pleasure to meet you.
And you are our next contestant? Awesome, step up, and your name? Little, yeah, I remember you.
I just not been action person. But I sold a lot, so. A little higher category than.
Yeah, oh yeah, she's gotta be a mid category at least.
So which category were you?
I'm thinking the next one along.
Journeyman? Yeah, I know you were journeyman as well, yes.
This is entirely so. So this is entirely made. This is like needle felted or tassel. This is entirely made. This needle felted. There. This is entirely made with foam. This is foam. Blade.
Oh, that's great.
Questions? Megan from Coast. Megan? M. Anime, Konosuba. Bullet anime.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Linda. All right. Are you in competing? You just here?
No,
Oh,
I'm just hanging out.
okay, perfect. You're next. You are the Harlequin, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know if I did the right category because online it said that like novice, junior, master was based on how much you made.
Those were at the workmanship, but I can certainly change your category if you want.
I mean, I don't know because I made all this except I watched, but then I did like cover the fabric, and then I did everything.
Thank you. Have you wanted to work before?
I won runner-up, which is like third place in novice craftsmanship tryout this year.
Okay.
And then last year I won second place for just general action.
Okay. I would put you in the training category, but I'm double checking to be sure. Yeah. I don't know.
So this is Harley Quinn from the animated series, which I made film out. I sewed all of this. So like I made like the pattern piece for this where I wrapped myself in plastic wrap and duct tape. And then like I kind of drew on rough lines and then kind of cut out of it and then I transferred the pattern up to paper to like make it line. I cut out the like squares and the stars, and then I covered them with Mod Podge to make sure they didn't fray and then I hand sewed them on. Everything else is on the machine. I did like fabric, but I already had this black fabric and they did not make the right version of this fabric. So I got the white version into my time. I did most of this last week because I was doing information up until the end last week.
Somebody's helping me do this.
I have the rest of this for like a month. I just haven't had time between finals and the commission.
That's what's that. Yeah, that was not done until recently.
And then the shorts, I made like another pair of shorts for a different costume. So I used those because I put this pattern and then it's my pattern now. The stockings, they started as just rectangles. And once I had like the holes and stuff, so I kind of pinned those like kind of tapered them down. Yeah.
I can't believe you got that fabric.
It's really even too.
Yeah. I know this.
I had to dye it twice because the first time this start, I don't know where it went. I was going to wash it, and then I was like, wait, there's something missing. And it was like all of it was way too light too, so.
Any questions?
Okay.
Oh, did you do?
I was gonna ask about the wig.
This is just an Amazon wig, I was like $20. I felt like an Amazon wig, but I did not have.
Wow. That is. Thank you.
It came mostly freestyle. I just like it has the sample and I just didn't have.
Excellent. Remember you still on up. You entered the kids category, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I was going to ask you about that, and I was going to see if you might be up for perhaps even going into the novice category. I'll do the kids category.
Okay. On the floor, there was a latch, but
Right, the novice category. Right. Right up. Sorry.
You should set something.
Yeah, you're welcome to sit down. Yes, yeah, just spell your character. I've got it again. I'll hand it. The working content hard to keep up with stuff. How much of the costume did you make? Did you make it like you printed the shirt and
Not if it's fake. I repeated my fears and she lets us know because I can find. The beans are painted. This was an extra large dress shirt. I modified that inside. The glove is originally white, actually color, and investigated that.
So you colored the gloves yourself?
Arm guards.
Yeah, armor, yeah.
Cardboard and,
Yeah, like.
some of them are more complicated than what I actually kind of do it. I just figure out how they do it.
Those are props.
Yeah, what's your your props? Oh my goodness.
Some from anime shows, some of the angles are visible, so I have to find the animators using the key animation to show certain angles. So here I have a bag. There's a bag embedded, so I made this and measured it myself and I haven't attached the pieces yet. That's plus the shoulder. It's like the energy source that I sit up here. These are cereal boxes and so just.
You have a plan for attaching those two?
Yeah, I have some more of the elastic like I put here.
Okay.
Put like around
I guess.
and then last I have. He has these like laser beam things. And so I put together some cool fabric with LEDs. It's kind of like stretch out. Use that with the stage.
Any other questions, for this?
It's good.
You look great, thank you. All right. Are you?
Oh, yeah.
Come on in.
Hold on. All right, what should I start out with?
Well, let us know your character, your costume.
Oh, yeah, I'm Beat from Jet Set Radio. Of course, I can't wear skates inside because the hotel staff will get upset, but this is what I can wear.
What's the character?
Beat.
And you were in the training, right?
Novice. Because I'm just kind of like.
Hi, are you winning my costume class?
Yes.
Are you?
And so So these are fines, I assume? And so everything's like a fine that you put together for
For the most part, I kind of like, of course, like you put like a paint in glass and stuff, and actually look a bit more like that sort of material. Otherwise, it's just like
Did you give it stormwater?
next to the my actual building has an associated. Nothing too like over the top. I just kind of wanted to show the constantly the ConCarolinas. So I mean, what the heck?
So you painted it last year?
Yeah, it is. Like, so sweet. Yeah, just this mask is bogging up. Yeah.
That's the trouble I have with my glasses too, though.
The sacrifices you made.
Now it's just open in the
Not enough people come back.
Step on them, let the judges know your information.
This is
Yeah, no, it does, it looks amazing. Yeah.
Oh, I heard.
I
Okay, well, I'd be.
I'm spelling bee.
It's quite, yeah, it's quite.
What did you?
Okay. All right, so everything is here. I see a certain shot bottom. All of these I made my own clay out of paper. I guess this one is the main one. Basically, I knocked out, I knocked out the design category. And then I put up slaves and then, and I used, category. I was for my bathroom.
It's all in the costume.
And then I used, and then I same type of media with all of these. My jacket, I used one biscuit.
And you,
Or my, logo here. Then I used, basically, I took some fabric and I made some. I sewed those on, and then I used the back stitch to attach both the ears and the equal eye. I just want to go on with my shirt. So my shirt underneath, low left here. I painted some details on there. I just have, basically I have some buttons everywhere, but I put some big ones on top. And it's out of hot glue. I put hot glue and then I cut it up in a little pieces and put it on there. And I have, okay, this skirt I did not make. I printed this skirt. I made a few alterations to my petticoat. So, there's a little belt here. Tails. And then these I printed at CVS, or not CVS. I don't even know I made these socks a while ago. These are pretty old. Simple to make. My shoes are messy right now. Have it over.
Your first.
Yeah, my first. I did make my first. I initially had the ribbon for this. This was meant, and I put it here for him. He normally has a backpack on, but I wanted to make something a little more simple for me, so that's what I got. Yeah. I styled the way and stuff too. I curled it with some pipe cleaners and what is it called? Hair dry. And I think that's about it.
how did you get the texture?
Oh,
The square texture?
I just with my clay, I just use sandpaper afterwards. Any other questions? We have some, yes, thank you very much. We have some walk-ins. So this is the first one, Katrina Kittle, Kegel, K-E-L. And she is Nora from Ruby, Arts Order, Ruby, okay, North Ruby, and she is in the master laboratory.
So pretty much everything is like, but I dyed the laces and dyed the parts. And the jacket I'm most proud of, obviously. I got like the applique in the back with the satin stitch around the edge. And the whole thing, the stitch around the edges. I'm very proud of. It's a lot of time to get all that. I don't wait.
Also,
Yeah.
and so how many custom contests have
I'm trying to remember.
you roughly?
I think there's one at Draven before, and the one like that monster at that movie. I might have got like honorable mention a few other times.
All right. So,
Yeah, just like kind of spray a little bit of, twitching it up and get a little.
thank you. Next up, we have Sam Amadonis. And he is Rim, that's R-I-M.
Yep. Right. It's mostly a purchase. I never really done. I do art. Do block. I have a lot of so much being that specific here. There was some alternatives. We added zippers, legs. So zippers inside. Yeah, but other than that, it's physical. This is really like first time ever doing anything like this. I did pick Ben most of the go with go, but also I really enjoyed Montez's background and short, so I'm connection with that. So that's all. Very excited. Thanks, friends.
Next up, we have Jake Lee. He is in the novice category.
Hello.
He is a tiefling, from Dungeons and Dragons.
So like it's like a cosplay contest.
Pretty much
Yeah.
everything I'm wearing is bought, got it all from various parts. Makeup I did myself this morning. Maryland sweaty paints and there's that spray. Perfect. I had my mechanics on, but they have faded.
So lazy. Is that a character you play as your learn?
It's a character I play at a LARP at Vanguard. They have a booth upstairs. Actually from Land of Exile, which is a different LARP. And
That's your character's, does your character have a name?
What a mood.
Looks good.
thank you.
And our last contestant, Rebecca Reeves, and she is Spirit Elsa from Frozen 2, and she is in the journey category.
I did not make part of the showcase, which was kind of absorbed into everything else. So
Okay, good to know. I make a mask to go with it. But the main thing is makeup. I work for a charity in Texas that does Make-A-Wish events as collected over the years different characters, and so the only skill thing that I did is the makeup and mask makeup because I have a matching.
All right, those are all the contestants we have signed up rather than the list. And I want to thank everybody for coming. I especially thank my judges who are all awesome. And
Thank you, judges.
I once again apologize. I'm a professional costumer myself. I served as a judge at Dragon Con and the other cons, and I love the opportunity to do pre-judging like this because it gives judges the opportunity to see all the hard work you put into your costume that the audience can't necessarily see from 30, 40 feet away. So this is why I love having a pre-judging at a costume contest. And it's because so many times an audience will see this beautiful, huge winged character cut out and wonder why it gets taken out by a beautiful ball gown. The amount of work for the ball gown, as we all know, is insane. So this is why I like doing pre-judging. We have multiple categories of judges. We don't necessarily have to award which one, just we have, and we've got some great prizes donated again by Matthew, by the con, and by some of the dealers here at the con. So we do some really great prizes to get out of the costume contest. The costume contest is at 3:30 today. It's 3 o'clock in the gathering room. I don't remember off the top of my head which room that is, but it's on the schedule. And we will line everybody up and we'll get started. The contest starts at 3:30. Anyone have any questions for me as the coordinator for our judges about the costume contest realm in general?
Now, I know it's in 3:30 and Lake Shore.
Yes.
You said we did 3 o'clock, so.
So start getting lined up. It'll probably be close to Lake Shore. I need to double the.
Because it's like, I don't know where that is.
I know, well, and there's so many lake shores and lake views and like everything else, but it is listed in the sketch, so you'll be able to find.
I think it's Lake Shore 3 and 4 like the main program.
Yes.
Opening ceremony was on
Yes.
So the 3 o'clock is also it?
Yes, I'll gather everyone, we'll line folks up according to, the categories and list. Yes. That's what I was saying. Okay, yeah, we'll line everybody up according to the categories, and we'll get to go across the stage. You'll get the chance to show your costume to the audience. Selling your character presentation is part of the judging. So how well can you sell your character and present it in your costume? And yeah, it's gonna be great. I'm so excited to have you all here. This is my second year running the contest. I was telling Matt the other day, I'm like, yeah, I'm excited. I really got it together. And no, like I got called into work this morning unexpectedly and did not have it together. So my sincere apologies, but I got it together for the contest. So we should be good to go. I'm really glad to have you all here. Thank you all so much. Any last questions for me?
Thank you for coordinating everything.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, the contest worked really well with me. I'm really glad to have you all as judges. All right, well, if there are no questions, we'll look forward to seeing you at the costume contest. Thank you all. The order that they get lined up, so that will be here. Any questions for you guys? Thank you all again. I really appreciate it. That's fine, yeah, I've got the list of actually.
Do you need copies of the one?
I've got it, yeah, I've got it, and then so I'll make a list, I'll put it in our policy email, I'll have this.
Is somebody like, knows
So good. Yeah, I want to read the
But they only have to.
This is really my first one. I mean, you get Kristen Shields, you guys did people yesterday.
The very last minute.
She's wonderful. Yeah, my partner is much better than me. Until she has this crap.
So I put on the.
Thank you. Thank you for doing that.
that way they know.
Yeah, exactly, they know, well, again.
If we see something in the halls of it, so like,
Yes.
or whatever, in awesome costume.
Yeah.
Half an hour.
You guys like the first, that, please do. Yeah. I don't know what it is. I don't know. So that's my, yeah.
Yeah, that's only, you have 30 minutes.
Oh, so they have to sign up, yeah. So.
I just saw it.
Oh, so you can see Carolinas. Yeah, absolutely. And we, I've got those things around. Oh, showing them some of that registration. Check on it and walk. Is it going until one
Just my motivation.
I don't want to be on camera. I haven't even made my registration yet.
I just wonder about it. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. You guys all got it. I will be happy to contest. I'm sorry. I'll have a list of everything.
I made for,
As we said, we don't have to really use it.
I'm kind of hoping to find somebody where you're over the next 30 minutes. And all, like, hey, there's a job for you.
So there's a side of that.
That's probably good.
Thank you. Yeah, and also, so I wanted some shares. I don't know. The people who came up right now. Yeah. Okay. I trust you to be objective. Okay. Yeah, Ray said you were. Well, thank you for having me. This is the first time. Awesome. I'm glad to have you aboard it. Awesome. Thank you so much. It's awesome. All right, I gotta run and get it. Thank you, Sherlyn. Thank you.
I want you to meet your station.
Oh.
This is Jason. This is Cheryl.
Nice to meet you.
He plays Yates. So he's on security. He plays the city. And he was in Houston and so far. Actually, you've been all three of them.
I have.
I say that loud.
Right. Hard to believe.
But Carolyn has done some really fine acting that she would say, I still love when we gave Price of It.
Oh, that was amazing. Yeah, that was so
Yeah, I'm not an actor.
Well, no, we're not either. You know?
I can direct and I can.
She's got a SAG card.
Yeah, well, it's SAG eligible, yeah.
I can direct and put up lights. So. Cool.
Yeah, so we'll be looking forward to, he's been kind of.
Finally gonna get my degree that I have every year.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I
was hesitant at first, but he's kind of sucking me into it, so.
And now he's having a ball.
Well, I mean, I enjoy doing the rights and stuff like that.
Yeah, don't tell me.
No, I enjoy it.
I will
so.
tell you if I do.
I'm looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, I'll start getting my
Yeah.
and stuff for that.
Well, as I said, just let me know, and, whatever you do, I'll take care of it.
Yes.
That's what I meant. He's a publisher. He does it all. He's acting as a traditional publisher. Okay, he does it. He writes a book. He's a creative master. What you work together how much work and appreciating that. Jonathan does your layout. He gets you out of the I'm not there with it. Small staff people that are already there. Now, what the book is, what we need to no, I'm glad to hear. I remember you just take it with your clothes on. And you tell people that you're not as good as you're always, don't know what you're doing instead. Nice talking to you, man. What song do I sing for you?
You get bookmark for the series, and you get my trading cards and fall staff books. All the fall staff authors are here have a trading book. That's what you get 5 of them. You get a discount on everything on that table. But there's little games that are fun. Here's the department for there's something else.
CHERYL.
I always do that before I start writing. Prevents that disaster.
Yes.
Thank you so much. You like paranormal romance? We do too. That's he's a summoner. He's and all this summoner can summon all kinds of different folks and she's also an angel and I have done this about a few years ago.
So, the first one, she is trying to do a acid under an accident or something.
Have a panel. Yeah.
Every time that I use it, I'm like, it's fine. Yeah, it's fair. Use theirs, it's fine. No worries.
Sometimes big and monstrous, sometimes little and tiny. And to be 180 million. You guys were on the chart. This is from criteria. There's only about 7 places on the planet. Still, this last show, the reason I have. That much purpose and what I was into to show that. I'll also have very, very hard to come by film. And I have a feeling that the next decade or so, they're going to knock it out. That is running down here. Ida,
You do, and you continue to, because the other pieces that you have that are really big, that's just something else too. So that's very important part of my work. There's many others that are. Okay, I'm not sure what happened. Yeah, I don't know whether it's still in here.
Yeah, you're kind of giving us a Yeah, we don't talk about the 30-gallon tubs in the house that are filled.
I love voltage. Bro, that's beautiful. Where did you get it? This gentleman right here next to us. Wow. Does he have a scanner? I love that. Ask my husband, I have a serious problem. Yes. Really? Oh, well, if you want to come over to my house. So, do you know our friends of ours, Kat and Bob?
She's working a lot of mortgage.
Okay.
And she had to use the, I have to put my kick on the table to get her to listen to me. And I was like, oh, you're channeling Kat. She's like, they would not listen to me. I just thought I had it. I was like, you were trained well.
Oh, yeah. There are friends who sometimes. I can break around it, and you know, that's fine, we're gonna go to lunch, and then, yeah, that's gonna be great, are we, yeah, we'll make sure that we figure out, like, yeah, so, figure out our place, your place, something, yeah, I like that very much. Because I don't know, but like, there's certain happenings that you go by, that you definitely,
Well, I was just
like,
thinking,
you definitely make everything.
really keep track of everybody's social circles.
Yeah. It did. Okay. Yes. Yes. Have a great lunch. We'll come back later. We'll see you later. We're not going anywhere. We're staying on the site.
Well, that's right.
Here until tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll talk and we'll get together.
Yeah.
Work.
Yeah, Emily, yeah, Emily talked about all, she was walking now, she's like, it's all funny, you know, like, she's like, it's not work, and I have to go, so I go up to it. Yeah.
Yes. So I'm very proud.
And she said it was okay. You have to hide that from you.
Chinese TV. It's a driving.
Where did they come from?
No, no.
Oh, wow. It's already articulated and it's not connected?
So what the balance is at the end.
I'm gonna walk around.
Problem is, like, right, so it's, and they were gone before it opened yesterday because well, I can understand because literally people would be like, show up and go, and I'm like, so if you want to have it, I'll post it, and they're like, if you want it, you better, yeah, tell me what you want. Right, they will pick your color. But that's why I was really
Lex.
got to be great. Are you still brewing? Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. That's three, 5 gallon bags. And then oh my God, this is a great lesson.
Part of our fault. We had to look up the vaccine info, but then like the card reader didn't work, so we're just standing there like okay guys.
I'm waiting for my cameraman to show up, so I'll be on it. There's no Cheryl. You're Cheryl.
Hey, how are you?
Horrible.
So sorry, what's wrong?
We were supposed to sign up for the costume contest, so we went to those people over there in the thing, and they told us to sign up online to like maker stuff, but his stuff's not maker enough. So then we went and ran up to get the sheet and sign up, and it was gone. And they told us to find you.
You can still absolutely sign up for the costume.
This is his first time in cosplay.
So that's awesome.
And I'm the little kid that needs his hand.
So are you going to train?
Yes, I'm just gonna chase him around on stage. I'm an accessory to him.
I think that's perfect. Let me go
I made
ahead.
this whole outfit so I could wear this shirt.
I love that. Let me write down, I'm letting you know. Because I don't know if this will go.
Cosplay? Puppets?
I have several today.
And I went to the power.
Oh, well, I've got one tonight. Yeah, I've got one tonight at 6 on my first. And then I'm doing another one about,
Props of Sundays.
Yes. But yes, I've got several. I'm thinking of the costume contest.
Well, we don't have the printed forms, and Ron used to print them on there.
No.
I miss Ron.
Yeah, I've got to get it later today.
What I was most interested in. Because materials, costume.
Do you have just a few minutes?
Yep.
Okay.
We'll just sit here and wait till you're done.
Well, I'm just gonna actually go grab a pencil because I agree.
I have one.
Do you have a piece of paper?
Yep.
Right, that's perfect. Hey, if you'll write your information down for me, I'll make sure to add you on the list. That's what I'm doing right now, finalizing the list of contestants.
I have a sketchbook. It has paper. And then somewhere in the depths of here, I have a pencil or a pen. I have a pen. I have pencils that I haven't sharpened yet, and I have a pen.
Yeah, you'll write down your names and your costume information and what category you'd like to be submitted, novice, master, journeyman, or master.
Novice. This is his second con.
Perfect.
His first. He just had the best hair for it. He gave him so.
Well, I am very, very glad to have you here.
So also his handwriting is horrible. So.
Hi, Fran.
Hello, I just thank you.
No, I don't have my phone because the 5-year-old Kindle Fire that they were using in registration broke. They're fake. So they're using my phone until they can get a new tablet, which we have, and now we're trying to get set up.
This is great. And can you tell me how I can access the one online, the people that signed up online?
You want to print out?
Please. Oh, that would be beautiful. Thank you.
Printouts are good.
I'll be right here, Karen. I'm gonna sign them up.
Names, being looking.
Novice category. I signed up online. You did perfect. What was your name? You want to see you or Sarah? Oh, I know who you are, of course. Yes. Somebody will sign up and you're gonna-
Yes, yeah, we do. So did you not want to come for prejudging?
I did. Oh, there was no one here when I got here.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We finished up. I'm so sorry.
Because I saw, I had online at 1:30. I got here at like 12:30.
We got here late too, so here we are. She's here for prejudging.
Yeah.
She's fancy.
I'll make sure you're good. Okay, you are set.
We're on the list, but we didn't make 25% of
Oh my goodness.
his
Are you
She has
it?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Are there more than, are there other judges or?
They are, but I'll be more than happy to take a look.
They're not as good as Cheryl.
That is not true.
Yeah. 'cause I
They're
love
not as
it.
detail oriented as Cheryl. I know this is true. I've worked here way too many years.
I looked at everything.
Can I hear? I want to hear.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not a stranger to judging, so. So I guess
It's
I'll-
fancy.
I'll start, top to bottom.
Okay.
So, the wig, started out with a rooted red wig, so all of the black in it, I added, I sewed in all the wefts, and then thinned it out a ton. And then the makeup is inspired by his war paint that he wore in their yeah. So like how you have the paint that came down from his eyebrow, and that was the mask was purchased, and then for the back, all of the bones on the front, and then on the back, and then the bones here, and then the ones here, those are all, and these have, the bones all have owls in them as well. And then they were primed with silver prime, and then, painted with, chocolate paint, chocolate paint. And then, to get the coloring on them and stuff, I painted them with alcohol wash. Yeah, and then, this had to be a little bit altered just to make sure with the neckline. And then this I altered, I had to cut it to keep the shape right, and the pieces I cut off, I attached to the shoulder, and then the darker pieces and the black are real leather. And then I'll talk about the sword, because I'm very proud of the sword. My dad and I built it together. It's resin cast with urethane resin. Inside it is one piece of steel for support. It's very sturdy. It fell out of my dad's truck and it barely got damaged.
Wow.
So that's saying something. And the team did well. And it is the correct link. When I met Dante Bosco in February, he converted that for me. And it's real quick. And then I wrapped the handle with butter. And the way we casted it was we used pictures in there of how we casted it. We created a mold using my dad's breakport milling machine. Probably to get in. And we used the milling machine to make a mold with a 2x4. And then we put pins in to keep the seal. And then we poured beer dress in it, and we used beer.
Oh, wow.
And it got a really short time though, it's 3-minute time. So you gotta go real fast with stuff to do with it's tough to do. We did it. And then to shape it, we put it in the machine. Yeah, in a lot of the stuff, but I watched it and learned it. I got to use the lead, which was fun. The lead was to shape the inside of the that is amazing. Here at the length, we first like tried to map it based on like my arm length, and then like looking at it on the TV, we mapped it out, and then we actually found a listing for one of the swords used in the movie that was sold at auction a couple years ago, and it had the length on there, and it was the same length that we mapped, and I was like, yes, we mapped it correctly.
That means that your arm to his arm is an equivalent length.
Right. Exactly. He was like a 14-year-old boy. And then,
Well, you know, they do have tiny arms and girls also do have small arms.
so the collar is made out of bamboo, hardwood, 10-inch copper wire, and fake leaves. What I did was, my dad cut the bamboo with an angle grinder because apparently bamboo is a lot harder to cut than we think. We tried like 3 different tools.
Once it's hard, when it's soft, you can chop it. When it's hard,
Yeah.
no chop.
Yeah, angle grinders work apparently. So we used the angle grinder and I drilled holes in the bottom of each piece and then threaded the wire through. And then what I did was I morsel sandwiched it and I put it on my platform and that's each piece. On the dress handle.
Yeah, and then I put the leaves on with low temperature hot glue because I learned real quick that the screws that any glue you use didn't go through the leaves off the fingers.
Oh.
So low temp hot glue is the way to go for that. And then there's it goes around my neck and then under my arms like a backpack. And so that's
Sounds
pretty
comfier than some things.
Can I get a picture and send it to the? It's not really comfy because I can't move my head in any direction, but that's
Well,
you're right.
There's worse
Did you
things.
pull your sword out? Yeah. I'm gonna send this to
You should make a side pose. Yeah, it's good.
And turn to the side, I'll be able to view the sword, so I can show them, they can see the work you put into that. Alright. Awesome, thank you. To them. So, and you're signing up online, correct?
Yeah, do you ever?
Yeah, do you mind just confirming your name there, please, so I can check on the list?
Yeah.
Karen's going to get you a printout right now.
When you're up there, I'm gonna have to chant Rufio.
Rufio.
Rufio. It's awesome, by the way.
Yes.
Probably left some details out about the fine details, but that's amazing. The bread on the ends of the bamboo.
Oh, you mean fancy sponge? I made his fingernails fancy for those kids.
I don't paint my nails.
I used the stickers and then the acrylic that sets the gel acrylic that sets on top, and it was way easier than I thought. I'm not paying to have fanciness done, but he has.
I would have like it in a second. Even
Right.
for the acrylic, I still like it.
The gel lasts like a week,
Yeah.
but this was just for a costume, so. And it's cheaper to buy the stickers now. And if you're using resin, you probably already have a UV lamp.
I don't actually, because the urethane resin doesn't have to be UV said.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anyways, the bamboo is acrylic, and the weathering on it is super fun because it's natural weathering. Every time I work it on my car, it's better. That's all it is. It's shipping off. It's awesome.
Well, that looks amazing. I'm so glad you caught me.
If you want, you can keep the book and turn it back after the contact.
I'll show it to the judges.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
So we need.
You're almost
I'm good. I'm good. Get ready to go print out the list.
Okay.
So glad you caught me. Thank you. So the contest is at the Lakeshore Ballroom at 3:30. I want the contestants there at 3 o'clock so we can start lining them up.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And one thing, and you kind of fit both on. So, can we take a picture of the card?
Yeah, sweet. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you.
Do you want to keep my pen?
I'm so sorry. No, I do not want. I'm so sorry.
It's my, I voted pen when they gave out.
Yes,
pens
I
in
have one of those too.
2020.
Yeah, no, I definitely. So Danielle Horsley? Did I
Yeah.
pronounce it? Okay, I just want to make sure I pronounce it correctly.
My kid enjoyed your puppet workshop. He was the tall, bulky one.
Oh, I'm so glad. Yeah, I was amazed that I wasn't sure how many people would have for 9 o'clock on Saturday morning. So I was amazed.
We had to get up early so we could feed him,
Uh-huh.
so he could be here. But he's been making props at home for all sorts of things. Like he's in a Christian private school,
Oh.
and he made these gauntlets, these big, huge fingers that like articulated, and like he got like a B because he didn't understand his concept.
Oh.
But they're really neat.
Well, they judged it as a craft instead of as
Art.
Right.
Oh,
I'm like,
yeah.
that's not really crafting, it's much more.
But he wants to make like book props and things.
Oh, yes.
And he's working on digital art right now.
Oh, yeah, that's what I've been doing too.
Yeah, it makes him feel better when he can just control Z.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
It's like, oh, that one's.
Because before that, he's, you know, when you're a perfectionist, you just kind of like crumple and make piles. Yeah, which is what we did before we got into digital art. I had 3 strokes and I couldn't art.
Are you guys still doing cosplay contests?
Well, they technically cut it 1, but I will sneak you
Look
in.
at this creature. How,
Yes,
it's
I will-
amazing.
I will
Thank you so
sneak
much.
you in.
I'll still bite your hand off though.
Danielle, may I borrow your pen really, really quick?
Ugh.
And I'll just write her name and down and then.
Thank you. I signed up early online and it said 11 until 1:30, so I was like,
She's giving the list for online, but you definitely need some prejudging Look at these stabby things I put in here.
Oh, yeah. All right, what was
I'm not cool enough to know who you are, though.
Jinx from Arcade.
Okay.
Jinx from
My kid would know.
Arcade. Don't leave, I'll give you your pin back.
Just keep it until the costume contest, and then I'll get it.
Hang on. What was your real name?
Rose.
Rose.
Yes.
Last
Oh,
name?
that's amazing.
Young. Yeah, it's the gas mask. It's all UV paint.
Danielle,
as
thank
well.
you. You were a lifesaver.
I absolutely adore your look.
This is my mom bag. Yeah, my president just left. I'm gonna chase him.
Oh, my friend upstairs.
But I found
gave
this
Tony.
shirt.
I love that.
So I had to make my boyfriend, who looks like Tom Riddleston, turn around, Chris,
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
so I can chase him. He's very shy, so when he gets up there for the contest, he's just gonna stand there. And then I'm gonna chase him and eat his hand. But they told me not to get blood everywhere.
You should have got like a skeleton hand.
Yes,
Tuck it
yes.
under.
See, and he changed the tie to be alligator
It's so cool.
for revenge.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah,
And
because
I
you're like,
got
I
him a
can't
little
find the
box.
right green. I go, but there's an
Because
alligator
you can't
tie.
just
That
run
totally
around with
works.
this, you know.
Yeah, obviously, it has to be fancy. Oh, I love that. That's so
But his
cool.
stickers didn't come in time, so he can say, vote for Loki.
Oh, he gets stickers. That's so cool.
Next year, he's just gonna have vote for Loki button. The button lady that's down in the hallway is gonna make me like 50 for $40.
I have stickers. You like a sticker?
Ooh, put one on my badge. Ooh, make the guy,
Green.
put it on his little eyeball. Then he'll have a smiley eyeball. There
Would
you
you
go.
like one?
Yes, please.
I'll do another green one. Smiley eyeball.
Yay.
Yeah.
Yes. See, she even has accessories to give out.
Yes, that she does.
Kick ass, Rose.
Thank you so
Kick ass.
much.
I'm Violet in real life.
Oh, that is such a cool name. I'm a hugger. Let me- That is such a cool name. That is so cool. Hey, I mean, we're both flowers, so.
Ooh, flowers.
Yeah.
Oh, I got this in the thing. Now I have matching
Ooh,
scales. There
Scale nail.
She'll custom make them. So I'm gonna get arms that go up here. But I can't decide if I want green and blue or green and gold.
Green and gold, always.
Maybe green and gold and blue.
Yeah, like a few little blue scales scattered around.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, I have purple scale nail made from different recycled belts that one of the ladies at Purgatory named Cheryl made for me.
Oh,
They're amazing, but
that
I
is
don't
so
match.
cool.
It'd have to be a whole violet
I know.
crocodile. That's not cosplaying, that's imaginative play.
All right. So, what category are you in?
Journeyman.
Okay. Yep. All right. So tell me about your costume.
Okay. I have a folder. So these are all the patterns I did and the actual character. So that's all the pictures and the references and all that. For the shirt pattern, I will leave the front because of that has her actual class and stuff.
Uh-huh.
So all of these buttons are 3D printed.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Same with the back. All of those are 3D printed, and my knuckle is also 3D printed. So I painted all that. This is 3D printed. The belt's all handmade.
Wow.
You can kind of see the seams of the back right
Yeah.
there. I tried to recycle as much fabric as I could because she's from the Undercity, which means she's broke.
That makes perfect sense.
So that was the progress of me making it. You can flip through all you want.
Take a look real quick.
Yep. And usually I do this with my friend, but my friend just calmed out because we just went to MomoCon.
I can understand. I just got back from Star Wars Celebration.
Oh,
so I'm totally
that's for
with it.
Evelyn. That's another one that I'm working
Okay.
on right now. But yeah,
That's fine.
that's just shoved in the back. I don't have that one with me, but I do have this one. This is the prop zapper. It's a real working gun for different shoots and stuff, but you know, it's not loaded because I don't have it loaded. At the time, I don't think we had our mask, but this is our mask. It has all UV paint that we made.
Okay.
We have a friend who does a lot of chemicals, so he was like, "We'll teach you how to make UV paint." So if we put this under black light, it'll all glow.
That's beautiful. Okay.
The wig was all handmade.
Wow.
So you can, it's gonna be up here. You can kind of see where it's all laced
Oh,
together
yeah.
right here, because I did it that way because I'm getting glue left, so it matches the thickness. This is from an old wig that my powder had. You can kind of see her. That was the process of me making
Okay,
her
yeah.
outfit. So that's the wig that she has now.
and that was my first Jinx wig ever.
Oh, okay.
And so I took the bottom parts of that wig, since her hair is shorter, and I put them on this. These are little planters from Hobby Lobby that are painted, and they have the ribbon on the inside so they don't slide off and fall. Then I also have my EVA foam that has little designs in them. So it has her monkey down here. It has her name written on it over and over again. Then the shoes, they have the monkeys carved in and painted over. These were from Goodwill originally. Wow. I changed out the laces. I added this, which is also the same material from the gloves right here. Same with this side. It has her name on it right there. All of it's been modified. This was a 3-day make.
Oh, wow.
So I was very much in a rush. She's getting some upgrades later, but
absolutely. No, that looks great.
Thank you. Yeah, she's, like I said, she's getting upgrades, but I was like, might as well enter. That would be fun.
Well, perfect. Well, I'll make sure. So you're on the list, and you are a journeyman, you said, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
And then she also has her matching cup she has in the show. She drinks out of the cup once. I was like, I'm going to make it so I can carry around water. Come on. So.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for squeezing me in.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Like, that means absolutely a ton to me. And would you like to sing?
I'm good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Of
And
course.
the contest is at 3:30. I'm going to start lining people up at 3 o'clock.
Okay, where do we meet?
Because the Lakeshore Forum, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank
So we
you
will
so
see
much.
you there.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank God you're in here.
Oh my goodness, I was just getting ready to leave. Are you here for the costume contest?
These are the 3 prizes for the costume
Oh,
contest.
you rock. Okay.
I've got them all tied together. They're separate bags with separate people donated them.
Okay. Oh,
So Ray wouldn't have to go all the way back to Salisbury last night.
Oh, bless you guys both. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
I appreciate
I've got. Oh, you know you're not over the auction. Nope. I got that. All right.
Okay. Thank you. You too.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So, see this?
Yeah.
This is the tip. This is also the kind of setup we will be having. We will be having in a room over there. We're over in.
Yeah, so it should be there.
So what's content? Where does that? Okay.
You want me to sit here?
No, we're gonna stand.
Oh,
Literally,
excellent.
it's gonna be like 90 seconds, 3 questions. They're gonna be inappropriate, but they're extremely for. We're not gonna ask you anything to get you in trouble.
Yeah, if you ask me something, I won't answer. It's more like,
Yeah.
yeah, we won't be calling people.
No.
God, that-
Man, it's so hard to look at some of its convention and going to that where every year something. And there were some big things that happened here, like the first African author won the novel award, won the anthology award. Like, he's doing here, doing it. No one remembers any of it because of what happened here. So he's like, I feel really bad for Joelle. She was on it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, lucky for Joelle, her internet cut out. So she actually missed the whole kerfuffle because her internet was going in and out because they were having a bad storm in.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden she goes back and everybody's like all up in arms. I'm like, she's like,
Yeah. It's just been a real. I think the next few years in publishing will be real high, especially after Brandon. John and I were talking about this pretty extensively. If you're writing epic fantasy right now, like, obviously better for you to go out and do it versus.
Does it look like a video? I'm just gonna see it.
Okay. It doesn't look like, I would argue, especially being in New York and working for some publishers, has, honestly, make your name on the index first.
well, I've got 7 books out there.
Yeah.
And then I've got my cyber very book shop in New York. And people, although they loved it, they're like, oh, I love this book. I said, well, I might read it. You don't want it. I'm like,
yeah.
Like, if you loved it, more people are going to love it. But they don't know how to find it because it's too new to know.
Well, there's a secret that you probably had a great book in 10 years ago, 15 years ago, it would be modern.
Yeah.
But now they're trying to find every reason not to buy a book, unless they're absolutely sure in their minds that's going to be a hit. The problem is, and I've just seen this firsthand, everyone that lives in New York that works in publishing has no idea what it's like outside of New York. And until they do, like, I think it's just to keep it first.
Right. That's what I thought you were saying that in the next 10 years, you'll see the big houses start to try to do indies because
it's already happening.
Yeah. But he was saying, like, you'll see, like, Penguin saying, we're not part of Penguin. You know, like, this imprint isn't part of Penguin because they don't want to be attached to that. You know, like, so, because we're for my slowly but surely, we're going to start adding in other, catalysts to write for us. A couple, small ones, and then Hope is spinning up but then I mean, when she's got people who are like, TED she has, that keynote for like, one of the ladies was she's like, she helps them brand all their stuff, and so we're just like, she makes her money, but I can buy fun stuff with my cuts.
I really believe that there's a way to make money at this business, and the way of putting about it that people are told is the exact I won't mention about her, but she's a she told me, I hope I can get a New York deal so I can stop working. And that's the hard thing. Like, a lot of people go there and think like this is my great, and some of them are getting like, John was telling me like, I'm very good at but it's over a 5 series and you get it all.
Yes, no, you get over, and you get installed.
Yeah.
It's over 13 years.
Find it? Yes, perfect, thank you. Okay. We will do this very quickly. Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah, don't worry, that's probably. Okay.
Good character.
Yeah. Here, what do you want to do? Philosophy, TV, movie, video games, or just whatever?
Whatever. I need to break it.
Okay. Excuse me. Hi, welcome to another episode of Pondering Over. This is authors answering the internet. I'm going to ask authors 3 questions, and then they're do you get a book. Don't get a book. Here, we'll probably do it. Hi. Hey, Dad, I got it. Thank you, I got it all the time. Hi, welcome to another episode of Pondering Over. Of course, you're always with me, Wonder Woman J. Rockford. And today we're doing authors answer the internet, where authors answer 3 inappropriate questions from Answer the Internet. And they, of course, get to promote the book. Our first author is Patrick Dugan. Dugan. Patrick Dugan. Will you please introduce your book and then? Okay.
Hi, I'm Patrick. This is Stormforge. It's the first book in the Dark Storm trilogy. It won the Imagineering Award for Best Indie Sci-Fi in 2019. So it's my indie. It's my first one, and I'm very proud of it.
Excellent. Thank you. So I'm going to ask you 3 questions from the internet. If you wish to answer them, of course, answer them the best you can. If we need to skip, we'll skip. Okay. Just come on here. Don't worry, we can edit this out. Here we go.
Okay.
Philosophy question. Big internet, Patrick. If you found out your life was the Truman Show, what would be your most proud moment about that people saw? What would you be most embarrassed about?
Most proud it would be my kids. They were just amazing. Just watching them grow up and become fully functioning adults. Probably my low point would be going through my divorce. Because that was not pleasant.
Okay. Answer the internet. If you could train a pet bird to do anything you want, and it would always return to you, what could you train that pet bird to do?
Give me a beer.
Oh, fantastic answer.
That's easy.
Last question. If you could open up a school of life to learn real life valuable things, what would you teach?
Well, I already teach writing. So I think I would teach technology. So especially in underserved communities, I'm a computer programmer by day. It's my day job. So there's a lot of really good paying jobs for single moms, and those jobs are never available to them because they don't have avenues to get their skills to the point where they pull down those jobs. Because that makes a huge difference going from working at McDonald's to a $60,000 a year job is life changing for people. And so that is actually one of the things when I retire that I want to start doing is teaching people how to do those jobs. Because there's so much demand for it, there's not enough people already. So it's really, I think it just would help so many people. That is a one-on-one, you can actually, do something for somebody and then they reap rewards and you just do it.
Excellent. One more time, what's your book?
It's Stormforge, it's for Paul Cat Books, and it's available on Amazon, and it's also on Audible.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, sir. Great to meet you.
Good. Okay, excellent.
C-sharp.
C-sharp.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I've been doing this for 30-something years.
You built my website, you guys be my webmaster as well.
Yeah, I gave up on that because I do this. I do back-end work.
I've been trying to get into C-sharp, and it's a bit too short for me at the moment.
Yeah.
So then I decided to go from JavaScript to TypeScript.
Yes.
Like Yeah. No, I do React.
Okay.
All right.
That should move now.
Yeah. And that was one of the things we were before about. They have statement. There's a whole lot complicated if I go into a long version of it, so we're going to get into about. But it's good. It's good. Yeah. Very no, she had two strikes. You about one. So they actually traded. Yeah. She lost the balance. And the first run, after the first run, she had but they will walk on. Yes. Lindsay with an EY. Yep.
Back at schism, this is the thing that it's like gonna bring it all.
So do you have a particular favorite episode for Star Trek Next Generation? I know a popular one is the court case.
Do you want me to shut this door?
For determining Data's humanity. That's the one where everyone loves to talk about. Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what we're doing, and I just volunteered because I always volunteer for things.
Okay, so you're
And
gonna
it's
answer,
Jay, so.
you're gonna answer 3 questions from all the states on the internet.
Okay.
Hello. Hello. Am I interrupting? Oh, no.
We're doing a recording for something.
Yeah, but we only need like a minute or two. If you want to stay.
No, it's fine. I was just looking for somebody that didn't see them, so.
Okay. Okay. Whenever you're ready. Good. Hi, everyone. Well, once again, we're doing Authors Answer the Internet. This Keynes and Silver. Tell us about your book today.
Yeah, I wrote The Curse of Billy the Kid in the Legends series. It is about, I actually took real history from Billy the Kid, I studied for 5 years of stories, so that it's the real history, and then I wrapped it in Irish folk. That's the shortest.
Okay, so today I'm going to ask you 3 questions from the internet. Answer them to your ability, and if you want to skip what it's telling.
Okay.
I'm going to do 3 of these. Okay, first question. Would you rather have your own personal bathroom or own personal office?
Own personal bathroom. I have a roommate, there's no way in hell I want to share a bathroom with him.
If the purge was real, what would you be doing?
Purge? No. Remind me, I haven't seen that.
Purge is that movie where they decided Americans decided that one day a year to have rapid fire, murder anyone you want. What would you be doing?
Actually, yeah, putting on.
Okay, here's the answer to the internet. You get to choose between sum of money or world peace. How much money would it take for you to give up world peace? Answer the internet, Tamsin. Answer the internet, Tamsin. $500 billion. That's what I'd say.
Just with that amount of money, I probably can make world peace. In theory.
In theory.
Everything works.
Tamsin, thank you so much for finding Answer the Internet.
You bet.
Would you like to tell us about your book one more time?
Yes, if you are a fan of Billy the Kid, this is the book for you. If you love historical fantasy, if you love a great adventure, this is something you'll really enjoy. And if you've ever seen the movie with Billy the Kid, the one everybody loves so much, it's very similar to that. It's just got the history right, and we've thrown in some magic. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Very good.
And that's, I can't say.
I would have excused it, so.
You could have got 500 billion.
Okay, all right, thank you much.
Thank you.
All right.
I will send you the raw clip of this, probably sometime next week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So you'll have a word to do with it what you want.
Do with it what you want.
Good.
Yeah.
Hyperinflation will make all things impossible.
I know. I didn't want anyone to know. I've not seen anything in here before. I'm coming here twice now. You know what? I think that there is a lost and found. So you might want to check with them.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. We're probably going to relocate. Let me go see them. You are the hero.
Oh. Don't sit next to the moderator and don't sit at the end. Wherever on the panel, sit in the middle.
Oh, excellent advice. You took the slap, huh?
I'm sorry?
You took the slap.
Well, I did this because I learned the lesson on my last panel. Don't sit next to the moderator. And don't sit at the end. So I'm It doesn't bother me, but sometimes I don't know. I'm not that good at it. Like my favorite line from one of the students. Really how good. On my first word of that was the earliest.
I had a
Pardon?
I said, Barbara.
Jim.
Nice to meet you.
That's right. I am a little baffled because they've got me on this one, because I write them. Do science. It is a wealth of knowledge on everything.
There you go.
Human behavior. If I don't know it, it's worth knowing.
Last year, I never know.
Our moderator.
Oh, thank you.
Find a way to keep it straight and clean and I get it. Really good, 3D printed. Yeah. From Patrick Dugan. Courtesy of Patrick Dugan.
He does he's got dragons too there.
He did me, I couldn't get up to my rate now because I was trying to break it. He gave me a. Oh, he did? That's awesome. It just doesn't stand up real well. He's like, it was the only draft he could find in the programs. And so it was like, he's like, I wish I could find one that is more stable, but it's still awesome. I had it in my animals panel.
So I have 3 of his dragons at home. Mine, I actually painted eyes on it, everything, it was cool. My 8-year-old's perfect condition, she lives in a box, she's got an apron, she gets fed every day. My 4-year-old has been super glued 8 times.
Marty's his tail and his
Okay, I'm assuming you mean-
one, so I'm taking the 4th one home.
I'm assuming your 4-year-old's dragon.
Do you see these dragons?
Yes, my 4-year-old's dragon. My 4-year-old has been super glued a whole lot more than 8 times.
Yeah, so you can put this to my
Oh, no.
4 years old, a lot of wire, and then.
Oh, beautiful. Is there a purple one?
There is.
Oh, I saw in there, yeah, I saw her stuff. Yeah. Is that leather?
Yeah.
I just assumed it was 3D print, like, that process.
No, and I took a picture of the backside of that too, just because it showed the details.
Yeah, I didn't have time to stop and look.
Yeah, you can see the texture from the distance, so it's my attention.
Yeah. And you stayed for the whole time. That's really great. Yeah.
Charlie.
And it blew my mind, but that panel, I let it kind of flow. It just had a flow in. It's like, I never got a chance to let Kate talk about what invisible it is. I wanted to bring that in and I felt thinking, it's like, it's like three natural scientists. And didn't run out of things to talk about.
And with zombies, and then branch into space travel and time travel.
I had some ideas.
I asked John for emails for the panelists to ask them, he never answered. So what did you do? Let me know. No, it's a. Good. I heard you say something else and I was like, yeah, faster than light travel. That's the important part, right?
I was at the
Structure is.
Well, when I do this stuff, I'm willing to let it go. It's gonna happen no matter what, so
It's very organic.
that's the way I usually rely. How many people are supposed to be here? I think that's it. That's it, but we still have 5 minutes, so. That was good for people time to get here.
Between this guy's mask and his shirt. Yes, you. I'm enjoying your mask and your shirt.
Yeah, I like your shirt too, because I want to take a picture of us together.
Smile or something.
Thank you.
Careful, that's open-ended.
Or something, yes.
Or something is a very, very broad brush.
It's kind of like when somebody tells you to make right.
I used to have a sign on the wall in the office, and it had benevolent, and then it had magnet, Ben or Mal. Which magnet I put up is entirely up to you.
Something in a mask, I can see that. It's not
It pulled in.
Yes. This is not too bad. Back here is a little cool.
Yeah, when I first walked in, we came in.
I love it here. Being able to sit out there and water. Last one's at 9.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna use my Georgia Southern training to get through.
turned into a pumpkin. I went to whose pun is it anyway? Then I went and sat outside for a little bit and I'm like, I'm gonna walk by the bar like this so nobody calls me. Well, yeah.
And a lot of planetariums when they went digital, because in order to do a STEM planetarium,
I have my 8-year-old, she had a folder I can write my notes, I was losing my notes.
Seriously, you have to be able to.
It is a bad thing. It's never so like do something you collaborate with someone, it always was very important.
Way back.
It's that's what I think.
You probably sold that car and they're still fighting over it, yeah.
Science, literature, the actual I've seen that.
Oh, that's the thing.
It's just, it is definitely.
Hello, you are in Using Science and Storytelling.
Wait, what? Oh.
Yep. All right.
Sorry.
I'm Sarah, this is my first official moderating session. So bear with me and don't have me too much, please. Oh, I know. I saw the panelist list.
I'm so screwed.
All right, yeah. So first, let's do some introductions. Okay, see, you're right.
He told me if I sat on the end, I would go first, and that's fine.
If you're at the end, you're sitting next to the water.
There you go. So, I am Barbara Evers. I am the author of the Watchers of Manaya Epic Fantasy Trilogy. And I am here because, one, I write about animals, and two, I have a bachelor's degree in zoology and a master's degree in communication, so I know how to communicate with animals.
Your books make so much more sense.
I'm Jim Craig, and I'm a little baffled as to why I was on this panel. My background is in science. I have a degree in physics. I ran a planetarium for 19 and a half years. Before that, I currently produce planetarium programs. Shameless promotion to you folks. I sell really cool science and geeky themed t-shirts on planetofmystery.com. But I do some writing, not published yet.
I'm Chris A. Jackson. I'm a kind of a lifelong scientist, bachelor's degree in biology, went into medical research and ended up director of research for a few years. Then I quit my perfectly good job in my sailor, which was the best thing But yeah, a lot of science and all of my novels, even the fantasy novels, especially when it comes to injuries and medical, I like to make that at least as accurate as I can. So let's go.
I'm Sarah J. Sober. I use my biology degree to really gross out readers, according to Marcus. I write fantasy, but there's still a lot of science in there. So that's kind of actually where I wanted to start the questions is we know that science, good science, because there is bad science. And we'll talk about that later. But good science is fundamental to writing sci-fi, but what about other genres? So if you write or consume other genres, can you talk about a little bit about how science can be important in a broader scale across literature? And whoever wants to jump in.
Yeah, like I said, especially with injuries and trauma and things like that, it always makes my teeth hurt when somebody gets shot in the shoulder and, oh, that's just a flesh wound. No, it's not. There's a lot of bone there and you get arteries there and things like that.
and people that recover from injuries remarkably, especially broken bones. I've broken a couple of bones. You know, that doesn't work too well. Well, even in fantasy, in horror, I haven't written any like present day horror or futuristic horror, but yeah, I mean, especially like paranormal stuff and you know, Ghostbuster-ish things. And there are actually PMDs, paranormal something or other detectors. You know, paranormal, looking for cold spots, looking for electromagnetic disturbances, things like that. So that's real. So, but getting the details right is what, you know, there's the right there.
You have to have a, you know, there's willing suspension of disbelief, and then there's hanging it by the neck until it dies in the tree. And I have read both, where I just, you know, and again, this is not necessarily in a book, this is in a film. My particular field of study is Mars, and there are books and movies that do it right. The Martian does it mostly right. I had a gentleman's disagreement with Andy Weir over whether or not the wind would actually blow over spacecraft. He said I had to tell the story somehow. Spoiler: 400-mile-an-hour wind on Mars is the equivalent to 25-mile-an-hour breeze on Earth, not blowing over a ship. But again, you had to tell the story. And then you get something like movie Total Recall, which is so incredible. And I'm talking about the original. I didn't even bring myself to watch the remake. Which is so incredibly dumb. That, you know, they got so much of it wrong. I just, you know, 5 minutes is, I'm ready to go home. And the same thing will also happen in fantasy. I mean, you know, if you see somebody thrown off this huge cliff and they're not using some sort of magical thing to keep themselves from hitting the ground,
You're dead.
yeah, they're dead. You know, gravity works. It's the law.
They call that deceleration trauma.
Yeah.
One of the things that always has bugged me, and I think I blame my dad for this, but my dad was a physics professor too. Took his class, by the way. His tests were always cool. Lex Luthor pushes Lois Lane off the top of a building.
I had an instructor who did.
And it was my dad. But anyway, you know, one of the things he made a point of letting us know is like, yeah, if they catch him midair, that's not going to be good either. You know, it's going to be traumatic. It's going to be bad. So these are things that sometimes people we put up with it. Sometimes we don't. I write animals, so I try to make sure, like in my books, the series that's out right now, there are giraffes. You know, they are telepathic giraffes. Giraffes are not really telepathic, but at the time when I wrote this, the thought was that they were. The thought was that they were.
How would you know if they were only telepathic with other
This is
giraffes?
true. Well, that's the thing, and that's where it came from, because they were trying to figure out how they communicated. And so, and I ran across this where they thought that they communicated telepathically because they could not hear any sounds as a rule. Turns out they communicate at a decibel so low.
They have really long throats.
That's right. That's right.
The little horns are in.
Those are they're ossicones. They're not horns. But that's
Damn it, Jim.
I
don't even, I'm a physicist, not a biologist. I don't even play one on TV.
But I try to get that biology part right. I try to, you know, I'm writing about wolves now, and so I'm doing research on wolves and making sure that I'm getting them, because the mythology of wolves is so wrong. It's not, you know, wolves are not the big bad wolf. They're totally different from how they're portrayed in most fiction. And I think that's what drives me bananas now the most, is because I'll read something about this horrible, nasty wolf, and I'm like, no, don't portray them this way, because then people don't like wolves and they don't understand that wolves really aren't this way. You know, so it's very frustrating. There's a book that came out about a year ago, West with Giraffes, and it's a fictional story based on, if you were in the animal one, you already heard this, I apologize, but it's a fictional story based on an actual event where giraffes were shipped across the Atlantic from Europe and almost died because they were hit by a hurricane, and there was a guy who was assigned to pick them up at the port in New York and drive them all the way to San Diego to the first giraffes that ever came to the San Diego Zoo. So this woman wrote, I can't think of her name, and I should have looked it up, but she wrote this book, fictionalized, of how she foresaw the trip across the country in 1930s Depression era US went. And she obviously didn't know giraffes. And it bugged me. You know, she got some things right, but you can't touch a wild giraffe's face or its neck. It will not let you. Now, you can go to the Columbia Zoo and some of them will let you touch them. Guess what? Those aren't wild giraffes. So you can, but even some in zoos won't let you touch them. It depends on the giraffe. But that's considered an aggressive behavior. So she's got the muzzling people. I'll stop.
Are there a lot of writers in here? Yeah, a few. Okay. I've worked with an author named Dan Cobalt, and he has a whole blog series about putting the science in fiction and the fact in fantasy. And there's actually books that have recently released. And I wrote an essay about using science for ecology, for world building, and generating monsters with biology and things like that. So that's kind of my take on all that. all my animal experience filters into these creatures in a much more grotesque way. Yours are so beautiful. I don't know. I love everything that you've done, and I just take everything and make it gross. So,
doesn't mean mine can't be disturbing sometimes.
Oh, I
not
know.
like yours.
I know.
It's different. It's different.
Everybody's got their series.
Apparently. So
Hers is dark. Mine's.
But we need all flavors, right? But so you all kind of touched on it a little bit. I have a question farther down here. I'm gonna jump around, but what are some of your pet peeves in the way that storytellers portray various sciences? And mine really are with the animal care because I worked in wildlife and I cannot stand the propagation of the finding the injured thing and nursing it back to health in the way that affects people. And they're like, oh, I just gave it Kiro syrup. And you're like, no, please, our cow milk. I just warmed out milk and fed it for 3 years until it left me. No, I kept a raccoon in my back bedroom. No, that's my biggest pet peeve, probably from a wildlife perspective, is the way that writers approach that situation. And I hate the ripple effect that it has on people because you have people calling wildlife centers. Oh, I found this and I'm taking care of it on my own. No, just go take it to someone. But do you have any specific pet peeves that you haven't already touched on? I know you do.
Actually, mine is one you were talking about. If you are of weak constitution, you may want to avert your hearing at this point. The portrayal of somebody in the vacuum of space. You do not freeze instantaneously, and if you think you do, put a roast in you can put a roast in liquid nitrogen. And it's going to take an hour for it to get cold clear through. Oh, hold your breath. No, your lungs would rupture. Where it has been portrayed in movies, or you're going to explode. No. You're going to cool off very slowly. Long before that, the air that is in your lungs will have left, so you will suffocate. The alveoli, the little sacs inside your lungs, are going to burst. And it's going to mix with that air. So as your air comes out, you're going to get what looks like pink soft serve coming out of your mouth and nose.
Your alveoli will actually collapse, and then the
blood vessel,
blood will boil. And
okay.
Implode.
Implode. Thank you.
My gag reflex and squeak just went off at the same time. I wasn't sure which way to do it.
Your veterinary medicine is nothing.
You are going to get the worst case of bloodshot eyes you've ever had. So much that you will cry. Of course, in zero G's is going to. Yeah. So no movie has the closest that ever came, because he let his breath out, was in 2001: A Space Odyssey. It lasted about a minute, and David Bowman lasted about a minute when he was in Zero Atmosphere in 2001: A Space Odyssey, and that is the only time they've ever gotten it particularly close.
Have you seen The Expanse, folks? Because there's a really good, they realistically portray that.
I am embarrassed. I am embarrassed to say I have not watched The Expanse. Just on the 2 panels I've been on, I have heard a great deal about it. I'm probably
They did, a lot of their physics they did was very, very good. I'll just say that. You had your hand up for it.
Is it related to his, because mine's totally off on a different
No.
track? Okay, so genetics, DNA, shapeshifting.
What, you can't completely code a genome overnight?
It's the whole mass thing that really bugs me. You know, when you get somebody who all of a sudden shifts down to a mouse, where did the rest of them go? You know,
It's a mouse. It's a mouse.
185-pound mouse.
Yeah.
Now, I do have a series that I'll eventually work on that I have a dragon that shapeshifts, but I have figured out how to explain the size and the difference and everything in there.
That's what I do with this.
Yeah.
And it takes months to happen.
Yeah, well, mine works a little bit differently, and but I still thought about it because you can't just, Faith Hunter does a good job.
Yeah, I was just gonna say,
She does a really good job of this. So, like, there's rocks nearby, when she's got to go bigger or something. She explains it, and I don't know if you're familiar with the Jane Yellow Rock series or not, but you have Jane and you have Beast, which they have somehow become inhabiting the same body, and so it's actually a triple helix as opposed to a double helix because they share a strand and they each have their own strand. And so I can buy it. Can you create something that I can buy, that I'm okay with it? But when you create something that there's no explanation why this big thing becomes this little thing or this little thing becomes this big, that really bugs me. There needs to be something. And
hand wave it a little bit even, you dump his extra mass into the floor.
Right,
Or something magical.
Something like that. The other thing, like you were talking about with the gunshot to the shoulder, it drives me bananas when I read a book and a person's injured to the point that they're not doing any good and they're off running, fighting. And adrenaline can only do so much. And there's just some things you just can't, and if you don't know how to do it, you need to talk to somebody who does. I called Darren Kennedy when I was writing my third book because I needed
a doctor. Yep.
I needed to amputate an arm out in a battlefield in a pre-industrial society, and I needed to know, did I really have to have a saw blade or not? And I really did need to have a saw blade, and so I had to figure out how to make that work in my story. He didn't give me the answer I wanted, so then I had to figure out how to make the story, where we had what we needed. But I didn't want somebody like a Darren Kennedy coming back going, no.
That's right. We're talking about being shot. How many people in this room have been shot?
Maybe really.
I got shot in the leg when I was 17. You don't just get up. You do swear a great deal. And I was fortunate. It was a very small caliber weapon, and the bullet lodged in my right shin. And it mushroomed under the skin. And I went into shock. And when I go into shock, everything gets funny. No joke is off limits, that sort of thing. But yeah, it's not something that you just brush off. It's just a flesh wound. You're gonna get up and walk away. It broke the bone. And all these years later, I still have the scar. Buy me a beer and I'll show you.
So the weird thing about gunshot wounds is they can do incredible amounts of damage or almost none, depending on how they hit, what they hit, and where they hit. The weird thing about gunshot wounds to the main body cavity is it's not the bullet that's doing the damage primarily, it's the hydrostatic shock. It's a shock wave that goes through all of your internal organs and pretty much scrambles them, especially large caliber weapons. And that's why mushrooming rounds are so very devastating. It's not that they fragment, the fragments do damage, they fragment and they go everywhere, but it's that the instant it hits your skin, it becomes wider, and the momentum of the round just creates a wave through your body, and it causes bleeding in your spleen and in your heart, and it devastates lungs. One of my, in medicine, I don't want to gross everybody out here.
Why not?
Yeah, come on, we're talking pink sauce.
Science is not an easy,
It's not.
I taught advanced cardiac life support and critical care medicine to medical students, and I'm not a doctor, so there you go. is cardioversion when they shock you. It does not work if your heart doesn't have any electrical activity. So when they have a little flat line, you shock that's just, it doesn't do anything. In fact, that's why you see these little signs for automatic external defibrillators, AEDs. And the beauty of those little gadgets is it has a computer in it. All you do is slap the paddles on and back off and say activate, and it decides if it's shockable. And if the person is flatlined, it won't shock them. And no, you can't get shocked unless everybody's like covered in conductive jelly or salt water. But that always kills me and kills a lot of patients actually. And the adrenaline needle in the chest. Okay, they did that for about 3 years back in the 70s, I think, for cardioversion, for giving epinephrine intracardiac, and it just killed people. That does not work.
You just ruined Pulp Fiction for me.
Sorry. That's a mention, and you die. But yeah, it just does not work. There's actually, we did a research protocol on this actually. It's called advanced cardiac life support. So if you give adrenaline intracardiac, it seizes the muscle completely. The cardiac muscle it's a phenomenon called stone heart. They've done autopsies on patients where they did this, and the heart, it just is completely seized. And the heart is a pump, right? You have to prime the pump. The heart has to relax and fill, and then contract. And if it's seized into this knot of cramped muscle like that, when you get the blood in the middle of the night, it's not going to ever fill. And even if the nerve fibers are firing, it's not going to fill, so there's no blood flow. Eventually, you get dead muscle. Yeah, those two things. I just kick the TV. I can do a lot of TVs.
It's my second ConCarolinas panel, and both panels could be used to teach people how to kill people.
Right.
Well, scientists are really good at that.
Yeah. So in science fiction, the other thing that really bothers me is momentum. If you're in a spaceship and you're going super fast and they hit something and everybody's getting jerked around, if you don't have some sciencey way to inertial dampener to not have you bouncing around, you're jelly. You are the consistency of strawberry jam and just about the color too. But you don't taste as good.
There's a great scene in The Expanse that demonstrates that.
Yeah.
Hey, I will watch these.
Once again, deceleration trauma. It's not the ball that kills you; it's that sudden stop.
It's like when they go to work, they did write in that whole thing about inertial dampers,
right? Yeah.
But we can go back in science fiction all the way back to Jules Verne, because with Jules Verne, the way they did it is with essentially a giant gun.
Right.
Which means all of your acceleration is at the beginning.
Right. Yeah, that's good.
Which means what arrives at the moon doesn't walk out and make its first step. It oozes out and makes its first blob.
So in Star Trek, when they mentioned the inertial dampers, until they get hit by a Klingon blaster, everybody goes flying across the bridge, right? Oh, those inertial dampers.
It actually segues it really well into where I want to go next.
Okay, great.
So, which is mostly because of my own answer to my question. But what are some examples of stories made stronger with science? And I want to go ahead and start because one of my best friends wrote a book called Gravity's Air, which is a space opera. And like any space opera, it's about all the politics and relationships and all this, and it's great. It's great on that end. But she also, the way that she tackles space travel is she consulted physicists and she integrated all of their notes into her systems, and she uses the gravitational fields of planets to slingshot around. And so that kind of operates in that capacity as the inertial dampener. What did you say? Inertial dampener. But it actually redirects that energy around.
That's how we got Voyager out.
Right.
The solar system by just we launched it enough to get it headed toward some things, and then like everything it passed, it went past Jupiter to get a little boost.
Yep, and that's because her pilot schedules based on the size of planets and everything.
Jupiter slowed down. so infinitesimally, but it did slow down slightly to give it some of its inertia to the Voyager spacecraft.
So I thought that was really cool reading her book about, and just, I was just fascinated with the science that she was employing and with her navigator, using this to plan the most effective paths through space. But are there other examples of science that adds to a story that might not even be necessary to the plot, but it just helps?
I don't want to toot my own horn, but these two books right here. But one that comes to mind is the movie Gravity, which I really loved because it was such a tense movie. But in the physicist in the room but when the debris hits,
we're
done really, really well. And the EVAs, the way they did EVA movement and things like that.
I will give you some of that, but there's so much bigger than that. That's not in the same order. That's not at the same time. You're not getting there from there.
Oh, well,
because they were working on the Hubble, and then they wind up the ISS. That's 100 miles.
Okay, that's something that nobody knows, though. Okay, you but they know. So you're
okay,
even a science.
You should hear Neil deGrasse Tyson. Oh man, on that movie.
But one of the things I got to do in here was I got to create a super high-tech sailboat. And I'm a sailor, right? So I got to take all the things that I really wanted to do to my boat that required science fiction and do them in a novel. Unbreakable monolayer carbon weave sails that just will not rip. And monomolecular spars. And there are actually sailboats that are hydrofoil sailboats that they get up on articulating foils. They're wicked fast. And so I got to take all that stuff and water it in together in a science fiction novel. And that was just more fun.
I think that's what your dangers with writing science fiction is. Your target audience you're going to have.
And that's something I actually learned, and this is something to remember if you are a scientist or a sailor or whatever your specialty is, if you're putting that into your novel, put it in and then pull back about a third.
Yeah.
I had to do that really hard on my first sailing novel. Is all the details about schooner rig vessels or square rig vessels too. I wanted to put all these cool things in like Patrick O'Brien did. And my editor said, you need to cut about 40,000 words out of this novel.
You got a novel out of your novel.
And it was a beast when I started. And she was right. She was absolutely right. A lot of that description just had to go away.
No, yeah, I know I'm like I'm harping on Mars, but I'm interested.
My botany powers.
A series of books. It was a trilogy by Keynes and Robinson called Red Mars, Green Mars, and Blue Mars. And I'm reading Red Mars because it's been highly recommended. I'm reading something. This is missionary. This could be Hawaii. This could be said anywhere. But there was one thing. They built a space elevator, and they had to make sure that it vibrated at just the right frequency, so when Deimos came around, it wouldn't run into the cable. They put it at Pavonis Mons, which is right on the Martian equator. But terrorists take it down. And this thing comes down, and in order to make a space elevator that would be, in not geosynchronous, but areosynchronous orbit, you would have to be up so high that the cable, when it came down, would wrap completely around the planet, and talk about all the devastation it does as this comes down. Okay, this can only take place on Mars, and I was hooked. This is interesting science, and Kim Stanley Robinson has written several books, and he does his homework. He's, I think, a geologist by trade at University of California, Davis. And we have not encountered each other, we have not communicated with each other, but I want to meet this man because he writes good science in his science fiction.
And this is why I don't like science fiction, because I don't have the background these two gentlemen have. I have the wildlife, I have the biology science, and that I'm interested in. I would screw it up, and I would be the person you're talking about. So I don't write the science fiction.
And the beauty of, the beauty of this novel was I had a developer, it's not my world. And so anytime I find something really techy, I just turn it to him. But the sailing things, I do my own research. You know, and material science is already out there. You know, we're already working on really, really short monomolecular carbon fibers. And they're wicked strong, but we just can't propagate them. Well, in the future, they obviously can.
Yeah.
And on this one, it was all just genetics and stuff that I could serve to my wife, you know, my PhD evolutionary biologist wife. So.
My wife, she writes fantasy, and she is a published writer. Only one story so far, she did that. That should be too much.
It's not a race.
Yes, it is. But she was writing, about this fantasy world she was making up, and she was asking me, she wanted to do world building. I mean, literal world building. She wanted to know. She said something about a planet with no metals in it not happening. It's not happening. If it's it's not metals, it's not going to be solid. It's and even what we refer to as the gas giants, or now some of them the ice giants, they have metal and rocky cores. It's not that you don't have a planet. You've got gas floating around just randomly. It's not going to coalesce. And so yeah, she has consulted with me on something like that. Again, writing fantasy. But I was going to say, okay, don't give them the technology. They don't have the technology to smelt metal. We're talking.
If it's not tectonically active, it could be so deep.
Right.
Yeah,
it could be.
too. There's lots of ways to do
Yeah,
that.
there are ways around. Thank you. I'll just suggest that to her. And there are some extraterrestrials from underwater. No. You don't build spacecraft without electronics, and you don't build electronics underwater.
Okay, I can argue that one because I in the third sequel from this one. So you're familiar with chemosynthetic organisms evolving in deep fissures?
Yes.
Okay, there's your heat source and there's your metal source.
Okay.
So all it takes is ingenuity.
Would somebody please write this down and tell my wife I was wrong?
But you're absolutely right that it would be rare in the extreme.
Yeah.
And even so, if you're launching somebody into space and you have to put them in a fluid-filled capsule, your launch weight is just modified by a factor of 10,000.
Water with 7 pounds a gallon.
8, but yeah.
About 8. That's right. Pints a pound the world around. But yeah, I mean 8 pounds a gallon.
Yeah.
How many gallons you gotta have, and then you oxygen that water or whatever.
There's a reason they recycle water on the space station.
Right, yeah, because it's freaking heavy. Yeah.
I did want to say something to Barbara's point. The softer sciences do play a huge role in world building.
They really do.
Like when you're coming up with, like, I've got a bunch of different base species or alien species or anything like that, there are certain undeniable needs of life.
Right.
Sure.
So
yeah, I had to
a
figure
similar
out.
background. So I use it.
I had to figure out how in a savanna right next to a desert this kingdom survives with water.
Right.
I had to determine where's that water coming from. I had to make decisions.
That's when you need to talk to a geologist.
Well, and I had an engineer in my writing group who kind of guided me a little bit on it, but I had to make something work, and so I had to explore where is there's often water way underground, and so I had to find a way for that water to be discovered and brought up, and that's what I did, because what else are you going to do?
I don't think of biology as a soft science.
Well,
It's
no,
squishy
it's
science.
a natural
It's
science.
a-
It's very squishy.
Yeah, it's squishy.
But it's a natural science versus like the more mathematical technology driven hard science.
But it is a science, because most anything that calls itself a science is not.
Well, I mean,
Political science?
right.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure Carl Sagan has a book on this. Okay, so are there, since we're talking about the different branches of science, are there any that are challenging for you, and how do you approach research when you're crafting a story? Like, I want to know about your deepest, darkest rabbit holes.
This is not necessarily challenging, but I did go down a rabbit hole to figure out what it sounds like when you kill a boar when you hunt a boar. And I went down a long YouTube rabbit hole.
That'd be a hard rabbit hole to go down.
Yeah, I did. I went down. I watched video. I wanted to make sure I represented it appropriately with the sound and everything. And I was amazed that you could find videos on YouTube of people boar hunting with arrows. It was actually there. So,
Probably in Florida.
yeah.
No, here it was never.
Well, it was.
Oh, yeah.
I don't. South Carolina's got them too. So, but
Florida's
I, it's the old author thing. I'm probably on some watch list somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
I've gone down rabbit holes on what plants can damage your heart. I need that for my new series. So I have a whole list.
Oh, yeah. Why do you have a list of poisons in your desk? Oh, the writer.
I had to look up, self-made bombs and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, you're on the list.
So, I'm sure I am. And then, and burns, what happens if you're within certain distance, so, we've gone down some deep.
One of the things you asked earlier, what's one of the sciencey things that makes you cringe, is energy weapons that have a recoil. My plasma rifle, boom!
And if you're gonna go with that, the energy weapon that fires and the person gets out of the way.
Oh yeah, we're dodging.
Yeah.
Well, and even that, even without energy weapons, just weapons in general, you rarely hit something that's moving accurately.
That's why they invented radar-directed weaponry.
And with a gun, you don't have to be accurate, that accurate. You just go.
Well, my husband's a deputy. He's like, yeah, they're not going to hit them.
It's hard enough to hit a moving car, let alone the damn wheel.
Right.
So are you telling me, hang on, are you telling me that the stormtroopers are accurate?
No, but their
accurately portrayed.
Their depiction is.
Modern warfare has become a lot, well, except for snipers, has become a lot of metal flying to keep the other guys down.
Spray and pray.
Right. Well, it's what's the term for that? Suppressive fire. Suppressive. A lot of suppressive fire, which is why rangers and field, they have to carry 100 pounds of ammo, and it's just ridiculously difficult to carry through that kind of stuff through a theater, which is why energy is really cool. A little battery.
That's why I joined the Air Force.
Right.
You don't have to carry anything.
But and this is an interesting thing, how science has changed warfare so much. We're seeing this right now, and I don't really rabbit hole this, but in Ukraine, you have man-portable missile weapons that can take out tanks, really expensive tanks and aircraft. And that is why Ukraine is making this offensive by Russia so very devastatingly expensive in manpower and material. And those things we have provided them. Javelin missiles and Stinger missiles. And that's what drove the Stinger missiles is what drove them out of Afghanistan, because their helicopters were shot down. But we screwed the booch on that one because we didn't politically follow up with the victory that we provided. We could have changed the whole hemisphere if we had. But anyway, political science.
I just went down a rabbit hole on the rabbit hole question.
There you go. That was an interdimensional rabbit hole.
It's meta. It's very meta.
But anyway.
I'm still young. An editor I know said that you have to write 1 million words of utter crap before you're ready to write anything that's worth publishing, and I am at about 800,000.
Oh, that explains my first book.
My first trilogy was about 350,000 words, and it went a lot of
We won't talk about how many edits these.
I have been a 10-year participant in the National Novel Writing Month, so that's how I got 800,000 words, and 12 years. And so I've written in a lot of different genres. I've written fantasy, I've written comedy, I've written straight up science fiction, I've written more. The rabbit hole I went down was in writing fantasy. I mean, I wanted it, and this is you talking about self-centered, I wanted the stuff I was writing about to be historically accurate. Because I had a creature in this, it's like, no, I had seen it depicted in, of all things, the Night Stalker, the Rakshasa. Love the Night Stalker, the Rakshasa is completely wrong from Hindu mythology. And so I had to learn about this creature, and suddenly I suddenly know more about Hindu mythology than I ever had an interest in.
Cultures in general.
Yeah.
Polynesian culture, I am so fascinated by. Asian cultures now that I've gotten into that. And I had arguments with editors about Asian mythology. The Juanju is the Chinese, the nine-tailed fox woman.
Oh, yeah.
People think, oh, that's a Japanese myth.
She's out.
What?
She's out.
She's out.
The
They
stone
cracked
broke.
the stone.
The stone broke and she's out.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that was a few months ago. Yep.
But the point of it is, it's not a Japanese myth. It's Japanese, Chinese, and Korean, right? And so I used the Chinese version of it. Now, here's what you can do that a lot of people don't like, is you can take Earth mythologies and twist them around and put them in your own not Earth fantasy world, however you like. This is not cultural appropriation. It's, in fact, it's doing an homage to these wonderful myths and cultures. And this isn't Earth, so I'm not saying this is how it was in your mythology. I'm taking it and twisting it around and making it different in another completely different fantasy world. So don't shy away from doing your research on American cultures to do your high fantasy in another universe entirely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Do your research. Don't just waffle.
I think my biggest rabbit hole was death by exsanguination through brain puncture through the sinus cavities.
Welcome to Egypt.
Right.
Wow.
So, spoiler, my serial killer. Yeah, they can't figure out what is causing this bleed out and how it's happening. That was a big rabbit hole, but I can't talk about it too much without giving.
Can I ask you something? You have the victims inverted? Your head down?
No.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of blood pressure to do it.
I've got.
You got it?
Mosquitoes. I took a page from mosquitoes.
Anyway, you sucked their brains right out of
I like it. Like mosquitoes going up their noses.
No.
An interesting, okay, and here's another pet peeve. I am trying tranquilizer injections that take effect immediately. No. The fastest drug we have takes about a minute, intramuscular. Now, if you manage to hit a vein, great. Yeah, you can drop somebody instantaneously.
Yep.
But if you're going IM, ketamine, or I can't remember the other drug, I really should know that. Working for anesthesiology. But no, it takes about a minute. 1 minute. And what's 1 minute that patient is going to be because IM injections work.
I had a medical procedure done recently, and she said, "Good night," and like somebody flipped a switch.
Absolutely.
I woke up about an hour later.
And here's the beauty of it. If they preloaded you with midazolam, it's retroactively amnestic. So you forget it even happened.
That I just remember she said,
That's what they did.
Yeah, it's a cool drug. And here's the downside of it. When they make a medical mistake in like pre-op or something like that, or say something they don't want you to remember, gone.
Yeah. Oh, I need some of this.
It's pretty scary.
I just started writing a story in my brain
Working on it.
because of that. You know, there's a story.
I need that on like the morphine pump.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Okay, we're good again.
Yeah, it's weird. The things I've seen and done, I spent a lot of time in the OR, brain surgeries, open heart surgeries, laparoscopic surgeries are really fun to watch. It's all on TV. But I got a lot of respect for surgeons, but man, they have attitudes.
No. I know, I watched a lot of
Yeah, that's what I troll.
Yeah.
I know a couple of surgeons that were humble. Because I actually let cut of them.
I said we step out here, we can't scare
So surgeons, one thing.
He's a family practitioner.
He's a family practitioner.
Okay, so I have more questions, but I didn't want to like hog it all. If anybody here has questions.
No, this is the radical time.
Yeah.
So related to what we were just talking about, if you wanted to like come up with some hypothetical drug or something that impacts it, like let's say you've got like a super soldier who's getting some kind of serum that temporarily like amps up their reflexes or nervous system, like I don't know, do you have any advice on researching that or hypothetical?
I don't think the drugs that are already out. I think the drugs that are already out and how they affect the systems. And think about what biological systems you want to impact.
It also, when you amp up muscles, you have to amp up oxygen. And there are drugs out there that are like oxygen delivery drugs. So you can front load both. Something like super adrenaline or see, the problem is strength is one thing, but like reflexes, those are really hard to change. That's hard. Once again, nature's strong, but I mean through training, just martial arts can make it fast. So, but there's an upper limit to that. I mean, there's an upper limit to how fast you can move your arm, because if you move it faster, you're gonna sprain it, break it, wrench a tendon, something like that. So the whole superhuman strength thing, that's hard to buy.
I have a friend who wrote a book called The Sin Soldiers, and it's something to do with colors and dust and stuff, and I'm not sure how. I mean, I have a bio degree, but I'm also ADHD, so like details, I'm just like, what?
Yeah, right.
I'm not sure how.
TLDR.
Yeah, exactly. But she did, I think, you can, as long as you can sell the science within your world, you can make things work for certain readers. You're going to lose some of your, hardcore detail people if you're not. Right, those two. But you just make those considerations and be like, well, okay, am I really able to do this? Is this physically possible? And if it is physically possible, through what avenues, what systems, what body parts, what do I need to provide? What does the environment need to provide?
So there's lots of cool cyberpunk things. Look at some of the mods they have in bone racing to make it very strong. Thermal shielding to make it bulletproof. Hardwired reflexes, which are actual like wires that bypass along your nervous system. So that would be reflexes. And I love like but that is one of the most fun universes I've ever been in.
That's like the
Yeah, let's not talk about this really.
Yeah.
Which is bionic arm.
Oh, yeah.
It's flesh and bone spine.
Right, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
lift up
yeah.
the
Why
spine.
would that work? Yeah, as soon as
We got time for it.
I got a question. You talked a lot about the industry, you brought the Shasa, even though they had some of the cultural things missed. Still regardless of why it is one of the best episodes of the series. Yes. I was wondering, is there ever a time for you guys when you see something and it feels pretty good at the time and then you think about it later and realize, wait a minute, the funk? Or is there ever a time when, despite the pet peeves and everything, that you watch it and you kind of know that they're stretching things, but it's done so well, if you know what I mean, that you just kind of roll with it. You just kind of roll with it.
stop. Okay, I'm gonna just suspend disbelief
They
and
get
have
passed.
fun, you know?
When you just mentioned Gravity, there's every reason for me to hate that movie, but I actually enjoy it. It's a good, it's good. I know everything wrong with it. I actually for a while was having a blog. I wrote a blog for it's like movies that we love and what we hate. And mistakes, just downright getting in line with science and all that sort of thing. And I would say that Gravity is one of those movies because yeah, it's got scientifically it's garbage, but just as far as compelling storytelling, it's a good story. Even what the Martian, the movie, he makes this blows up the airlock, builds this patch that looks like it's made out of visqueen and duct tape.
Yeah.
I'm a nerd. I did the math. They showed on the screen what the air pressure inside his habitat was. The air pressure on that visqueen and duct tape was about the equivalent of 2 Buicks.
It's high tech.
I know it's bad tech, but the other thing, and that while annoying, didn't take me out as much as when the Martian wind is blowing and it bowed in. It's like, no, that is just not happening. You don't have 1/100th Earth air pressure suddenly going up against 4 tons and making it bow in. That's just not going to happen.
I'm positively vibrating to say Gremlins. Gremlins 2 is a masterpiece, and I will fight anybody who says otherwise. And yes, I have a bio degree, and I know.
Slice of designer genes.
Got another one called ConCarolinas, core.
It's so long ago.
It's
sorry,
awful movie. Technically, scientifically, but the stories.
Like Armageddon, I couldn't watch it.
Tonight on the LA River.
Yeah. Okay, we are out of time, but I do want to ask, where can we find you the rest of this weekend and online?
Okay, yeah. I have cards up here if you want to grab that. It's got my website, QR code, my books here. Also have a few badge ribbons if you want, and I have graph stickers. But you can find me. I have kind of like a marathon this evening, 5:30, starting writing after 40, 6:30 writing battle scenes, 8 o'clock creating magic systems. Tomorrow, I do not have a table in Author's Alley, but I will be at a table signing at noon tomorrow. It's back in the corner over there, and sticking the landing polished last 5 pages at 2:30. And my website's on there, RVEditors.com.
I will be in here again at 5 o'clock for Is That Even Possible? And then at 8 o'clock for Weird Science. Notes. But you can find me online at planetofmystery.com. And I've got links to pretty much everything I do. If you're into astrophotography, I've got some links on something doing astrophotography. I have a YouTube channel that's under Planet of Mystery, including a thing called Coffee and Astronomy, where I just sit and do stream of consciousness, answering questions. My next one is, I haven't done one in a while, so I went back to work. So the next one is going to be
These photos are gorgeous.
Throughout most of the rest of the about 50 feet in that direction, because I do have a table up in town with Jack's books on the front page, books on my website. Had a game recommendation console game panel tonight at 9:30. Tomorrow I have Dystopian Survival at 10 a.m. And so you want to be a writer? All the writers go.
Crying all of a sudden.
At 1:30 tomorrow as well. And I will say that being a writer has been one of the most fulfilling things I've ever done in my life. And I wouldn't trade it for the world. So if you want to be a writer, just realize that it's not.
And you don't make a lot of money. Yeah.
Wait, you make money?
I write in my day job too, so I didn't
actually. What's this money of which you speak?
I actually got one phenomenally lucky, and luck is the only thing that did it, is I had a series take off on me while we were, and because sailing is cheap, I could live on about $40,000 a year, and that series pulled us for about 6 years. So that's almost up to B-list author income for 6 years. So I was very proud of that.
And I am right outside this door. You probably couldn't find me to get in either one of these. And I'm on Is That Even Possible at 5. All Things Disney Plus at 9. And then tomorrow on the playlist to your novel, you can find me at sarahjsober.com, or again, repeat. Thank you. Yes.
She did a good job.
Right now.
And I was asking.
No, yeah, no. I didn't realize you were trying to ask a question. I'm sorry. I thought you were telling me time was up.
No. You know, because and it was like a dovetail program.
Yeah.
It's more important. I don't know if you have to get in here or register to be in here.
Yeah, oh yeah, you can register for the convention.
I thought it was like the house. I just looked at everybody in here to sign up.
No, you should go.
Okay. I don't want to take anything with me.
Oh, no, not at all.
I want to get ready because usually I don't know what numbers work. I don't read good. But you said you do analysts, things like that, right?
I write fantasy, but yeah, my background is analyst.
Yeah. So what I think, there's an artist that I met. His name is Bobby Chu, CHIE. And he makes fantasy text teacher.
Oh, nice.
He's made some for like the guy that did Edward Scissorhands and Tim Burton. He's done something for that. He's done something for commercials, all kinds of things like that. And when you watch some of the videos of him talking about creating, he's like, well, you know, it's here, so we've got that muscle here. So he's thinking about the creatures and what they are. And then, like, we're muscles, probably.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, you're like it's template.
Yeah, but they're all kind of fantasy. Some are fun, some are weird, right stuff.
If you want to ask questions, so that's the next one, just be like, Sarah, try and ask me a question.
That's all right.
I'm sorry about that. Oh, okay.
Another guy come to other people. One of them is Roger Craig Smith, the voice of Sonic the Hedgehog, Captain America.
Yeah, cool.
He's in video games.
Yeah.
So you can bounce all this stuff off.
Right.
But it's fine. I just sit there thinking, some of the stuff I think is just common knowledge. And I realize it's
No, and that's how I feel about being on panels. I'm like, you're not going to think of saying on this panel. And then I'll sit there and write notes and be like, oh, I just wrote like a 5-paragraph essay. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you for your time. I was going to ask the question. I was raising my hand. She thought I was trying to tell her the time was up.
Oh,
but I was raising my
you were
hand
standing where the person usually does that.
because I wanted to ask the question. Dovetail perfectly good when you were talking about the thing. I wanted to say, you know, I'm getting in Iron Man where he does exploded views down his workshop and rotates the things. I'm getting ready to teach kids, middle school kids, how to do that using a HoloLens. And I was going to ask you guys, what alternate history science fiction do you wish could be real? You know.
Oh, it's definitely transport.
Yeah.
Oh my God, come to my panel at 5 o'clock. I'll tell you why you're not getting.
Well, I know why I'm not getting.
Oh, sorry, Tim. Yeah, transport, time
take
travel.
more energy to do one person than the entire Earth has.
Uh-oh. What did I do this time? I don't know.
He's with his real love. I got you been here. Yeah.
Did you make one for science? Yeah. I need to remake that.
I'm only going to be impressed when only Steve Rogers and Jordan can get out there. Have you ever seen the one where Spider-Man has doors?
One of them. I don't know, I got swapped out with some other people last minute, so.
Okay, I'm just doing the counts. and just throwing it. I have to do it in like 5 minutes.
Yep, me too. Yeah, that was a bigger function that would probably be in boss, but that would probably take away any profit that we made. If you had told me 20 years ago that the correct color structure for an action book is orange and teal, I would have seen all of the different things. Those are storybooks. Those are action adventure. And that's they all have this I love that part too. What up? Yeah, Melissa McArthur, who's right over there painting herself, she did all my chest, like sitting down painting herself. She did my chest covers, and then Tanya Barron did all of those. And my buddy Roy at New York. And John, whenever he put these three together, this is my favorite. That's the omnibus of that whole series.
Last minute replacement. I have a last minute replacement.
Take care.
More shady. So like, yeah, I think you stuff that I'm like, typing with yourself. You're like, you're probably didn't matter if you figured it. I was I'm not into yeah.
like a and then and now this is my brain's like magic. Not crazy, a lot of what I do right now. And, you know, people are more wrong, and I'm like, maybe there's on TV, and I'm like, on TV, it says 9 people, and like, she's like, I need to have a man. Okay, but I don't.
Yeah, they call.
Another thing to reflex is if you touch the ear, it makes people cough. So like I'm looking at people's ear and they cough, and they're like, "I'm sorry." I'm like, you literally cannot like. I was just sort of, I was checking out what you were reading. And, yeah, and that one was the next book. There's a character named after me in it. Okay. I'll look for it. I was all excited. The other lady is very months in this. Yes. And I think she did it until months. Yeah. Yeah, right. I remember she showed up in the very first day. I know she went back, they went back to the house. Here.
Yeah, I've got
I sold out for a lot of people.
Spider Woman coming back or?
No.
Oh. Oh, okay. Intro. Okay. Well, okay. Hi, we're Women's in Science and Tech. Apparently there's no moderator. So we're just up here. We're gonna wing it. We'll probably do a lot of audience participation as well. Come on in. Oh, look, Jody Mountain. I like that. Very nice. So I'll let everybody introduce themselves and then we'll figure out what to do next.
Hi, I'm Angela Giddings. I have a PhD in microbiology with a focus in virology. And I write futuristic sci-fi and fantasy novels. And I'm an independent filmmaker with a group that makes horror movies at Raleigh area.
I am Dr. Leanne Rattel. I'm a family medicine physician in Rockdale, South Carolina. I graduated from the West Virginia College of Osteopathic Medicine, and I did my residency at the Dukes of Regional AHAC in Fayetteville, North Carolina. I am also the author of a young adult urban fantasy series called ConCarolinas, and then a urban thriller called The Hands of Time series, which is published through Falstaff, and they have those books out there.
I'm Holly Rogan. I am a graduate of Milwaukee School of Engineering, and a bachelor's in mechanical engineering and a master's in engineering management. And I currently work for Lockheed Martin as a project engineer. So I get to create aircraft for different countries all over the world. And as far as the fandom side of things goes, I am on the board of directors for Multiverse and for Chicago First, as well as helping out with international conventions in the Southeast and the West. I'm also a former member of the board of directors for Alpha International, which is the largest sorority organization in Germany.
So, yes, we don't have a moderator. So I will pick a question first. We can all pick a question. What drove you to go into your scientific field of
So I was the kid that took things apart, and most of the time got it back together and running. But I had a fascination with how different devices work and whatnot from a very young age. And I also had a deep love of robotics
that's kind of drove me into going engineering, because I wanted to do design stuff, learn how different systems work and be able to magically do
As for me, what happened was when I reached college, I was trying to be a joint Russian poli-sci major, and those classes bored me to tears. And I realized, I thought back to my high school, the one classes I really enjoyed was biology. So I started taking biology classes and just got sucked right into micro and that sort of thing, and enjoyed it enough that I got a PhD.
Really?
I have to put up with everything that goes along with getting a PhD.
So I was 14 and I am a cliche coal miner's daughter from West Virginia. And one day my dad was injured in the coal mines. Long story short, my mom freaked out, so I got to drive for the first time ever to the hospital because my mom was too freaked out to drive. Fun learning experience. But we were in the emergency room, and after my dad was there, and mom had calmed down, and he was not dead. He had a laceration from it went across his forehead and down and over, and you could see his skull. And I knew something was kind of wrong with me when I was like, "Oh, that's so cool. Can I touch it, Daddy?" And he's like, "I don't care." And so I put gloves on, but I was like, "I'm touching it." Oh. And about this time, the emergency room physician walked in, and I was like, "Sorry." He's like, "You're gonna have to go in the medical field." And then about a year later, I watched when my niece was born, and my family still makes fun of me for this because I did not know when you deliver a baby, so the natural progression is they come out with their head facing down, their face down, and then they naturally will turn, and then you deliver the top shoulder and the bottom shoulder and the rest of them. Well, they do that on their own. All I know is that I'm trying to look like everybody else looking. So I squatted, and all I see is the doctor then take my niece's head and do this. So I have assumed that he has broken her neck and killed my niece as she's being born. So I'm like, "Ooh," and they have this on film, so they make fun of me saying I was like, I was worried that you were dead, not that it was gross, because then after you were out and, here's the aftermath, I'm like, "Can I see it? Can I touch it?" And, he's like, "This is where the baby's at, and this is where it's attached to mom, and here's the umbilical cord." So I was always fascinated with the birth stuff. So I figured, hey, let's deliver babies. So then when I got into medical school, I liked continuity of care. So I would do a rotation, and then when I leave, I wonder what happened. Did they, was that test normal? Was it cancer? Was it not? How are they going to be after the surgery? And so then that's why I decided on family, because family medicine gets to deliver babies, gets to take care of pediatrics, gets to take care of old people, and no matter what happens to you, you go to whatever specialist, and then you come back to me. So you always get to finish telling me your stories. That's all right. Who wants to ask a question? Or you guys can say, you two can ask questions.
What's the biggest challenge that you encountered during your training for
I am used to being the only woman in my department, and that comes with its own struggles. And part of it is the guys will try to test you at every opportunity they can until they determine that you're just as eligible as they are. And it's not that they do that on purpose, I think it's just they can. And so that's always been kind of the biggest struggle, is just proving that I'm just as competent as the guys are. And I usually have no problems with that after like a month of them introducing working with me. But it does come with its own complications when you start working with international customers, because a lot of international customers are not used to women in my particular field, like mechanical engineering is also men. And so when they encounter a woman, they don't expect it. A number of emails have gone back that say Mr. Holly Hogan on them. It's like, yeah, right, I'm not. And then they meet me in person and they're so shocked. They're like, I wasn't expecting a woman. Like, oh, hi. I'm here. I'm going to fix your facility now. But other than that, I mean, I don't really think I've had many struggles. It's mostly just getting over the strange expectation that people have about women not being in the field that I'm in, and getting over that initial kind of growing phase with new teams or with new customers.
So getting into medical school and female physicians has drastically changed the last 20 years ago. So like my colleagues that are in their 50s or 60s, there were probably only a few females in their class. Mine was 50%. So women physicians have come very far, and we're a growing population. That being said, I have constantly been, went into a room with a patient, and I am Dr. Patel, and like they're on the phone, they're like, I gotta go, the nurse is here. Or even during my training when I was a student, or even when they see me, they ask if I am a PA or a nurse practitioner. I have the utmost respect for nurse practitioners and PAs and nurses. But to become a physician, you do 4 years of undergrad, you do 4 years of medical school, you do 3 years of residency where you work 80 hours a week and you're away from your family, and you have to go with about $300,000 in student loan debt. Whole other facts that I would get into. But my point is, it's a lot harder to become what I am. Like the training's longer, more extensive, the screening, the tests to get in, like all of it is harder to do. So it's not that, it's a belittling of the accomplishment and what I went through to get to say I am Dr. Patel. And then on the flip side, when I am working with PAs or especially nurses or medical assistants, when I have to assert dominance, then I will get back that I am being hateful or I'm being a B. But if my male counterparts will say the exact same thing to them, they're like, oh, okay, and it's no problem whatsoever, but I'm held to a different expectation. And I've also been in meetings with like the CEOs of the hospital, and they'll be like, I'm going to listen to what the man says, and I'm going to totally just put my drip past you and look at you, and then you and like the females just get bounced over, even though we're growing.
So for me, it was like when I was in grad school, my first advisor decided that he didn't want to have grad students anymore, so I got moved to a different lab about halfway through. And so it took me a little longer to finish, and I was in my 7th year, and they're like, we're going to move you out with the masters. And I was like, nope. And so I went to the head of the department, who was another woman. She's like, take it to your committee, because both my advisors were male at the time. So I put together a presentation and took it to my committee. And here's, if you ever go into grad school, always have at least one member on that committee who can override your advisor. And I put my presentation and said, look, this is the progress I've made. It's accelerating progress, and I should be done by this time. I deserve to have this PhD, and I was able to successfully make my case to my committee, so my committee overruled my advisor and my former advisor. And what was great about the ending of that is I did finish on time. I did get my dissertation, and when I did my public defense for that dissertation, everyone in my department, all the professors who were women, showed up to my public defense. So, there is support. but there's always going to be fights to get to what you want, and you are a scientist. Do not be afraid to. If this is what you want, fight for it.
Sorry, I don't.
Go ahead.
You talking about that just made me realize that in grad school, the majority of the women that I was in school with had to do an run around their advisor through their committee, which was not the case for any of us. And yeah, I just realized that. It's brutal. Sorry.
Yeah. But if you're willing to fight for it, you can keep, that's not a barrier, it's an obstacle.
Welcome to the team.
Yeah. Crazy team.
Yeah.
All right, if you were to kind of pick what was the best resource that you had in like during your education that helped you stay within a technical or scientific field, what would that be? As opposed to like, getting discouraged and I'm gonna go with something else.
For me, it was anchoring because in undergrad, we had to take a plant course, and if you're into plant, more power to you. I don't care, but we had to take a plant class, and it was like, oh, what here's a tree, and here's a leaf. What tree does it come from? One outside. I don't know. And when I told, and the same professor who was all into plants was actually a female as well. She asked me what I wanted to do, and I said I want to go to medical school. She told me that I couldn't, that I did not have what it took because I basically didn't have that class. But I passed it, but I didn't, I was not studying for this time. But anyway, so I was like, oh, really? Watch me. And the day I graduated, I sent her a lovely little copy of my diploma in the mail. Yep.
For me, it was a combination of I really enjoy lab work. So, the classes kind of drag me down, but I would go to the lab and do the work in the lab, and I just really enjoyed lab work. And the other thing was my father not letting me give up. If I started making that noise, he just like completely, he wouldn't engage when I wanted sympathy for trying to quit at various points. He's like, okay, because my dad was a psychologist, so he'd listen. He was really good at listening, but he was not gonna let me quit.
I had a very similar thing to you where I had I've had two professors that flat out told me when you belong in engineering. One of them would flunk me no matter what I turned in, no matter the quality of my work. And I dropped his class, and I was like, all right, this will put me a semester behind. But I ended up taking it with a professor who was not as close-minded, and I ended up acing class that I was previously failing because little I knew what I was doing. Instead, it was a bad professor. And then the other professor I had also was of the opinion that women didn't belong to engineering. I ended up studying for his class so hard that I aced every test. He could not say that I didn't know what I was doing because I didn't get a single question wrong in his class. And he was thoroughly impressed. And the day that I graduated, he came up to me and he was like, I'm impressed and you changed my mind on what I did. I'm glad that I could do that. But there is a lot of frustration there. But working through that and being motivated by like, I will prove this person wrong, definitely got me through some hard moments.
This is only tangentially related to gender, but y'all do your creative pursuits along with being in STEM and maintaining careers in?
Well, I will write during my lunch break, or I also have 3 children, 3 dogs, and 3 cats. So my house is very entertaining. But at one point, all 3 of my children were in some sport or another, and sit around and wait at practice, so I would write then. So just find the time for your passion. For me, it started in medical school as a way to escape, some of the sad things that you saw in the hospital, and that you had to deal with as in residency. You work 80 hours a week. You're struggling to keep up, and you got to pass all your exams, or you might fail, and then you're like, great, I just spent $300,000, so if I don't pass this, I can't do anything with it. Which is not actually go into science. So that's where I squeeze it in, and sometimes I do really well with it, and sometimes I don't write for weeks on end. Too busy.
I do evenings and weekends, evenings after I stay up a little bit later than everybody else in my family, so right after they go to bed, or I'll do it on weekends.
I mean, I do a lot of painting and crafting and whatnot, so as I'm not on business travel, I tend to be one of those people that once I log off work for the day, I put in an hour, hour and a half on whatever art project I'm working on. It's nice for that.
So, with the way today's climate is politically, do you see female participation in engineering, some of the medical fields, like the more specialized fields, or other areas that are predominantly male, very male dominated, going down, still going up, all over the map?
I at least know in my field, I've definitely seen more women making their way into engineering, and particularly subsets of engineering that were mostly male dominated. But also there are newer branches of engineering like biomechanics and things like that that definitely have way more women in them than men, and it's kind of interesting to see these newer fields just coming out of new technology and see how women are kind of dominating those fields. Incredibly interesting. For me, I love to see female physicians in typical specialties that are mainly male. So, like, I celebrate my female orthopedic surgeon. My favorite female physician that I worked with during all my training was a female urologist. She walked in and like we talking to her, she's like, all right, drop him. and they're like, what? I gotta check you, drop him. Like she had no. For those who don't know urology,
Yep.
Okay, I registered a urologist, so she's doing with this males, and I'm like, I mean, I have to do that, but I don't usually say, well, drop them. I don't do that to my lady patients either. But I've seen that. I've seen neurosurgeons, female neurosurgeons. So, we're female physicians are creeping all over the spectrum.
For mine, when I was actually in grad school in the 90s, we pretty much hit parity 50-50 in micro. But I think we're seeing more in chemistry, more in aerospace engineering, more in physics. And I think if I ever was masochistic enough to go for another PhD, I'd probably go for solar physics because I find it fascinating.
Kind of tangential to that, I've also worked in engineering for the past 20 plus years, we'll say. And I've noticed when in the early days of my career, any women that would come in, because my job had a 24/7 component, they would go out as soon as they had kids. And now the women that are coming in, I do see more coming in, but they're not ever gonna have kids. Kids are not part of their plan, and they're the ones that are staying. Do you see similar trends in your particular areas?
I'm definitely guilty of being one of those that does not intend to have children.
And I'm not saying it's wrong one way or the other. I'm just saying as a mom, I had to cut my hours 50% and refuse to work console because I couldn't juggle the mom, and I gave up all my leadership roles. I gave up my management roles because my daughter was too important, and because of the way a bunch of other stuff was going. So I'm just curious if you were seeing the same trends, or if maybe they're changing kind of thing.
Sure. I know with women I see in my workplace, the ones that do have kids end up having a really good work-life balance with their partner. And so if the female of that couple is somebody that needs to be on call all the time for whatever reason, that tends to be then the male of the couple or whoever their spouse is, tends to work just a normal 40-hour work week, until on call. And I think if two people are on call together, it makes having that work-life balance very difficult. And part of the reason why, I personally don't intend to have kids, is because of that work-life balance. I have a job where I'm up 24/7. Granted, I don't need to be in the office 24/7.
But it's 2 a.m. phone calls.
Yeah, well, and it's because I have a lot of customers who are overseas. That's the reason why I always have my work phone on me, is if somebody overseas wants to get me, I gotta be able to answer. And so I totally understand where you're coming from. And I've seen people do it. I've seen other people put off the family elements or avoid it altogether because it's hard to have that work-life balance. So it's mixed.
For me, I have one child, and what happened early on is it seemed like either my husband or I was out of work at one point or another. And actually, I found out I was pregnant, and then found out my postdoc was ending. And I'm like, right, gotta get a job in the next 6 weeks, which I was able to do. But what happened was, by the time I gave birth, my husband had lost his position and decided he was going to get a master's in computer science, which he could do mostly from home. So after my healing period, he stayed home with our kid, and I went back to work. And so we've kind of been tag teaming it the whole time. And right now, my partner, my husband, is working from home all the time because he's a computer programmer and can get away with it. So for us, it's a partnership.
I had 2 of my 3 children in medical school. I took a break during school to stay home with them. Well, my first was a preemie, so I was not putting him in daycare during RSV season.
Right.
So I was like, I'm going to take a break, and then I went back. And then when I had my second child, she refused to use a bottle to drink from. So I had to stay out until she was drinking out of a cup at 9 months. And I was like, okay, I'm going back. I'm finishing school. So I went into residency with a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old, working 80 hours. Luckily, Dad became a stay-at-home dad because it would have been doable. But I was in most female physicians tried to hold off starting their families until after residency. And then I had a surprise in residency. So I'm going into my 3rd year, and I'm like, oh great, so I'm pregnant, I have to pass board, I have to find a big girl job, and I have to move. This will be fun. So with my 3rd, I had him and was off 1 week and went back. Because I'm not extending residency, I wanted to kind soon as I could. Plus, one of my graduation requirements was I had to attend a national conference and do my osteopathic part of my boards where we do manipulation, kind of like massage therapy, chiropractic. And they send all the osteopathic residents in April, or March, April. And they had one in October, but I missed the deadline. And they're like, well, if you want to throw the $1,500 late fee, we'll send you then. And I'm like, I'm making like 30 grand a year, and I'm supporting a family of like 4 already. How many I have? I'm like, I don't have another $1,500. So regardless, I was gonna have to leave when my third one was a month old and go to Vegas for 4 days. Let me tell you, going to Vegas while you're nursing and having to pump on the plane and wake up when there's not a newborn to wake them up. So, and then after residency, we were made a stay-at-home dad until recently, so I got lucky in that regard, but everybody does it a little bit differently. Some have had their parents come and help, some just have nanny, and ways to have your children and still be able to create a work-life balance. So I'll come back to it if I remember.
Yeah, my mom also helps us too.
But it's kind of like this field, so we said a lot of the new engineering fields, they're more women dominated. So for a lot of like being teachers and stuff like that, they tend to be lower paid because women are in the field. So now that you are seeing these fields, I know you're not perfectly in it, but you just see like a difference in like, hey, how is it for them? It all really depends on the type of job you get. So, for instance, I have a friend who just received her PhD, and I wouldn't do it, but granted that she's spent a very long time getting a PhD. Her dissertation actually is a lot of research of so she was lucky enough to end up in a really cool research position. And so her pay was fantastic. There's other people that go into either industry or they decide to go the teaching route. And so their salaries are kind of all over the place. A lot of it is driven by where they are. The salary you get out of California versus the salary you get here in the Midwest is way different because cost of living is different. And a fair amount, especially when you're in technology fields where salaries are mostly driven off of cost of living basis, and followed up by education. That typically makes way more than somebody who only has right, that's what it was like. I'm sure, as both of these lovely people up here, more than I do. I'm almost guaranteed that. But, you know, it all really does depend on where you are, and how you're doing it. Specialized people, more specialized things, typically the more money made too, because there's out there. And I know it's a really roundabout here, if you're like, you know, it's very, very cool.
Depends where you work.
Unless you're a government contractor, then nobody makes anything.
Industry, there's government, and you know, there's academia, and case of what I do through contract research organizations, which are not necessarily one thing or the other. Some are nonprofit, some are for profit. It's providing you a lot of choices for where you can go and what you can do.
I mean, your position obviously is going to vary based on your specialty. It also is going to vary based on your location. So if you go to an area that is desperate for physicians, pay you a lot to be there, but you're out in the middle of nowhere. So, and then if you go to more urban areas, because they're physicians are half a dozen, then you're not going to get paid as much. But then when you throw in all the student debt loans that you have to pay, like, yeah, I look really good on paper.
One advantage for me with what I did with the academic sciences, I had a research fellowship, so for my graduate work, I did not have to pay anything. I actually got paid a small salary. That's cool.
There are no grants or scholarships for that.
And there's a couple of scholarships out there, but they're very.
And I do have some things where like you can take a loan and it'll have a stipulation that if you come back to the state, for instance, like and work there for X amount of years, they will forgive the loan. And I remember what I was going to say. Being a student along with two toddlers was way more exhausting than working a 36-hour shift as a resident. Because after your shift, you got a post-call day where you could go home and like sleep. You don't have those when you're full-time mom. Two toddlers, there's no day off. So all the other residents are like, oh my god, I'm so tired. I'm like, this is great.
Okay, so that question. Are there certain actions that you would like allies to take, or even certain actions that may have had a good thought behind them, but actually didn't turn out great, that you would want to discourage you?
I think I should have taken a gap year between college and going for my graduate degree, because I went directly from college for a PhD program. So, there were people there, what were, just life experience and their graduate work went a lot faster than mine did, because I was kind of reinventing the wheel.
From an allyship standpoint, if you notice that women in the workplace can overlook like parent meeting and people purposely skip over them, to like include them in, like, oh, I think we should hear, so-and-so's opinion. And that really does help because it makes it a non-confrontational situation, not necessarily calling anybody out, but you're saying, hey, this person's an important contributor too. Make sure that they have a conversation. Or if you be sexist, jump it. Because that, it should have no place in the but that's what I would say.
I mean, I also stay in the workplace if you're in a meeting. Female speakers often get interrupted.
Yeah.
So I think just being aware of those things, and the biggest thing is if a female tells you that something is happening to them, believe them even though you don't see it or it's not your reality. That's the same thing with any kind of prejudiced over meeting like this, being Caucasian female. I have other ethnicities in my work and I'm like, this happens to me. I'm not gonna see it, but when you make me aware of it, I owe you respect to believe you and to be aware. And if I've done that behavior, apologize for it, for my ignorance. It's ignorance because, you know, you can't know what you're doing if you don't know that you're doing something wrong. And I like to believe that most human beings tend to be kind and don't want to make others feel bad. So if you're gonna have them, then own up to it and then try to do better. And do it family. Is there anything that happens here that makes you uncomfortable or makes you feel down or included that I would hope that we can spread?
Be aware that different people present different faces to different people. And you may not be aware or seeing all the faces that someone is presenting, and they may not be aware of all the faces that they're presenting because, again, you get into unconscious bias and things like that. They're just based on the way they were raised or headed, they do not see it. It's their normal. And they can be nice to you and respectful to you because you're one of the groups they were taught to be respectful for or to act in a certain way. It's a matter of realizing that we all have different faces to different people. And if somebody's seeing a face that you don't see, respect that they're seeing it.
Is that your question?
Yeah, that's good.
So I have a question for Lee. During your training or your career, tell us a moment that really showed you your love of your field and how that came together.
It's actually bringing interns to do whatever and to pass on what I learned and keep it. I really enjoy this, and I'm like joyful to share that with other people and to train them and to share my joy with them. And it's the first time, I was given interns to train, and I'm very lucky to have an intern now to train. It makes me happy.
For me, actually this happened recently. I was at a student mentor, a young intern that was starting in the department a few weeks ago, and I was very excited because I've never been asked to mentor somebody and be asked somebody to mentor somebody that they really trust. Know what you're doing in your field that you can't communicate that to somebody else. So a lot of what you're saying is the same thing. It's being able to pass on that knowledge to somebody else is the moment when you realize that, yes, I have this knowledge, literally it is demonstrated, other people see it, so I can pass it along.
So many moments. You get very personal with people, especially I say the moment I really felt like I made a difference. There's a family whose family member was in the ICU, had been in the ICU for 7 weeks when I came on this rotation and did 4 weeks on and then just so I was tasked that you have to call this family every day and get them the whole thing. And then this patient was very sick and was in full coke, which meant heart stop or so after a week of getting to know the family, I said, can we do a family meeting and have all of you come in? And I had to sit down with them and I said, okay, I realize I know none of you. And I've only been here a week. But your husband, your dad, brother, came in and was treated, found to have a abdominal mass, had surgery for this man, taken out. And then after that is when all the complications started with pneumonia again, and then got a blood clot, and then some other group that was not a center. those first, and then make their children go to two, so basically almost split out. And then he had a systemic bacterial infection, and then pneumonia again, and one after another, after another, after another. And I said, has anyone sat down and told you what the pathology was 6 weeks ago on that max? And they said, yeah, they told us it was cancer. And I said, okay. Did anybody tell you all that this cancer 5-year survival is 10%? Which means it's very aggressive, fast growing cancer. And I was like, this is in a healthy person with no other medical problems. No, nobody told me. I said, okay. Has anybody told you that then with all the medical problems, husband, dad, went into this without all these other complications, 5-year survival rate comes to 2%. No. And I said, okay, in my medical opinion, I do not believe that your dad will get better, your husband will get better, and leave in ICU. And I was like, but if by chance he does, he will not go home. He will go to a long-term care facility, and most likely will not last long because of all this. And I said, I will do anything that you all want me to do. But I would like you all to take all this information and tell me if you think this is what I should do. And I was like, everybody's been focusing on these leaves on the trees, and you guys need to take a step back and look at the entire universe. I was like, I think that he's suffering, and I don't think he's gonna get better. But if you have hope and prayer, and you want me to do everything that we're still doing, then I'm totally fine. So they came back, and they said, well, we'd like to speak with hospice. A hospice company. And then finally, after all these doctors for months, basically, finally convinced him to be a do not resuscitate. And then the last week of my rotation with them, they decided as a family to withdraw care. And we had 6 residents on service at any time, plus at least 2 attendings. And we had a cardiologist, a nephrologist, every specialty you can imagine. So they've seen about 40 doctors this entire time. And I was the only physician that they asked to be in the room when they would keep it. So I got yelled at by my attendant for having this conversation because I was still a resident. I didn't tell him that message. I was like, all right, before you argue with me, Dylan, is my medical opinion wrong? No. Okay, so isn't it not our duty to tell the family this? Because even the doctors taking care of him got focused on it. That was my moment that, yep, I'm in the right field. Mine's a little more personal because everything was like that.
So, were the rest of the doctors men, or were they mostly female?
Oh, there were also female. There were several cases where there was a patient who, he kept refusing because he doesn't have it. He kept refusing all of his medicines and everything, and then because he had COPD and congestive heart failure and diabetes, he couldn't walk. And then he refused to take his medicine, and then his chest would fill up with fluid, and then he couldn't breathe, and then he crashed, and then he had to be admitted to ICU and get IV Lasix, pull the fluid off of him. So he kept doing this back and forth. So our attending read an order that anytime he refused his medicine, that we were to go up there and talk him into doing that. And I was like, into taking his medicine. And I said, no, I'm not going up there and telling this man that he has to take his medicine. He has zero control over his life. Like, he can't eat what he wants, he can't drink what he wants. He has patient autonomy. So, but that was the order, so the nurse had to call us. So I went up there and I asked him, and I was like, do you want to be here? Like, are you done? Like, and I love conversation with him and his daughter. He was home. So I would say that's not necessarily a female trait, it's just my trait. I had another patient that wasn't mine, but my partner was out, and him and his wife and his daughter were talking about all the things that they were gonna do. And I just looked at him and I was like, what do you wanna do? He said, I wanna go. And I said, I'm not, like, I think you need to have hospice come talk to you. And then the daughter, mom yelled at me. And then the next day they called us for hospice. And then, like, on a Thursday or Friday, they asked for hospice. We passed on. I'm a little bit better at being, having those hard, phone conversations, much like your bias is negative. I like that much better.
Yeah, I think people get like, we have a problem, we have to fix the problem without seeing like the bigger picture, so they focus on fixing the problem without seeing the person.
That's why I say, like, just because we can do stuff doesn't mean we should do stuff. So since we only have 10 minutes left, unless you guys have other questions, I would like to know what advice you give to young women who are interested in your field.
For my field, if you want to go, actually it's a PhD for anything, honestly. Is like I said, always have at least one person on your committee who can overrule whatever advisor you have, who has enough seniority in the department to do that. And realize the university you pick matters much less than the advisor and the committee that you pick. At the graduate level, it doesn't matter what university you pick. There are good advisors and bad advisors at all of them.
I would say from an academic standpoint, if you are interested in anything science related, there are tons of resources out there right now, no matter what age you're at, to find out more information, and from a picking out a school standpoint, I think at least from the undergrad level, trying to create what you learn best and pick a university that reflects that. So, I refer to that I learned by doing hands-on stuff. Sitting in a lecture hall with people who have training. Did I go to the state? No. I went to a small school that this were how to work people. And that's because I went to a school that works. And I think look at that as opposed to just see the name on
My advice would be no matter what career you want to do, whether it's science or otherwise, any school or program can get you from A to B. You have to look at the place and focus on what your journey is going to be like from A to B. Any last burning questions? We want to tell people where we're going to be at next, where we can find us.
All the multiverse people. If you want to drop by and if you have questions and stuff, feel free to drop by, talk to Cheryl, we're always there. And as far as where you can find that is multiverse, I'll also be able to track on the service and recruiter. And
My next I'll have a panel tonight at, I believe, 8 for the Weird Science panel. And you can also find me on Facebook under Spider on it. And books on Amazon, the Dance Pages series, there's a Shadow to Light and a Shadow Member. And I will be in the new Zombies Eat Brains Brave New World now. It's coming out.
I will be in this room at 5. If that even possible. I also have books at the health staff table, and you can find me on social media at Leanne and also get my book. Please come take one of these cards because they're like, give them out, and I'm not very giving them out. So come take them.
Are you sure?
And holy cow, you went through residency with 2 toddlers. Oh, yeah. I don't know how you did that. That's crazy. Yeah. There's like one instance where I came home post call and they were like, let's watch a movie, and we turned on Monster Hunter. I fell asleep before the girl was even on the principal. And apparently it's gonna be Cheetos. Like,
In your sleep?
in my sleep, I was like, you're
I got a close-up picture of your face. You have to watch this. One of my favorite primary care doctors is Dr. I'm glad you have a family, but come back.
I go back after a week, but the research I got home and there's some radiology where, you know, yellow is diagnostic, so it's kind of nice. I remember sitting in there during messages, the other residents was like, it's having this baby out of you, and I was like, oh, I had nothing to do.
This is just the down phase.
They're like, what are you doing here? I'm like,
This is my 3rd child. This is normal. He's quit by now.
and they'll walk down. I'll be back here in like 30 minutes.
Yeah. I remember my buddy's like, you're done. Bye.
What do you want to do?
Those of us that were in that generation, that's not the way it was. You know what we mean. Let's see. I'll say another story. I've got, this is, I'll give you the genres and I'll give you the one or two lines. This is paranormal thriller, paranormal thriller mystery. This is contemporary fantasy. And this is like a Christmas, this is a Christmas Carol. 17-year-old girl. So you got anybody who's a Christmas message for this year? I love Christmas Carol. And I literally write a number of this is ordinary. And then this is a Christmas boy who's off the side of his own mind, and my main character decided to do that. Yeah, I was saying, second paper. Well, you should come down here, then we go.
Feeling sort of disconnected, not really able to follow the conversation, and I'm just like, yep, I just stuck my tongue out.
Sit.
Okay.
I just stuck my tongue out. It seemed like it came
Raise your
out.
eyebrows. Close your eyes real tight. Open your eyes. Smile. Frown. Turn your head to your left. Other way.
Oh, push his fingers.
Other way.
Okay.
Shrug your shoulders. Up. Squeeze. Good. Legs up. Walk over there and come back.
Okay.
Have you ever had vertigo?
Nope.
Do you have vertigo now? Does the ring spin like when you turn fast?
Maybe.
Are you on any medications?
Just my high blood pressure medication that
What
I've
is
been
it?
taking for years. Losartan.
I shouldn't do this. Have you had enough water to drink today?
Well, that's why I was going to get some water right now because I was just sitting over there and I'm like, Richard's talking to me. I'm not tracking the conversation at all.
Did you sleep well last night?
Not really, but
You could be exhausted. I want you to go fill this. I want you to drink all of it. And I want you to tell her to keep an eye on you. And if you feel any worse, you need to let me know.
okay.
Okay?
Thank you. Sorry to. I know you do this all the time. And I
Yeah.
do that,
Dude, that's what I'm here for.
but- Okay.
All right. I want you to drink 2 things of water and then let her know to come get me if you feel worse. Okay.
No coffee, right?
Yeah, but I would take about 3 of those of water and just suck them down. You make it a little bit better.
Okay.
Okay? Your worst. Come in. Writing more of these, so there will be more April Sullivan soon.
You know what's in my head right now? Because that's what girls upstairs were singing. Yeah. In the jukebox. I did a pretty big cleanup around like.
That thing was just in my head for 15 minutes.
No, better than that, they better.
There is no struggle there now.
No, more ABBA. No. I'm ABBA out.
Okay. Give me a different.
70s.
Shake, 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 I will get like headworms and say like ABBA or like this is the Sunshine Band will be my brainstormers.
Yeah.
The yellow one, all right, so I'm gonna sit in the same spot. Oh, and homework. Yeah. I don't know why I. My daughter gave me a picture to take with
My Avengers fans,
History fans, big stuff like that.
Interesting this crap.
What is it?
Freeze-dried skills from the space guy out there.
There is no actual Colin Maha saving from Indiana Jones in this book. I guarantee you.
The first one was like, no.
Please don't.
And then you're like, oh my God.
The best thing I've ever done is this girl.
There now.
She came to me and she goes, I will buy your book if you draw a platinum.
Oh, it's like 15
So I did.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
You're all over the place.
I drew a masterful book.
Let me corrupt you.
Oh, yeah, those are good. No wonder all my other panelists are on the concrete eating them like crazy. I want to know the physics. It doesn't matter what direction I put this on, it always flips upside down. What is the physics that does this to magnets?
I was looking at dance party, the dance monkey came up.
This is not the hamster dance. The hamster dance. That'd be
Right.
great.
The last panel, I kept staring at it and I was like, I know. I gotta have the story, so I read the back of it.
We give you a bookmark.
Okay.
I was staring at you in the last panel. I was sitting there and I was like, I'm staring straight at the book and I'm like, after a while, I'm like,
Not at all. No, I'm actually I'm kind of terrified of public speaking, and I love everyone. So no.
Does your t-shirt come in big guy sizes?
I don't know. It's public. It's all stuff.
I was kind of wondering.
Because I want to wear that to this, like I'll go to shirt.
Yeah, I read your shirt too and I was like, that's
I'm excited about this book. I'm surprised that the other book is actually selling more than this one here. I'm totally surprised that the other
Hi, is this one newer or is
this one? Yeah, this one just came out.
You guys
are my music. I'm sorry.
All right.
I was like, we have this one here. Yeah, this one just comes out in March.
It's excellent, by the way.
I love murder mystery. That's like my real top genre. But I went to school for forensics. And so I've got that and anthropology minor. Anthropology. So that sounded just like something murder mystery.
The smart person's here. We have to.
Yeah, right.
Straight up, the smart person's here.
I forgot just having a dance party.
Yeah.
Should I have been?
Yeah.
I can do that. I mean, I just did. Retroactively. Now it's retroactively out there.
Now he's really using the big words.
He's breaking out all the syllabic guns.
We were joking. We're like, "Boy, when we all get our introductions, we're like the sound."
I'm here.
You know what? I think the good thing. I think that in a sense, one of the good things where you have a little bit less to talk about is you get to talk about things. I can't talk. I mean, we got so many things moving. So all I can do is say, well, I kind of do this. Because if there's anything else, it's like, you know, what's the one-man band? Enough that I have to do. Jeez.
They're pretty much here to hear you talk, though. They don't care about me.
Yeah, manage your expectations.
I took a piece of tape to this folder to get all this glitter off of it. This is what happens when you ask an 8-year-old for school supplies.
Glitter is the.
Is it okay over here?
it all right if I'm back here?
No.
Don't,
Get out.
I don't want to distract anybody. When you're this hot, you know, it's. He gets it, he knows. Oh, yeah.
Glitter is a modern day clothing. It's sprays everywhere. It's just.
I know. Well, I asked her, I was like, do you have a folder I can borrow? Because every single con I lose my notes. Like I spend half the con. And so she gave me this and this glitter.
I like to think of them as angel freckles that have fallen off their faces. Now they're ugly.
Yeah, well, this is my 8-year-old and she is an 8-year-old. Yeah. The 4-year-old's her counterpart.
I have students that will cut my computer mice cord with scissors, see what's laughing. Or they'll tear things apart, or do things like that. And part of me is like, I'm upset that they ruined something, but at the same time, I'm glad to be inquisitive. So I set up in the corner of my room a bunch of stuff that they can take apart, destroy, see if they can put it into different things. Just that's the room area that you just.
That's what my husband did as a kid. He was one that would take apart the VCR before he knew how to put it back together and stuff.
Yeah.
Going through school, one week they would test him for, one week they didn't test him for gifted, the next week they tested him for special ed. And it went on like that. Pretty much until the day I met him.
I wish they would have tested me. To me, they're just like, you're poor. That's your problem. You don't need money. It wasn't until I was 44 that that's really ADHD. Oh,
So yeah, he definitely got the ADHD label early on. I still don't have the official diagnosis, but I'm pretty much a poster child.
I did not have adult attention deficit squirrel.
Yeah.
I actually did that to Sarah Batson today. We were walking over the bridge, we were talking, I was like, yeah, we're involved in this deep conversation. Turtles! But she's like, don't fall in the lake.
I don't want to be rude because I don't know you, but when you first walked into the other one, opened the door, and you came through, I'm like, there's somebody to know.
The paperback is continued.
So the hardback coming up. So the hardback.
Well, the hard is. Right in the door, yep.
Literally, you open the door and trip over it.
I get game. I would say I'm usually blocking the doorway, but I kind of wander. So.
Oh, geez, these two.
Yeah, what could go wrong?
We were all right.
I know. You don't know.
We still got the bucket.
Oh, good.
Yeah. We got the shipping container that we use for storage.
I'm terrified right now.
We got the bucket and the shipping container. I have photocons.
I see that.
You need to hang out with me more often.
Right.
Yeah, it's our hurricanes ready.
Oh, okay.
I did it.
It's better out of context.
Yeah, we got the bucket and the shipping container.
That's where we think we're going to go. No, it was earthquake.
And it's from some,
You know, I think that's about my
and it's from another con too, so I don't recognize any of those panels.
You know,
Those panels sound cool.
Hey.
Oh, so he's gonna go up one.
Where in England?
Where?
Where?
Everywhere.
Explain yourself.
I was actually born in Wales.
In Wales?
Yes. I was born in Aberystwyth. We lived near Aberystwyth.
So my oldest son was born on the Wirral,
Okay.
right across, not too far, you can look across, right? Aberystwyth is where you can drive up a little bit, look across, right?
Probably yes.
You're closer down to on the level of Chester?
No, it's
Further
it's
down
south,
again,
south.
farther down again.
It's considered West Wales.
Okay, okay, all right. Yeah, so- My son was officially born in that very desirable suburb of Liverpool, Birkenhead. So I was there for a year, and so I have you met Dylan yet?
Dylan is another fellow here from Wales. I mean, I know it's a strange thing. Yeah, yes, it is. And he's from also the South. I forget. I don't think it's from. I can't remember. But so you have countrymen in the building.
Okay, great.
My experience with trying to understand anybody in Wales was I was here when we were going to be Mallorca, and there was a fellow there. He was talking about himself. Recently widowed, and he wanted to talk. He talked a lot, and I didn't understand what he was saying. But I said, and so then he managed to ask me, what about you? And he knew that one, and I would explain things, and he'd go, no.
Yeah,
no.
No.
It's like, we had the most wonderful time of never understanding more than 6 words in the course of about an hour.
Yeah, I never.
I admire any language which can communicate with so few vowels.
Yes. And lots of space on it.
Yeah, you know you do.
I can enjoy that.
Everybody likes some crap.
That's not crack, that's just pure cyanide.
The longest place name in the world.
Oh, yes, I remember seeing that.
Yeah.
They're not for the faint of heart. Yeah, no.
And what does it translate as? The bigger town?
Zanzibar is a church by the pond. I mean, it's lots of churches, lots of ponds. Red rooster.
With what?
Red rooster.
I see.
Yeah.
It's lovely.
All right, we about ready to start? Do you mind pushing that? Thank you. Hello, welcome to Is That Even Possible? I need somebody to consider more emphasis.
Is that even possible?
Oh, that's not the big kind of like the that. No, I like that. Okay, sorry. Anyway, they.
I want to hear it well.
Okay, let me go.
Thanks for after a few drinks. So, I'm moderating because we all know that John Harkness has the best tasting. Not questionable at all. Anyway, so if we can start by just introductions, I'm sure you probably already know all of us, but if we can start at the very end. Hi.
So I am Dr. Leanne Patel. I am a family physician in Rockville, South Carolina, and I also write a young adult urban fantasy, the Quadratic series, and a urban thriller through Falstaff called the End of Time series.
I am Jim Craig. I am the sole proprietor of Planet of Mystery Productions. I do planetarium, create planetarium shows. I also do geek gear for people who like neat t-shirts and coffee mugs and that sort of thing. I am a physicist by education. I taught astronomy at planetarium for over 20 years. And she found out earlier, I'm a man of strong opinions.
My name is Chuck Gannon. I write mostly for Bain Books, but also for Chris Kennedy Publications and Titan and a couple of others. I am probably best known for this science fiction series. Some would say hard, some would probably contest it. I would say that anything that happens in here doesn't violate the laws of physics or nature. It just sometimes exploits the one that we haven't been able to figure out yet. And so the series started with Fire with Fire. This was in 2013, which was won the Conference Book Award. It was a Nebula finalist. There have been 4 other Nebula finalists. This is the most recent one. A couple of years ago, 2 more coming out now. I just started an epic fantasy series. The book is called This Broken World, because it is, and it's part of the Vortex of Worlds series.
My name is Charlie Kaufman. I've got a background in marine biology and environmental studies. Lately, I do GIS computer applied mapping for natural systems and natural disasters. In the geek world, I take what I apply for natural disasters and do fun things like Godzilla impacts, zombie outbreaks, and Sharknado modeling. You can look my stuff up on Facebook under Kaiju Mapping. I don't have anything to sell you, but I'll take donations.
Have you ever applied to DragonCon for Science Con?
Yes, I've done those.
I can't imagine somebody with those credits wouldn't get snapped up.
Yes,
Disaster planning?
I've done the Godzilla talk at a few times.
It's so fun. I'm Sarah J. Sober. I write fantasy stories. I'm probably got this gig because I'm a contributor to Dan Koval's Putting the Effect of Fantasy book that just released from Writer's Digest Books. He's got a whole blog series about science and fiction and fantasy. And I have a bio degree, so apparently that makes me very qualified to do this kind of thing. So I'm going to, at the lull in the middle that inevitably happens after we've all talked a lot, I'm going to come back and ask all the panelists what is a situation that is covered in fiction that is absolutely not possible, that just drives you crazy. So think about that and don't use it yet. But when I was coming up with questions for this panel, I asked my 8-year-old for input, as you do. And she wanted to know about the scene in the newer Addams Family where Wednesday revives a dead frog and yells, "It's alive!" And she, of course, didn't get any references that is about. But I wanted to talk a little bit about resurrection, since I know we've got a doctor down there. And the just the science behind necromancy. Is that you have thoughts?
Obviously fiction, correct? So it doesn't take energy to move a muscle, it takes energy to relax that muscle. That's what the energy comes from. So after you die, that's why you get your numbers. Because you don't have the energy then in the cells to relax the muscles, and then after a while, X amount of hours, the muscles then break down themselves, and then things get looser. As far as necromancy, I mean, you can do almost anything with magic or a virus, but I mean, if you're dead, you can't move. So I have to rip up like a. You can't be mostly dead. No, only in that. But I've seen zombies get so far where they're just skeletons, and like you have to. Bones are connected with ligaments. So if you have no ligaments, the bones are, as they fall down, and you can be like the little dude in The Last Unicorn where you're laughing at people without your jaw moving. But you can't move around. So that for necromancy, they're still alive, but like lose their mind because of a virus that makes them, be cannibalistic and super fast and strong. I can go with that, but when they're like dead and brought back to life, we ain't there yet.
I'll argue on the biology side if we're going to go to Wednesday's frog. There are frog species and a couple of fish species that, under the right conditions, can go into deep hibernation, almost turn their blood into a glucose level slurry that they can survive being encased in dry mud or ice to wait till the next season so they can then reanimate themselves and go hopping way along their frog merrily way. It's not really, it looks like it's reanimated because you have a dried dead, it looked like a just dead frog, but as soon as it gets in water and things pop on, it'll jump off. That's not a couple of electrodes and screaming.
Any other thoughts on that?
I'm actually looking up a quote.
No cheating. There's no cell phones allowed.
I know when I was researching for that, all I could come up with were like parasites that would take over the host's like locomotion and things like that. But that's not really. That's not.
Yeah, if you're talking resurrection, I'm going to quote one Frederick Frankenstein. When hearts and kidneys are tinker toys, I'm talking about the central nervous system. And then, of course, the student asks, what about your grandfather's work? And he says, my grandfather's work was doo-doo. Dead is dead. cells break down. Especially if you talk about the central nervous system. Brains turn to mush. You'd have every bit as much luck bringing a person back to life as you would of going into your refrigerator, pulling out a steak that's been there for 3 weeks, and somehow or another magically making it edible. Actually, that would be easier than getting the person back. It would be easier. We are made of, we fragile things, as humans, we break, especially to that extent, we stay broken. And, trying to reverse that. It's a great dream of alchemists and philosophers
So what about freezing things?
Well, the problem with freezing is ice crystals. Ice crystals will form and they break through cell walls. And again, you just destroyed the cell again. Now, there are experiments being done because there are some animals that have natural, they have,
Arctic cod.
Natural antifreeze. They keeps those crystals from forming and rupturing the cell walls. But like the rumor that was so big when I was a kid,
Walt Disney's not coming back.
When you go to see Disney on Ice, it's not the same thing.
Makes me terrified of the show. It would be like Lenin.
Yeah.
My mother wrote that joke, and I like it.
I think the issue is what do we mean by dead, and I think the idea I really don't mean this in the sort of cheesy way that it's going to sound, but if we are suspending activity, suspending animation, we are, depending on how you're doing it, if cells aren't being damaged, if the brain is still retaining information, which are a lot of really hard calls, but they've also found there's certain species of mice that can be frozen for 45 minutes. They warm up and you put them in a maze, and the test they give them is can they go through the maze that they knew before, and they do. So there's stuff out there, and it's in the line of chordata. So it's compared to, let's say, it's in creatures a lot more related to us than, let's say, a lobster. But how it was done and where it was how far back that was in our tree, and if it can be somehow reclaimed and reconstituted, who knows? I work with, I play with it, but it's right now, it's all, in my opinion, at best, it's guesswork.
So is there a way to preserve the brain? I know we kind of talked about freezing and how that's not going to work, but like Futurama, Umbrella Academy, that kind of freezing or preserving the brain so that it can
brain in a jar.
Yeah, the brain in the jar.
I think if you could manage to keep a supply of oxygen to it, but you would never want it to be conscious because think about what hell, because you got no eyes.
Yeah.
No sensory input at all. Full awareness and consciousness.
So
that would be hell.
There's also something because when I was looking at this cryogenics or cryostasis or cryo, what you will, one of the things that Rob Hansen, who writes for Keynes and a couple of others, he's at Wake Forest, and he works in neurological and brain studies and Alzheimer's studies. One of the things that apparently, and please correct me if I'm misremembering terms here, but theta waves are part of what goes on in the brain, and if you don't have those, you cannot form short-term memories. This is when people have conditions where they forget what happened yesterday. It's like that 51st date sort of scenario. Whether that's the reason, but it would have some effect like that. And then you get into the question, I think, of the sort of brain on its own is, if not stimulated, will it? What is preserved? How does it get preserved? Is it preserved through rehearsal and routine activation connected to what it expected to be connected to? Or does it, the sort of, file not found becomes universal?
So a related topic, cloning, like Jurassic Park. I mean, I know where the state of cloning is right now, but can we Go ahead. Save me from myself.
So in terms of like, could I clone myself and then I'm not gonna be a fully grown female, I just would be a infant. But genetically, my clone is my same age, because as we age, at the end of our DNA, we have these things called telomeres, and you lose them as you age, and you can't put them back. So if I clone a 50-year-old, it is an infant, but genetically it is 50 years old. So if our life expectancy is, say, 90, that infant will die at age 40 because it is genetically 90 years old.
Wow, I've heard that.
So unless you get cloned right when you're born, then your clone is going to be your same age.
Yeah, that's
Now,
Captain
if you
Dolly.
clone-
Yeah.
So there's also, I've read some interesting studies about what is happening therefore with when umbilical cords are preserved now to be able to harvest stem cells, particularly, for instance, you're looking at blood diseases like leukemia, et cetera, et cetera. I've read some interesting question marks. No one's done any studies because you can imagine the ethical issues connected with this, but that you're actually looking at, therefore, you've got a subpopulation that was sampled with some of the most genetically interesting cells in the body at birth, essentially. So it would be kind of interesting to see, if we get closer to that, if more people are doing that, or they're just bothering to harvest them and say, keep these for us.
When I get 50, need a new kidney and grow me a new kidney for my own, or my new bone marrow. There's no rejection or rejection meds.
And I was watching a show about the people that were starting to like cloning their pets, especially like your blood pet dies, you get the DNA, you clone another one, and they're saying that it looks exactly like the pet that's passed, but the personality of said pet is completely different.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the same pet. So you could, if you're gonna expand that out, you clone another you, and then that another you, and you get, is it the evil Spock thing? Does it have a goatee? Is it a completely different person? You get these different individual you personalities start branching out, because it's obviously it's not the same. It hasn't had the exact same experiences. It hasn't had what made you you. It's just
it's as similar to you genetically as an identical twin. And people sometimes try to treat identical twins as the same person, but they're two different people. They have different experiences, and sometimes it's even very subtle, small things. Which twin was born first, and that's just little things in their lives, or say when they move out of the house, suddenly completely different experiences, and they become very different people. And I think with the cloning, it would be the same thing. And I think if by some miracle I were cloned and it didn't have that age problem of being 62 at birth, it wasn't born at the end of the 1950s. It would have no memory of living through the turbulent 60s, and I have no memory of living through the 70s.
So few do.
If you say you remember the 70s, you weren't there.
So you've heard, that's Robert George Carlin, wasn't it?
Oh, definitely. But the 80s and 90s, this person would be essentially it wouldn't be me. This person might look like me, act like me, sound like me. God forbid. But it would not. Huh?
And she just met you yesterday.
You could pay me a compliment. Never gonna happen. But anyway, but no, it wouldn't be me. Now, I think the thing you were talking about was more along the line of finding a genome, re-splicing everything together, making a dinosaur. If you want to make a dinosaur, you modify a chicken. You reactivate dormant DNA, because you know that everybody in this room could at one time, your ancestors produced your own vitamin C. But when our ancestors went moving out to the ends of the branches and started eating fruit, they were able to get vitamin C from the outside, which meant if you produced your own vitamin C, you were getting too much vitamin C. So our bodies made that gene dormant. It is in there. It is still part of our genome. We just don't activate it.
If you want to see a dinosaur in the wild, look up a picture of a baby blue heron.
Oh, jeez.
It is the most frightening thing on the planet.
Or just a spoonbill.
And it looks exactly like it looks exactly like a creature out of Jurassic Park.
Have you guys seen the YouTube video that has like T-Rex? And it's like, I would like to introduce you to your ancestor, and it's like a chicken. T-Rex is like,
I have a sticker like that. It's got a T-Rex and a chicken. It says sometimes evolution sucks.
Yeah.
But as far as the cloning and not being you, I think John Scalzi did it very well in Old Man's War. So he's read it, but what they would do is when you turn 70, you could join the military and then you would be birthed and go fight in space and to colonize other worlds. And if you survived your 2 years of combat, then they would let you recolonize. So like, what are we doing with these 70-year-olds that are coming out with like in walkers? They're like, how are they going to fight wars? But his wife was supposed to join with him, but she died like 10 years prior to him joining. And when he is there, he sees his wife there. And so this is a clone of his wife, but it is not compatible. I love that. And as far as the brain in a jar, we are Legion, we are Bob. I don't know, has you ever read that? It's like fantastic. So the book starts with a guy at a con. People walking around in Star Wars stuff and Chewbacca getting in an argument or something. But so he says, oh, I want you to freeze my brain if I die. And he dies after one. And so he gets reanimated, and what they have told him is like, well, it's too much time, and the human body's so fragile. We're not even going to put you in a body. We are just taking your mind, and we put you in a computer. So he wakes up with no senses coming in. There's no light. There's no eyes. And so one of the things that he does, because he was a computer software writer, is he created a AI to give himself a body. Otherwise, all the other called replicants went crazy because they had no stimulation. Those are good examples.
And one thing I wanted to add about cloning dinosaurs is that DNA disintegrates, and they have it around 7 million years, according to what is that right? Something like that.
Well, they did, they found the DNA of the woolly mammoth in Siberia, and they're thinking about.
That was
they're thinking about reanimating that, and of course, there's been a couple of books and about 7 movies about why that's a bad idea.
But that's more possible.
But that's more possible because they have a complete sample of it.
I think we need to go a little more recently and bring back the phytocene, the Tasmanian tiger.
Yeah.
The only big marsupial carnivore that people wiped out. And I think we have an obligation if we can to bring it back.
Passenger pigeon.
Carolina parakeets.
Bees.
Bees. They're about to get wiped out. Yeah.
Pollinating bees.
I saw a person that said that if you want to stop animals from going extinct, what you do is you attach a favorite snack to those animals, and it's like, all right, as soon as they go extinct, no more Twinkies, you don't want them to go extinct, save the animal.
Twinkies.
All right, so I want to shift gears here a little bit more since we've got some hard science people here, and I want to take advantage of their expertise. One thing that always kind of tripped me up about space travel is the idea of warp speed. And I don't know this at all, like this is totally out of my wheelhouse, but wouldn't it be a problem if you're moving that fast through space, if you encountered any little piece of space dust, wouldn't that make everything go kablooey?
It doesn't even have to be space dust. When you're traveling at a high rate of speed, and you guys have heard this, if you're ever standing on the roadside, and you hear a car go by, you That's Doppler shifting. It's coming toward you, it's higher pitched, and as you go, that's the sound waves being stretched out. You know, because it emits the sound wave here, the sound wave here, it stretches out. The same thing happens with light, Doppler shifting. If you're going fast enough, with Doppler shifting, white light becomes X-rays and gamma rays. So the faster you go, the more irradiation you're getting. And I have never seen that addressed in any science fiction story.
There's a whole bunch of stuff. First of all, the idea of if you can actually, so I'm going to say that there's a term I prefer, which is supraluminal, which doesn't talk about speed, and the issue here is speed. It's can you get someplace faster than light gets there? That doesn't mean you actually go faster than light. And now you're more into the element of, there's a reason that even Einstein said, let's just call it spooky action in the distance. You know, there are these quantum things that should not be able to happen, and you know, quantum, the standard model is a great model, except for that it's remarkable how few, you know, there's a reason that it's still debated, which is that no one exactly knows what all the mechanisms are. There are 13, I've seen that there are lots of very well-respected definitions for the uncertainty principle, and they are about, like last I saw, about a dozen in violent argument. So we've got our, so my point with all this is if you went faster than light, you'd be breaking everything that we understand. Do things get places faster than light does? They show up there. Whether they travel there is a little bit less than clear at this point, but probably not. I have even more basic issues. I've got the problem with people who are in these ships. And I guess you could say if you have one impossible thing for breakfast, then why not have another one for lunch? So, you know, we're going warp speed, and you know, they're talking about these phenomenal speeds. First of all, and it's clear that in the series they tried to retcon that, right? In the very first Star Trek movie, they tried to suggest that they are now in something like hyperspace, which is the very, very technical term for we don't want to deal with all that. So
we start our techno Babylons on.
Yeah.
My lithium crystals can do anything.
That the plot requires. But the thing that I always want to know about is, well, let's look at a couple of things. They have artificially generated gravity. This stuff is really magical when you think about it. First of all, it seems to start at every deck.
Yeah.
It would have to go to the top of the next deck, stop, and have the next deck issue a new sort of corridor worth of gravity. Otherwise, whatever the low one is going to be what? You're going to be like Jupiter down there, which means you're monomolecular paste in a few minutes. And meanwhile, at the top, you're just floating. So that chair that Kirk sits in, he'd have to be bolted into the damn thing. And what it's doing, just stuff outside. Well, there you go. That's super critical mass, I think. So yeah. But it means also that if it didn't stop at the skin of the ship, the hull would be like, it would be attracting stuff as well. I mean, it's like, and then somehow they manage to stop. And they don't all turn into monomolecular paste on the floor, which expands, did a wonderful job of this one. When this guy was like, I forget what he was doing. He was trying to go so quickly, and then he gets it, it stops and just, yeah, it's like it was a kind of an interesting. It was a little CIS, you know, in that sort of. Now we're going to show you what the organs, the Bruckheimer effect. Everything gets broken down in so yeah, I mean, it's they're talking about Legion, the violations of space science. Yeah, there's a lot.
So you mean Helmet didn't die when he stopped Ludicrous? Dark Helmet didn't die when he stopped Ludicrous Speed?
Oh, the Ludicrous! God, I forgot that. Ludicrous.
My brains are going into my feet. I got one more thing to throw out there before we come back to the question from the beginning, and that's parallel dimensions. And I'm just gonna say that and let them talk.
I'll take a stab at it because it's, the bottom line is this is one of those things that we're dealing with so many questions now that you cannot even foresee how we will have any way to measure their reality or not. We don't have the tools. This was one of the problems that, why was Ptolemaic astronomy so dominant for so long? Because people didn't have the model, people didn't have the tools. It was like, the unholy trinity as far as the papacy was concerned of, Copernicus, Kepler, and Galileo really threw things into a cocked hat. And that's because there was actually a technological change, that you could actually see what was going on in the model of, I think it was the moons of Jupiter, that was the first inspiration.
That's like the phases of Venus.
Yes, okay. But I mean, the thing about you can build an orrery, right? For those of you who know what that is, and you can see it's doing this. So doesn't it make sense that we're doing that around the sun? Heresy! Let's get out of town now. So I think when you talk about parallel universes, we're in very much the same sort of area. If you take certain aspects of standard theory out, standard field, it's almost hard to explain how uncertainty works if you don't have something like that. There are other branches. This is the part of that argument. There's 13 different uncertainty principles sort of things and observer effect things that are out there. And it's difficult to know. I'll play with them because no one can say no yet, but carefully, very carefully.
That's too much high math for me. I mean, it's like we've come to.
I had the flash right now.
Yeah, we haven't mapped the whole, ocean surface yet. We still have people arguing whether Pluto is a planet or not. I mean, there's all this stuff that we haven't figured out that we can see, not touch, but this, and everybody's like, well, we move a decimal point over this way, and there's a whole other universe with me sitting right here. And,
We can't even agree that the Earth is not flat.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it's.
Or it is flat.
So those people make.
Do you want bodyguards in
The Flat Earth Society has members all around the world.
Yeah.
The flat earthers that proved that the Earth was round in their experiment.
Yeah, well, the guy launched himself, saw the curvature of the Earth, and crashed into the mountain.
Well, actually, no, they did an experiment where they were shining a light, and if the Earth were flat, the light should have hit one area, but the light did not. It hit much farther up because their target was farther down.
But they even said in their proposal, it's like, okay, so if it's flat, we should be able to hear it. But if it's not flat, we'll have to hold it way above our head. So at first they didn't see it. They were, all right, we'll hold it above your head. Well, we see it now. Huh, well, that's interesting.
Yeah. And yet, rather, and that's where you get the separation of good science, good scientists and bad scientists. It's like, oh, good scientists say, well, imagine that I was wrong. Believe me, I'm a real good scientist. But a bad scientist will go, oh, well, obviously there's something else afoot here. We have to find some way to,
we have to alter our data.
Yeah, we either alter our data or find the most strange, twisted explanation, like somebody I heard back say, oh, it's because the Earth, because the atmosphere is refracting the light. And it's like, not really that.
You standing in a hole.
The thing, I think, there's a guy by the name of Karl Popper who talks about knowledge and he talks about the verses. And when you get right down to it, and this is an extreme point, but it comes back to this sort of quantum uncertainty principle, observer effect, which is you can only have negative facts. By proposal rule, right, which is that elevator will come down at least once every 10 minutes. And that is an acceptable hypothesis until the first time it takes 11 minutes to come down. That rule, therefore, rule is proven, which is why everything we think we know, technically, by if you will, highest empirical standards, are simply hypotheses of differing certainties. Because you can't know what the next thing is going to be, and you can't know what's happening someplace else in the universe. Now, this sounds ludicrous, and at a practical level, it is. But in the sense of how do you know it's always going to be that way? How often,
is there an exception? And if there is an exception, will you be around? Is anybody around to see it? You want to talk about Schrodinger's cat? You know, it's like, yeah, but Schrodinger's cat saw it, you know, so I guess that ties it all up neatly for us. But just to put that stake in the ground as we see, as we're talking about what's possible, we're really actually talking about very confident hypotheses.
Yeah, and again, good science versus bad science. The moment that exception comes about, you're because I have a theory. It's like, no, you have either a harebrained scheme or at least at best you have a hypothesis. So, but in scientific theory, it's like, okay, this is the best explanation for the evidence as we see it. It is not established fact, but it's a really good explanation. And the moment there is some exception to it, you either modify your theory or you completely chuck your theory. For example, everybody thought James Clerk Maxwell in 1885 said, all physics is done, all the rest is stamp collecting. And then in 1905, Einstein comes up, oh, excuse me?
And this Niels Bohr guy gets shown some very interesting things, which really messed that up. Anyway. That's my mistake.
We didn't use Einstein's work to get us to Newton. We used Newton. Because we didn't need it. Because we weren't going super fast and we weren't dealing with extremely small or extremely massive. Yeah, we did do some time correction because clocks run slower in Earth orbit than they do on the surface of the Earth. Yeah, that's all. So we had to do it, you know, it's the reason your GPS works, because Einstein was right about some stuff.
Yeah. That, by the way, that clock thing came back when everybody thought that neutrinos got too further than they could.
Yeah. But we have, you know, we still teach Kepler. You know, Kepler's 3 laws of planetary orbits, because they're all correct, with one exception, Mercury. Then you got to bring in Einstein, because Mercury is so close to the sun, it causes it to recess in a different way. The sun's gravitation warps the space enough in that area that instead of making this nice circular orbit, it's more like a spirograph picture. And all the planets do that to some extent, including Earth. It's just that in Mercury, it's measurable because Mercury's year is 88 days.
It just goes in retrograde.
Mercury's in Canary or something.
Yeah, the funny thing is when one of my books, I use the scientific method, which is what they're talking about. Because in every science class you get taught this. And every time I had a professor pick up the pen and drop it for the law of gravity, and it's like, anytime it doesn't actually fall, then it's no longer a law. And so my character's a witch, and she makes it stay up. And yeah, so.
I think you misspelled that word if they do it to a physics professor.
No respect. Like, use your powers to screw with them.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you, if I had force powers, your pants drop, just for the laughs.
Okay, so we're at that
You'd be a
time.
capricious god.
You know,
We're at that time. You've heard all the things I wanted to talk about. So, have you been thinking?
So my thing that really torques me off and is something that happens I've seen a lot in TVs and movies that actually does occur in real life, but doesn't occur as fast as they show. I joke about it all the time, is the NCIS effect. Being a GIS person that does do computer mapping, you watch a show like NCIS and they're looking for someone who's done a crime, and they're like, you'll see the giant map and they're like, here are all the places that the crime has occurred. And then they'll throw a buffer of the crime, and then they'll go, okay, let's intersect all the like pizza restaurants, and then we'll add the population of this, and then let's add all the wetlands because they found some rare trace of mud, and they'll throw all this stuff off the map, and the map will start like narrowing down and highlighting the location. And then after about 2 minutes, they'll come up with the exact location that the criminal's living or where the bomb's going to be. All that stuff is doable. I can do that in the GIS. I can make that exact map. The computer modeling that it takes to do all of that stuff actually takes about a half hour or so, depending on how accurate and all the data they're pulling in. So what we get all the time is when we're making maps, it's like, we need you to make this giant map of all this cool thing, make it work. And you're like, okay. And so, but they see it on TV and go, oh, this GIS stuff is just, magically like, no, it takes a little minute to make this,
With the footnote of, man, real labs look like shit.
Yeah. I don't have the real fancy computer that I can just grab and throw crap up on the screen.
Not only that, all the purple and fuchsia lights. I mean, cool science thing,
So,
well, look, it's black slate,
yeah.
wooden cabinets.
Yeah.
Acid burns.
That wasn't my fault.
It was in another universe. Actually, we hit a bunch of them. So because I talk so much, I'm not going to talk at all.
I talk a lot and I like to. The one thing, I wish it could happen. I wish it could happen. It's not a pet peeve. It's just I know it can never happen. Transport. And believe me, I've had this argument ad nauseum with people. We were talking about the uncertainty principle. Part of the uncertainty principle is when you're trying to recreate a thing, and we're not talking about, we're going to break it down into its component parts, move all those, turn them into energy, and then reconstruct them, because that would take more energy than the universe contains.
It would also take data tracking, which essentially identifies things in time and space that cannot be absolutely.
Exactly. That's what I'm going. You're going on the quantum level. There is what is referred to as the Planck length. It's 10 to the minus 15 meters. That's really, really small.
It makes your Excel table look like that.
Yeah. It is the smallest length. It's the smallest length we can measure, because in order to measure something, say for example, if I want to take out a ruler and measure something, I am bouncing photons off of whatever it is I'm measuring so I can see it. Well, one of the ways you do measurements when you're doing very small is you bounce shorter and shorter wavelength photons off of things. The shorter the wavelength, the more energy it has, which means, okay, I've measured it, or I measured where it was when the photon hit it. Now the photon's hit it, it popped off somewhere else. The smallest level you can go on that is the Planck length. So they refer to that as the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. So when you go to try to measure something, okay, so you measure the particle, you put it back there, but now you don't know which direction it was going. You don't know its velocity. So now that particle, which should have been going this way in the original, is now going off this way. Whatever you were trying to recreate is just completely vaporized. You cannot recreate it. Now, if you watch Star Trek, very clever writer by the name of Michael Okuda, the guy who created the Klingon language, by the way.
No, that's okay.
Huh?
Okran created Klingon language. Michael Okuda did the science on Star Trek.
He also wrote the original Klingon dictionary.
No, that was Mark Okran.
Oh, you're right. Mark Okran.
The man's got a Klingon stuff on it.
Thank you, Sherman. I meant Sherman. You were absolutely right. But Michael Okuda, he did do all that. He came up with a thing that they refer to as the Heisenberg compensator. When asked how it worked, he said, "Very well, thank you."
This is one of the, let's go like this. If string theory, which is one of those things, which there is no way, we have no instrumentation. We don't even know how to think about building the instrumentation to prove it. If it existed, then the question comes, can you essentially transmit, can you break things, not even break them down, can you force something out of one time space slot and into another? At that point, everything is, you're letting the universe do the work. But human ability to pick it apart and put it together again, I can't see it. I mean, you can't, by the time you're done looking at it, even if that's a picosecond, it's too late. Different now. You're going to send an old version,
And the transporter, as it works on Star Trek, is a very efficient murder machine. Everybody who's ever gone through one is gone. Yeah, there's a really nice copy of them on the planet, but that person's gone. One of the first Star Trek novels, time novels, Spock Must Die, dealt with that very thing because there's a transporter malfunction, and rather than destroying the original, it made a duplicate. and the duplicate was slightly different. It's been so long since I really remember how it ended, but,
Star Trek talking 243. Coach like they did both.
I probably could have used both. But one of the, because McCoy, who was all, notoriously reluctant to use the transport, talked about, well, scrambled. You didn't know half of it, scrambled, you're destroyed. But Scotty was arguing that, they send you there and it's a copy of you, but we don't know it's a copy of you. The difference is the difference makes no difference. But to me, the whole concept, transports are really nice. You know why the transporter was originally created for Star Trek?
Money.
It was cheaper. It was cheaper than landing the ship.
Yes.
You could
They
only
used
see
special
that
effects.
so many times. They knew that people were gonna go, but then they priced it out in the.
Yeah, there was a dramatic
Yeah,
device.
absolutely.
And what was funny is originally they were never supposed to have transporter accidents or anything like that because they didn't want it to become a plot device. But it became a great plot device.
Oh, yeah.
It made two Kirks, and
The
then if you
mirror episode, the whole.
No, and it saved Scotty for 75 years.
Yeah.
So mine's gonna be medical. In addition to how people get injured and, aren't dead. Clearly, guy, homeland. Those guys are dead. The other one is how all physicians and television, always come up with the diagnosis in 30 minutes. And do everything themselves. They take the patients to the X-ray. They sit there while you get the X-ray, the CAT scan, and go, "Oh, look, I see this." Whereas the radiologist in the black room in the back.
I think I know that hospital.
So they do everything.
Somewhere that Scrubs is the most realistic TV show or representation of working in a hospital.
Yeah, I have a friend who's he's a OBGYN out in California now, and he talked about it when he was in medical school. Scrubs was almost mandatory to watch. You want to know what it's going to really be like? This is going to be the closest medical show to get to it. But I was on a panel with Derek Kennedy, and we were talking about the things that progress and he was saying that they always manage to find they managed to find some cure in lightning speed. It's always some blue.
It's Windex.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, that's exactly what I thought.
It's never lupus. They always manage to get the cure at the very last second, and it's some blue thing that they inject, and the person's better immediately. Like, oh, I'm going to sit up.
And then house always finds the uniform. It teaches in medical school if you hear horse sounds, look for horses, not zebras. But house always finds the uniforms. If you get zebras, it gives you unicorns. Like, I think I read about that once.
I think sometimes he gets unicorn zebras.
They look like fruit stripe gum.
Fruit stripe gum.
Boy, did I date myself.
Wow. Gum that loses its taste in like 30 seconds.
And it turns into paste.
And then it turned into paste. And then you had to get another pack because you were like, oh, that was really good. Ew.
As a total aside, we all had to do science fair projects. I did one on gum and how fast they lost their taste. So like
Solving important problems.
it was like this with like the prices of gum, and it's like, so my hypothesis was that more expensive gum kept their flavor longer, so it was worth the extra money. I don't remember the results, but I just was so glad I got to chew gum.
And here's my younger brother Tim, the laboratory.
They
have an objection.
Still complicated.
Transporters will never happen, is that right now, we are creating parts of organs using 3D printing.
Yeah, that's a
No,
very
no,
different
no,
sort of
no,
thing.
that's early, that's like the first step going in that direction. Well, we're actually able to create human organs or skin or whatever, but over time, they're gonna, I hope, they'll develop that and create it closer and closer to the whole concept of.
Well, technically, the very first transporter was a fax machine. You stuck something in, and read it, and spat that thing out on the other side.
Yeah, and the original fax machine burned the
Paper, and I had a horrible, my very first job after school was working at one of those mailbox, et cetera, places, and working there one summer, and the lady said, I need you to fax this document, and I said, okay, and I gave her back, and she goes, no, I told you I needed you to fax this. And I'm like,
She thought it traveled.
she thought it was the Enterprise transporter. She was like, I said, yes, ma'am, and basically they printed off the little, like, confirmed, I said, yes, it's there. She goes, no, it needed to go. And I said, we had this horrible that I finally realized that she thought it sent the, it broke it apart, beamed it, and reassembled, and I was like
Willy Wonka.
This is the definition of off your meds.
I was like, oh, I promise you, ma'am, if you call them, they will have a copy of this sitting there. Yeah.
Before I went to college, I worked in a computer store and I did tech support. Amazingly dumb ideas. I made a friend of mine who was working something as simple as a digital clock. Lady brings in the digital clock, sets it on the counter. This clock says the same time all the time. Before later, she bites her finger, she reaches over and she peels off the demonstration. And the woman loses her mind. It doesn't say any time at all. Plug it in.
Now it blinks!
Showed the woman how to set it. She goes, so I just have to go home and plug it in and say it at the right time? No. Didn't you read it? Well, I didn't have time to read the books.
I have every person in this room has their stories.
Well, I'll bet.
No. I'm sure you do.
Yeah, as a doctor.
These are not my words. I had a patient came in, and we were going through his medical history. And I got to surgeries. And he said he had a leg surgery. He transplanted area, not transplanted, surgery for this. Anyway, no, he's like, yeah, when I was 9 years old, he was 75. When I was 9 years old, I was in an accident, I fell out my dad's arm. He said I was in a coma for like 2 weeks, and when I woke up, they done showed this black boy's leg on my leg. I'm expecting him to laugh, like he's telling me a joke. He was dead serious, and I was like, really? Yeah. Like, can I see? So he shows me his yay white leg. And I literally had to have a conversation with this man that we don't have the technology to do that now. So you were 9 and you got a leg amputation from the different race, and it not only works, then you walk on it, it grew with you and changed colors and leaves no scalp. For his entire life, he believed it. I finally, after digging, apparently his leg was really, really bruised. And his brother, I was like, who told you that? He was like, my brother. So his brother told him at 9 years old, and he believed it his entire life. That's what I kept. I was like, I'm waiting for it. I'm like, all right, I'm waiting for him to like, oh, I'm just pulling your leg with you. That's what I was waiting for. I was like,
Oh.
oh, God.
Was the brother still alive?
Yes, he said they were gonna have a
Breaking news, 3 people dead.
his wife was in the room and I was like looking at her and she's like, what? That didn't happen to him? I'm like, oh, Jesus. That's right, Joe.
I think we are about out of time. If we can just.
Didn't know this was going to be a panel about horror, but it became that.
Tell everyone where you're gonna be for the rest of the weekend and how to find you, buy your stuff.
Yeah, so I am on leanneandmartel.com on same social media. I have 2 more panels today, but I have 2 tomorrow. 10 a.m. How Smart is Too Smart, and 11:30 What Are You Binging? And Falstaff has my books, so go by. The first one is The Dream Thief, so I don't know.
I have only one more panel, and that is at 8 o'clock in this room, Weird Science. And you want to find me? It's pretty easy. That's actually why I wear it, so my wife can find me.
So all my remaining panels, with one exception, are in the room for writing, which is Lakeshore 1 apparently. So that is at 6:30, Importance of Character and Voice. 9:30, Evil Characters and Why We Love Them. Wahaha. Tomorrow morning at 10:30, Books We Wish We'd Written, pretty much all but my own. 1:30 is So You Want to Be a Writer, not if you have a choice. And at 3 to 4, I'll be at closing ceremonies. And if you were to head towards Falstaff Books and you go to the left-hand side where nobody goes because people go to the bathroom there and they're not actually using that corridor, you'll find me and the other 2, interestingly, science fiction writers. All of the people who write nothing but science fiction are there. But there you go. Anyhow.
So we need to have a conversation with them about Facebook.
I think that worked.
So at 8 o'clock, I will be here at Weird Science. I also have to find where I put my notes for that, so that will be a fascinating. Yeah, we're gonna be there. And at 2 o'clock tomorrow, I will be at the Why Star Wars is Better Than Star Trek panel. And I only say that because John at Shrewsbury is not here. And again, I'm not pimping any books, but I'll be glad to take money. And yeah, find me at Kaiju Mapping on Facebook so you can see all my notes about my disaster docs and funny science articles.
You can find me online, Sarah J. Sova, across pretty much all platforms. I'm on All Things Disney Plus later today, and then the soundtrack to your novel tomorrow. So I just have fun. More science. I love science.
They do have a lot of ribbons. Yeah, I noticed the biggest thing that Christian had offered.
No, that's another thing of mine.
But they have the exact same. It was on their table outside on like 90 Yeah, I bought one of their little things that I only learned today that you can have them turn into a refrigerator bag. Well, it's in here somewhere. Ah, here it is.
Okay.
All right. You can stick it on your tree.
Yeah. They'll be selling their stuff at, Hills.
Yeah, unfortunately, I won't be there today. I'll be visiting relatives. But now that I know that they can make magnets out of them, I might be asking to grow more vegetables. Because I feel like that might be the best way to actually display them.
Yeah, well, this was the special collection.
It's what? Oh, yeah, just like that.
It's called one of them is called Keynes, the heart of virtue.
One more. You like a show that you hear about why it was canceled and you feel like that's outrageous. Like,
yeah,
an example, like, we all know, we know the reason why it's canceled. It was canceled because the network aired the episodes out of order.
they had it out of order, and I'm like, okay, they put it in a known bid.
Canceled for not being
I gotta go and I got
At one point it was a shift, where they started shifting towards fundamental, something that some American radio did not do. I know ridiculous.
Yeah.
Or one of my personal justices, Young Justice, canceled because the merch went silly.
Same thing with Thunderbird. The exact same thing with Thunderbird. Yeah,
But we actually have Netflix that is very reliable. They air the first, they have the first two seasons on it, and then popularity started to grow and grow again. And then DC Nation came around, they announced we're making a third season. So it's just amazing how fandom can bring a show back from the dead.
Yes, yeah, that's what happened with Star Trek.
He's all like you. And they were known specifically as a town that like people did not want to go to. They were given.
Yeah, that's what I'm downtown. The thing is, you gotta go to Louisiana. Well, you see, Idaho. Yeah, a lot of people are Oregon, the bastion of liberality in the United States. Founded by parents.
And I was trying to go on short.
Their original constitution.
And then all of a sudden I was listening to a lot of classical, and I said, oh, I write this. So I read this, and I've been working this for a while. And then I finished this one, and that was going to be a standalone. And I was going to do my, their thing really didn't exist. I was going to do it. Then I.
Would be escorted from the state.
It was going to have a sequel. And I was going to take out this, but then I had a dream about.
Well, it's great to escort now. Well, most of it, okay. Parts of it. Machine, look the same. Then you get out. That's overwhelming. Part of the work that actually is tried. World War II, we don't have to have the United States. During the process of screwing on the southern part of the world, the state of Jefferson. You have state of Jefferson on Wikipedia, you have that state of Jefferson flag. The flag with green over has two X's in it, two red circles, it's the double cross. And I sent to college, State College in Ashland. Your radio was not doing part of the broadcast. Jefferson Public.
Yeah, I mean, some of the changes, like a lot of the one that you're still trying to deal with, and
You read, Rodriguez's Rebel Cat Crew.
But I mean, in theory,
How he funded his filmmaking was he signed up for this study, where you put your body to science and you get paid. Well, what happened was they all got t-shirts based on what study they were in, and these tigers, based on what t-shirt cover.
I can see that. Well, I know we did experiment with brown eyes and blue eyes when I was a little dumb. edition. I lived in 6. And, well, now it's over. When we moved there, they painted the sign from 503 to 506. My mother, my sister. But we did the experiment because now, although it was a little strange, because for a community that was pretty racist,
Limited edition, non-limited edition.
my first optometrist was Ross. That's who it was.
Probably already known.
And it was because after the war, and they lost everything in California, they settled in Eastern Oregon and Western Idaho because land was good.
They want to get out of California.
Well, well, it's not so much wanting out of California, it's just like, okay, you guys took our land there, we're gonna go find land elsewhere. And, you get the first family that's in there and they buy some land. Yeah, we'll sell you this portion of our land. After I got out of college, even though my background was in physics, the job I wanted to do was pop up every day, so I had to buy these part of some scholarship. One of our Asian American, one of our professors in Asian American studies, and talked about how Asians were sort of honorary whites. It wasn't really that. Where I grew up, it's like we knew that we just didn't care. That's who that Jim Keto was a good football player. That's what you're talking about. And yet, so my senior year was the first year that black family and they left. We also had a lot of Mexican Americans. Some of them would sell. I don't know for some reason.
I'm writing an action adventure.
We did have some classes, especially with some of the migrant workers. A lot of times, because they expect to be treated badly, they didn't come go to the arcade. But you go to the arcade, like this kid's hanging on the machine. It's not like can't even see the streets. You should share your stuff. It's going to get there, and we can play a game together. And some of these big boys, what are you doing, mother? Let's play the game. What, you saying you can't afford it? He's not. It's fine. And you're in a situation. Well, Don Darrow and I were right on the verge of shooting one of my scripts. When the lecture started.
Yeah, that's what happened with mine. It's like on the verge of filming my script. My actors are finally like, can we do it? Can we do it? And I'm like, okay, fine, we're gonna do it this year.
If I get done the screen, I can go home and relax. If I have to drive 5 hours, I haven't had to work on my days. I'm getting older. I don't really do quite as much. So I took a day off after Jordan, took a day off after Reagan, took a day off after Big League not running. Yeah, but I'll be working on my day. I work in a hospital in the program. You're wondering who you are now.
I've heard lots of things about you. All good.
Is everything okay? Are you okay? All right.
Unless you can see someone. How's your day been? I'm really lucky, Rance.
Yeah, I'm doing that. What is that? 6:30? Yeah, I'm tearing down for the day. Yeah. Right here. My 3 feet of awesome. 1, 2.
That's all you need.
Did you get locked out? I feel you. And I'm gonna have a drink. I'll figure it out. if somebody was saying, well, take me off of what I'm upset about, and then I'll start thinking about it. Yeah.
And our brother was some of that, and then they're all fighting like that, they all turn around. He starts running away.
I saw that. I had forgotten what he did, but that's okay.
And the one I like too is where he's so much far.
Nice.
All right, I'm gonna run to the floor.
You go back in the room. You're all down there. I hear you on the top.
It's more I have so much of my crap down by my feet.
Yeah.
Rip the straight. So.
Yeah.
Well, we much.
Yeah.
very much.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Much.
I have nowhere to put it anymore. So these are
Just get a tattoo.
That's enough, that's enough.
Yeah.
I'm not saving anything left.
We're only gonna be saving these. So if you need to scroll down, you go for it.
I'm pretty sure that scroll will have to.
That's gonna be everybody else's problem. I don't see how you should be first. You have my password.
Thank you.
If anybody else comes in and it's standing room only, just look at them from here. You see how comfortable I am?
Hello.
You're the moderator, right here. You're the Who has a foot table and rock on the planet?
Well, there's another door out. Where you throw at them, what you do.
You're just gonna have to lean on it.
Very funny about this. High school has a folder this big that they have to update every year to go through. You can check it off and make sure that all the training you have to do. First thing they want to do, first thing you do is take. Training officers, and say where they work, trust student services. Where, what does it sound like, different parts of the building. We just did making educated decisions. This was it's the weirdest thing.
I know what that is. All right.
Oh, wow. Well, there it is.
Oh, okay. This one. You have another one? I didn't have a half hour break. Oh, okay. Well, then you have to do
If you come back tomorrow, it's going to walk you.
Of course I love it. Of course I do. This is how I do. I told you, I saw people be my best friend. So, just be prepared. I'm not gonna leave you alone, that's cool.
I wouldn't allow this. I appreciate it. On the basis of. Thank you. I tried. You know, I was like, we're gonna be in public now again, so I'm gonna try to look. You know, I don't think it's really working, but I think I can. Keep it on.
You're like, I would have been like coming down to sit with you guys. Okay, so right now, I got one joke. And then they just stare at me. And then I go, oh, for watching it. And I was like, I go, you want extra credit. Yeah, right around the back of your neck. I literally was questioning what it was actually attached to my neck. At a certain point, I couldn't feel it. Oh, so I've been teaching for now none of my real when I first started teaching, they did. And then some were about halfway through. It's like nobody's on it. When I well, I don't music for me.
What? What are they teaching these kids these days?
All right, it is 6:30. You ready to start? Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So this is writing battle scenes. All right, everybody, up and fight. No? Okay. Actually, yeah. All right, so let's start with introductions. Ron, we'll turn it over to you.
I'm gonna do my Chris Pratt impersonation real quick.
Okay.
This is Chris Pratt. My name is Ron Belcher. I write under the name of R.S. Belcher. I do urban fantasy, horror, space opera, birthday parties, bar mitzvahs. Balloon animals? Oh yeah, actually, I know how to kill a balloon animal. And I do have, I have a little experience with firearms training, a little experience with martial arts and boxing and a bunch of other stuff that I've done in my life. Most of which really didn't help that much in writing battle scenes, to be quite honest. But that's me.
Okay. I'm Emily Kaplan. I write under the name E.M. Kaplan. I mostly write mysteries, but I have a fantasy series. I have also written John Hartness's origin story from the character that he plays on the Authors and Dragons podcast. Bendigo the Fantastical. And I'm on a podcast with Melissa. We're on the Calamity Keynes. And you can find us all at ADCon later this summer. Here, and this way out.
I'm Barbara Evers. I write as Barbara V. Evers, and as I told you next door, it's because there's a Barbara Evers who writes academic papers too, so I have to be in there, so I can be different from her. I have an epic fantasy trilogy that is out. I am currently working on an urban fantasy, and I write intelligent animals and nature teams, and
I'm Terry Urban. I guess I write under Terry W. Urban II because
we all did something.
And I write science fiction, kind of post-apocalyptic or paramilitary science fiction. I write epic fantasy and lit RPG fantasy and short stories.
I'm Melissa MacArthur. I'm the associate publisher at Falstaff Books. Also on the Calamity James podcast with Emily, and this hotel will never be the same after we come visit. All right, so our panel description talks about kind of three things. It talks about weaponry, battle movement, and the best ways to present those things on the page. So let's start with weapons. My first question for you is, how do you choose as you're writing a fight scene, if your character is going to use a weapon, what kind they're going to use, and how do you determine feasibility of using said weapon in the setting? So, if you're like on a bus and you want to use a cannon, is this going to work? Kind of thing.
Are we in a Marvel movie?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, how big's the budget?
Or an 80s action movie.
Yeah. Terry, let's start with you.
Well, I think part of it is the characters are the characters and the weapons that they have trained in or whatever. Sometimes you just sometimes you don't have a choice. They're on the bus. What do they have? Okay, so I don't try to build the story necessarily around what they're carrying as to the situation. And in one of my books, Thunderwells, the main character, he uses a little .22 rifle, okay, because he has a lot of ammunition for it, he's proficient in it, and then when it comes to a pretty large battle, I think, man, this really wasn't a good choice, but it is what it is. And so sometimes, the choices that the characters make or the training or the skills, even if it's magic, sometimes it doesn't come handy, or they have to be very creative with what they have.
That was a really good answer.
Congratulations, you get to follow.
Well, in the Watchers of Anaya, the Watchers are archers. And this is based on the gifts that they have. They are gifted by the creator with enhanced sight, which gives them the ability to have incredible aim, and also the ability, a lot of other abilities with that increased sight. But, so I created them as archers to begin with. So obviously, their fighting is from further back, because you don't normally go right into the midst and try to fire arrows at people. But they are trained in sword fight also, so they do know how to do that. We do with broadswords primarily in that case. And I do have a character that shows up in the first book, but we don't actually see her do anything with a weapon until the third book. And she's not a watcher. She is pretending to be a watcher, but she's not an archer. She's worked as a maid in a bar for quite a while, and so she says things like, "You don't work in a bar without learning how to use a knife or a hatchet," So she's learned and she uses what's available to her. So that's what my
As a kid, I grew up in Arizona, which is big gun territory, and when I went to grad school, I lived with. My roommate was a guy whose family was full of marksmen and women, so there are a lot of guns around. So you would think that I would be more comfortable with guns, but instead, I'm actually a poisoner. No.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah,
Not surprised.
I go the same route. I like improvised weapons. I like shovels. I like whatever's handy. Crime and passion, whatever's there, you grab it. For fantasy, I'm very careful to not have weapons that resemble things in reality. Like I have monsters who have like curved swords. I like, I don't want experts to say, that would never work. I like more of like let's expand your realm and do some improvised or made up weapons.
Speaking of experts, anybody here interested in writing? All right, don't worry, because if you screw up.
Somebody will tell you.
Oh, and somebody.
Guns, cars, horses. Those are the three things you can't mess up.
Oh, guns, you will hear about it. And I've been pretty fortunate because I have some background with guns. I'm by no means any kind of an expert, but I believe me that a lot of folks will tell you I'm not an expert. But as far as there's really kind of a lot of it depends on the environment. If it's a fight that your characters are ready for, that's totally different than a fight that is kind of thrust upon. And I do kind of like improvisational. The urban fantasy stuff I do is kind of all over the place. Some of it is very improvisational. One of the characters I write has a background in boxing because I have a little bit of background in boxing, and I've done some fight scenes with him. But then I have another urban fantasy series I do where they had these kind of like bigger battles, and then I have a weird Western series I do where they had like small wars basically in those. I think that a lot of times it's really sort of circumstantial, kind of what you're writing to. But usually if any of us were, like the Matrix, they had the big gun rack just coming out of space and appear in front. If you had time to prepare for a battle, you would probably, pick out certain weapons and certain defensive things and stuff that has some utility to it. But if you just had to just do it off the top of your head, a lot of times when I'm writing, I try very hard to kind of visualize it like a movie, or like try to visualize the scene in my head. So especially with things like combat and stuff like that, that helps a lot. So a lot of it's going to depend on what you're writing and kind of where your people are. And since you're the one writing it, you can decide all of that. I hope that kind of answers.
Yeah, I think so.
Sure.
To kind of follow up on that, actually, I want you to keep going, so we're going this way this time. Yeah, positive, because it actually segues really well. What kind of, as a writer, what kind of research or training or things do you do to help you make sure that you can get the stuff correct? Like one of the things like TV shows and stuff that drives me crazy is when somebody's shooting like a rifle or something, they've got it on their, and I'm like, no, that's not gonna work. They're gonna dislocate something. So
and there's lots of great YouTube videos of that too, by the way.
Yeah. So like like Barbara, you mentioned archers and broadswords, and do you go to like shooting range or
well, for some guns like handguns and stuff like that, I have some experience with handguns, and that is helpful. But like I have one thing where a guy has a claymore, and I used to do a little bit of SCA fighting. Very little bit. I qualified on like shield and but one of the guys there, they called him the Cuisinart. He actually qualified with just 2 swords, and the man was amazing, but he was like a savant with a longsword. And longsword's not exactly the same as like a claymore, but basically one of the things you really get a sense for with that was just watching someone fight with these things is how much space you need to use that effectively. And I didn't realize this until I did some more research, but there's these little handholds on a claymore that are specifically designed for if you're in tight, you can use it almost like a spear, kind of. If you don't have the room to like clear it and bring it around in a big swing. And I found that all out just hunting around on the internet, reading some books and stuff. I actually love the research. Sometimes the research is more, it's like a rabbit hole. That could be a whole panel. It's just it's just you start researching like one specific thing. Like what's the standard handgun for a, Secret Service guy. And then you go down the hole, and then you go down another hole. And
Hyperlink.
2 hours later, you're setting off alarms in the NSA or something. And, but I think it's a really wonderful time, because I remember when I first started writing, there was a lot less resources. Back in my day, there was a lot less resources that were that accessible. You had to go find books, Jane's, the Jane's series of books. Now they have like a website, websites and stuff like that. There used to be a lot of handgun magazines with catalogs of what the current firearms were. So you could find stuff, you just had to dig a little bit more than you do now. Now you can just type it in. So that's exciting. And YouTube is actually very helpful for this too, because there are a lot of guys on there that do whole channels on different weapons, especially exotic stuff. Like one of the books I had this guy who was like how they have a Japanese sword saint? This guy was a gun saint. And he carried around these two things of these old guns that they carried. They designed them, I think, pre-Civil War or during the Civil War. They were basically handguns with shotguns built into them, like one-shot shotguns. And they were just these hideous guns. And he was so good, he could use these archaic guns really well. And I discovered them just by digging around on them. Went down a hole and ended up there. So you can find a lot of great stuff on YouTube, and just a lot of great stuff just by doing searches. And just be ready to be on somebody's watch list.
You're on a watch list.
Yes. Probably.
Yeah, I started out doing all my searches in the incognito mode in my browser, and then I was like, this is getting a lot. Whatever, it happens. I think for me, same thing. I love doing research. YouTube is amazing. Like, you can look at terrain even, Google Maps, Street View. You can walk around cities. Or they have, like, during the pandemic, a lot of people were posting just walking city tours where you would walk through like Venice or Tokyo at night. It's pretty incredible what you can find. But for me, in terms of weapons, since I'm no expert, if I can get the job done with hand or just like improvise, as I said, I would rather do that than take something for. So I kind of stick with the realm that's a little smaller, but if I want to know more, then I'll go research.
Can I add something really quick? Louis L'Amour, who wrote a ton of Westerns that were very popular, he actually made a point, because someone asked him about the weapons he was using, and he said, I call it, I'll say, if it's a pistol, I'll say it's a Colt. If it's a rifle, it's a Winchester. He never would go into it's a Winchester model, 1836 or whatever. It would just basically be, you just drop the barest minimum description, and he said, and then the reader will fill that in. And so, I mean, a lot of times you can almost like paint yourself into a corner if you're not like super conversant in all these weapons, because believe me, there are guys out there who will let you know.
So with the archery, I've actually done archery, and I have a friend who's an archer. He builds his own bows and stuff like that. He recently moved back to Green, so we're going to do it together. But I've done that. I've read books about archery. There's a book called Archery, the Zen and the Art of Archery, and early into the writing process. I read that book and used a lot of what I got out of that book to help develop the watchers and their skill. I also have a book. I was actually trying to find. I have a blog post somewhere that lists this book. It's a book on medieval weaponry, and it even does fighting stances and different moves and everything. And believe me, in this third book, I pulled that baby out several times because I needed to make sure that when I had people sword fighting, that it was making sense. And that somebody wasn't going to come back and just blast me about it. And somebody still may, but nobody has so far. So yeah, is that what we'll do here? Also, I read The Art of War. So anything I could get my hands on, I was reading. Anything I could look at on the internet, I was doing. So you definitely don't want to go in and just kind of make it up because they're gonna call you on it really good.
You know, a long time ago, you could do that.
Yeah,
And,
you can't
and,
now.
but there's so many, there's experts in everything, and they are very accessible to you.
Well, the authors are more accessible to the public too.
Yes,
Yeah, they
yes.
too.
Well, yeah, there's a couple of things. One of them is, like I would study history. So like if I'm writing a space engagement, with small flotillas or fleets, I kind of studied like World War II, the battles of World War II. And then, or the tactics, and even more modern, and then you just have to make it more three-dimensional, not just counting submarines and stuff, but, the planes, but, so what kind of formation, the capital ships, the destroyers and stuff, where are they gonna be? And then, make it a cone formation instead of, those kind of things. And so I kind of studied that, and so it makes it more realistic when the readers, they can kind of identify it and then take it a little bit further. And the thing is, like, you can almost always find somebody to help you along. Like, I needed to know about artillery. I had a friend who in the military, that was his thing. So he, I gave him what I wrote out. He said, we need to fix this and this and this. And I gave him a part in the book. I named the character after he died. But, I knew it was going to happen. But, you can find experts for everything. And the one thing that I would say to be careful of, though, is the character themselves. A character who just keeps a revolver or a gun in the drawer next to their bed in case a robber comes in is going to be much different than a survivalist. And so they're going to know their firearm, they're going to know and so you don't need to know everything about every firearm, but you're going to want to know about that one because that character is going to know about that. And so sometimes you have to balance that out. And if you don't know somebody, you can find a police officer. There, people, hunters, they are willing to share because they want it to be accurate too. And they'll help you out and they'll be honest.
And it's their hobby, it's their,
Yeah.
it's something they're
And the
really
same
into.
thing with people, or you can go online and you can find like YouTube, Scholar Gladiatoria, I think I can say it. But I watch that because, he talks about different weapons, all the different medieval weapons, and he'll talk about, using a sword versus a spear, different types of swords, the pluses and minuses. You're not an expert, but at least you aren't going to make major, huge mistakes. And most of the battles you're going to write anyway are not going to be blow by blow by blow by blow anyway. So you're not going to need to know all the names of all those. If you know a few, you can get by and make it realistic. People are going to get tired. I mean, when you were writing the boxing scenes, you didn't tell every single jab that went.
Because if you were actually, if you ever fought with anybody, you don't say, I am going to throw this punch, and then I'm going to, it's just a constant kinetic motion of stuff. And also you're writing a story. You're trying to storytell. So I had a book where the Queen of Swords, where the main character was very competent at fighting, and I was very fortunate. I found an encyclopedia of martial arts because I wanted to. You can only say they struck them, they hit them, they threw a blow so many times before it gets really redundant. And in some of the longer fights, you really had to kind of, for fencing, you could use fencing terms, terminology and something. But you're right, you don't want to go into such minutia that it gets. You want your fight scenes to be, fast-paced and exciting. You don't want, and that's more important than, to be honest, it's more important than accuracy, I believe. People will forgive a lot if it's like, that was cool. That was a cool scene, and we're on to something else now. It's just if you have some glaring, huge glaring error in there that they'll usually, somebody will go, wait, that doesn't sound right.
He pulled his claymore out in the closet and hacked him up. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. He's in like a subway car, so he's swinging a claymore around. No, I was just highlighting it.
That would be interesting. Emily, I want to start with you on this one. No pressure or anything. So how do you, especially, I'm picking on you because you said you like a lot of the improvised type things. Do you, and this is for everybody, but do you choreograph these scenes like to kind of make sure it would work? or, you know, cause I imagine like sitting little army men up, so you lose track of how many people are in the scene or where they are at what particular time. Do you do any of that kind of thing? And if it's like, you know, if it's like a one-on-one fight, that's probably less important, but if you have like a big kind of brawl, maybe just to keep track of people. We joke with Gail Martin all the time because there was one book that she had written where she killed way more people than were actually in the scene. Not sure where they came from. But, you know, you gotta make sure you keep track of all the people.
Yeah. I was reading an article the other day where I discovered, you might already know this, but there are people who cannot visualize things. They don't see images in their mind. And I was like, what? Because I do. I like lay out things in my head all the time, movements, and I have a background in gymnastics and in dance.
Explains a lot about your YouTube videos.
I was like, anyway. Yeah, so I don't like physically get a broomstick and act things out in my living room, but I do visualize everything pretty intensely. And then I do a lot of editing out of like the unnecessary stuff.
Right.
Like if you have a scene and you have that can be resolved really well with one well-placed shovel hammer, then I mean, that's all you need really for the dramatic impact. Yeah.
No pun intended.
Right.
Yeah. Barbara, what about you?
What was the question?
Do you plan out or choreograph or like take notes or anything on?
So, when I was writing The Watchers of Mania, and I knew there was this big battle scene, and I kept trying to get to this battle scene, and I kept writing other stuff. I wasn't writing the battle scene, and I had met Faith Hunter years ago at CWA writing conference, and I had connected, and she said, you know what, if you need somebody just to keep egging on, because I was like 50,000 words into the book at that point. She says, let me know, and you can just email with me, check in. And so I emailed her at this point and said, I think I'm avoiding writing this battle because I don't know how to write this battle. And she says, you are. And so she gave me a guide on how to do it, and she told me to get out a big poster board, get out little sticky notes to represent the different factions and everything, lay this thing out. And I learned so much about the fortress that I hadn't figured out in my story yet. And so I still use this method to this day, but it helped me figure out how everything moved in the battle and how everything worked. And so, yeah, I choreograph it on paper. And when I wrote the third book, it wasn't a battle I was trying to do. It was just the fact that I had so many different things happening. It's epic fantasy, so there's all these storylines. And they're all happening at the same time in the same place. Well, the same location, but not right on top of each other. I had to make sure the wrong people didn't run into the wrong people and all that. So I had to pull that out and do that again. And it really made a huge difference. But I do want to mention, I don't know if you know C.E. Murphy, Katie Murphy, she does act out her battle scenes with her husband.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, she does with her husband. But anyway, so.
Yeah, I do, and one of the things I take a look at first, and it makes a huge difference, is the point of view or the perspective that you're using for the battle or the fighting. That is, even if it's first person where you only get one person's perspective, still other things are moving around that they do or don't see. And that still can come in effect in 20, 30 minutes, 2 hours later, and so things are still in motion. But what that character sees, or those characters sees or hears or is reported to them, although, it comes in the radio or somebody sends an order or there's a bugle call or all these different things. But yeah, I've got, I don't know how many notebooks of the little things sketched out. And I don't know if you ever played Dungeons and Dragons, you use dice to move things around. Well, you do the same thing, because you want to keep it accurate as you can. And it's good to keep those notes, because if you go back to edit and revise, pulling one thing out can pull that thread can fall down. So, I've got 3 or 4 pages with arrows and strings, and then I rewrite what I have, and then I draw little arrows and strings and movement, and so that helps when you're writing a big fleet battle, that, somebody's coming in this way, somebody's coming in this way, and these people are running this way, and all those things. Or, if you're writing from the first person perspective of, in my epic fantasies, where, he's sitting in the trench line and the zombies are coming and the dragons are flying down and spraying with, and then they're overrunning him, and then, you've got, the princess parachuting down, and you've got cavalry. You got to keep it all in mind, and it's kind of like a movie, okay? And the reader sees it in their mind's eye, but all those things have to come together. It's almost like a dance or choreography. You got to understand, well, those horses are going to be faster than the people, and all those, so you got to take all that. So it's another page, and you start writing again, and you keep notes, and it makes a difference, because when you go back and revise, you don't have that. You have to do it all over again, and recreating is less fun.
Rod?
When I thought I was going to be on this panel, I didn't think I had that many battles in my books, but actually I do have a bunch of them. And for the bigger ones, I have kind of sketched out, at least, like I had one in a book, it was one of the Westerns, where there's this big fight on Main Street, and several different factions fighting in several different places. And making those notes really does help a lot. More so with like one-on-one fights and stuff like that, not so much, but just if you're keeping track of, and sometimes it's just a matter of like, okay, I want them to get from here to here. How are they going to do that? I try really hard, even when I'm sketching this stuff out, though, to be like, okay, 90% of this just needs to be like in a paragraph. It depends a lot. If you're writing like military, science fiction or military fantasy or something like that, then your readers want and probably have more background in tactics and deployment of troops and things like that. But a lot of times it is cinematic. So it's like, okay, there's a big fight going on. My character that is one of my point of view characters is here, so I'm going to describe what's going on with that character and their little part of the war. And you just jump back and forth. I have actually mapped stuff out before, though, and I found it very helpful, because even if you can visualize this stuff in your head, lots of it's sort of, if you think about those movies you watch, you think about the Endgame, the big fight at the end, a whole bunch of it is just roar, charging at each other and beating up, and then you have these little vignettes, you have these little scenes within the war that are individual characters that you're interested in, and how they deal with this. And they're the people that your readers have been following through the book, so they're the ones that they're going to care more about. If they're going to live, what happens to them, how they do, and the rest of it is kind of background.
Yeah.
So, but mapping it out so that background is consistent. It's just like anything else. If you have a bottle on the table in one scene, it's really important to make sure that the bottle is still there a little bit later, unless you do something to get rid of it or move it or something happens. Just the consistency.
All right, Laura, I'll start you on this one. Okay. So how do you deal with your characters getting injured and those injuries being realistic? If somebody gets shot with an arrow, are they going to bleed out, or what's going to happen? And kind of avoiding the superhuman syndrome that sometimes our main characters can have.
I hate superhuman syndrome with a passion. So that's one of the things that drives me bananas when you have someone who knows should be down and out. And no, adrenaline just doesn't do it. I call Darren Kennedy. I literally, in the third book, I had, in that scene where everybody's moving around, I had this one key character severely injured. And, first I had to make sure, okay, how's she not going to bleed out? I had to figure out why she didn't bleed out and what she did and so forth, because we're talking an artery here. And so I got that all figured out, but I knew she was gonna have her arm amputated. And we're a pre-industrial society, we're not in our stronghold and all this other stuff, so I contacted Darren. So then I had to figure out how to get a saw blade there, and so I had to make it work in the story. So if I'm in doubt, I go and I look and I figure out what's gonna happen. In my urban fantasy, I have a person who is burned fairly badly because he was the unfortunate person to deliver a box to someone's house and they're not coming in the door, and he walks away and he's on the phone and kaboom, the box blows up. Luckily, it only hits him in the back. But, I had to research all this and figure out, okay, what kind of burns, and again, Darren to the rescue, because I needed him to be able to be functional soon. So I had to figure out what he could have and not, so I go to my experts. I always go to my experts. Jerry, what about you?
Well, that's probably why I have a high body. Because if you're writing battle scenes, people are dying and people are getting hurt. Now with fantasy, sometimes if you've got people who can heal, well, that can make a difference, but they got to survive that. You can have science fiction with high technology that you can, but it doesn't. Is that always there and right handy? And little things, like one of my characters, he gets beat up in his face. He's got a busted lip and cracked teeth. 3 days later, he's still healing. Okay, and people look at him and say, "Oh yeah, that's right. I still, he looked." And so those kind of little things make a difference to the reader when it's not like one scene he's hurt, next scene he's better, or next day he's up, he's maybe got a little, so you kind of have to keep that in mind, and a reader will appreciate that they're not going to just snap back from it. Right. Right. Adrenaline will carry you maybe through the battle, but it's not going to carry you through the week. Right. Okay. And it's just the way it is. And it should affect them in battle too. If they're injured in battle, how are they going to carry on? How are they going to be able to retreat? I've had characters where they're injured and the rest of them are fleeing, and this guy turns around and says, "I'm done for, I'll slow him down." He's dead. Okay? But that happens, And,
Ron, how about you?
I love John Wick. And one of the things I do actually love about it is I think he does not have a cut or something on his face for maybe 5 minutes in every movie. And then the rest of the time he is just rough. Now he's not roughed up to the extent that he should just be dead over and over and over again. Have folks seen the new Batman movie? Mm-hmm. Okay. This is not really like a spoiler, but there is a scene where he basically has to jump off a roof, and he has like a squirrel suit. Basically, he pulls a little thing, and his suit balloons out, and he jumps off the roof, and he's flying along in these little narrow urban corridors with these huge wind drafts and stuff. And he pulls his chute to slow down, and he bounces off the chute, yanks him in another direction because of all the cross currents and stuff. He bounces off a bridge, hits the top of a bus, bounces off the bus, hits the pavement, and rolls a couple of times. And everyone there goes, "Oh!" It's like this. And he gets up and he's like, "Oh!" And it's like, okay. Yeah, right, okay. Yeah. I do have my characters get injured. I put them through a meat grinder, but I do it kind of cinematic. I am a student and a fan of like 80s action movies. Where at the end of the movie, they got the arm and the sling, and they're all busted up and everything, but they went through, an hour and a half of jumping off of buildings behind explosions. That's one of the things I actually really like about Hawkeye too, is a little montage of why he has trouble hearing. It's like this montage of all the shit that happened to him in the Avengers movies. And it's like, okay, yeah. So I mean, I think injury is a consequence of plot. If I don't want someone to lose their arm, I'm not going to write them into a situation where they're going to lose their arm. But if if your story leads you there, you know, you can't really, I mean, and yeah, you have magic and technology and stuff like that, but a lot of readers, you know, some folks are more forgiving of that. If you set that up ahead of time in your world, they're usually more forgiving of it. But I usually sort of have the injuries happen in response to kind of what's going on in the story. And I also a lot of times will have it be, if it's from the point of view of the character, they may not actually know how badly they're messed up until they have a chance to kind of reflect on that. And we've all been there before. You know, you do something. One time, my stepdaughter was upset about this cave cricket. You know, the ugly alien cricket thing. You know what I'm talking about?
Those are the things I'm most terrified in the whole wide
Yeah,
world.
okay. Well, it was one of those, and I was somewhere else in the house, and she was like really upset about it. And I'm like, oh, okay, fine. And I grabbed like a flat sandal or something, and I go to get the cave cricket, and I hear it chirp, chirp, and I see it, ha! And I swing at it, and I hear ting. Cave crickets don't go ting. What on earth happened? And I have this scar right here on my finger, and I stood up, and I said, what was that? And my now ex-wife at the time, my wife was like, ah! And my stepdaughter was like, ah! What's going on? There's a problem here. Oh, I appear to have some blood on my hand. And this whole section of my finger was gone. So it had hit a jagged piece of metal on the little wasteboard heater thing. And had just, I don't know where it went. No, I think there was a joke. I got cave cricket little models, I got cave cricket cartoons, you know, ha, the cricket ate your finger. And I looked, and I could see my bone, and I was like, and I didn't know it until I looked down, and I'm like, oh, we should probably do something about that. My ex-wife, bless her heart, she grabbed me by the wrist, she took me to the bathroom, she stuck my hand under the sink, she grabbed rubbing alcohol. And that I felt. That I felt. She said my eyes rolled back and I went, ah! And it cleaned it up real good. And she said, we gotta get to the hospital. I said, okay, I'll try. It's fine. And she said, no. And I did not, until that alcohol hit it, I felt, they couldn't even, there was nothing to stitch. They packed it up. I had an enormous Mickey Mouse finger for a long time. I mean, literally, I couldn't type. I had to type with one hand. I was like, I couldn't even hit the key, you know. And so a lot of times. Yeah, I sure am. Yeah, that was a fun couple of months. But you know, basically, a lot of times, if I'm doing point of view from my characters, they may not know how bad off they are. A lot of times, they'll just, eventually, when they can't take any more, and that's what the story dictates, I'll write passing out. And then they wake up later and they're all banged up. So, I do believe you need to have that kind of, basically, if there's no consequence, it's like a Mary Sue story kind of thing. It's like, was there any danger at all? Well, then why am I reading this? Yeah. But I use it more as definitely like if somebody gets hurt or injured, I have one story where a guy gets all of his fingers chopped off. Oh. And he's a computer programmer. And the guy does it intentionally to him. And they managed to reattach the fingers. He is in the hospital. He's all like this and stuff. And he shows up in a later book, and he has a lot of issues with it. I mean, even if you reattach the fingers, there's nerve damage and all that stuff. I sliced open one of my fingers, and just that little slice there, they put a couple stitches in it, and the top of that finger is just numb. I don't feel it anymore. So, if there is an injury, there should, unless the universe would let you, neural knitting or something like that, unless it has some sort of technology or magic that will do that. And you have to really think those out. I mean, it's like any other thing with magic. You have to have there are rules to your magic. There's rules to your technology. But for me, it is more of like a plot thing than an absolute. If somebody gets hurt, they get hurt bad. It's because the story led us there, and that's got a consequence for that character. If that makes sense.
It does. What about you, Emily? When you hit them with a shovel, does this just boing or is it like?
Yeah, you can leave this down. Same thing.
Take.
Yeah. Yeah, and it absolutely depends on what you're writing. I mean, my mystery series is kind of a little bit more lighthearted, it's a little bit more humorous, so an injury might be, my hero gets punched in the nose and is flattened. Her best move in a battle is still to run away. So in that, it's more, funny, kind of lighthearted, but also her injuries like the shovel, she might be fine for a while, she might have concussion, she might have, PTSD later, but there's still consequences. And for my fantasy series, I have a couple of people in these kind of raised wheelchair kinds of things, kids like that. Some really serious injuries.
You put them to the ringer.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it depends on the world. Is there magic? Is there healing? Are these real people? Is it funny? So take all that into consideration.
One or two more questions, but we've got about 15 minutes left, so I want to see if you all have questions first. Okay, go ahead.
So if you're writing in a first person and you've got your entire battle mapped out and your main character is a one-on-one fight, how do you convey what else is going on to the reader?
Good question.
Without head hopping or anything like that.
Is it fantasy, science fiction? Fantasy? Okay, urban fantasy.
Yeah, high epic fantasy with really snarky.
And the reason why I'm asking that is because that makes a huge difference into what information is available to that first person character. Okay, like I said, I mentioned bugle calls, for example. Well, he or she can hear bugle calls far away and can know what's happening. Okay, just by that. There's other senses. If there's people retreating through their lines, that person can see or guess they're carrying people, can see what happened. Oh, okay, the cavalry's coming, so they can learn stuff that way. There can be runners, so the character can use senses, but you are somewhat limited, and it depends on the rank of the character, their importance. If they're like just a mercenary little, private type, person as composed to an officer in charge of something important. So I don't know if that answers your question completely, but all those things come into, and they can learn about stuff later. That it happened. They can, the reader may not need to know about that at that moment. But they can learn about it later through somebody who they come into contact with.
Right, most of the secondary characters, it's kind of a two. Dragon fight here, and then the secondary characters are, kind of pseudo something for kind of down. Else that's going on.
Maybe for a moment they have a brief respite because they just crap doesn't figure out somebody's fighting them right now. They can kind of look for the person that's supposedly just back fighting with them. One of the things that stuck with me, I have a master's in communication, so one of the things that papers had to read for my orals and all that was about battle. And nobody in the same battle has the same suit. So that's one of them. Only got their perspective. They've only got their own point of view. And even my dad, he was in World War II, and information he has where people wrote what they remember of this particular battle. They don't see that, and they never will.
So with writing a battle, if you viewing indirectly to like a space kind of battle, like you're staying with Admiral who's on the flagship watching it through tactical information, how do you make that exciting rather than just him watching colors on the screen?
No, I haven't done any of it. No, that's his thing. But one of the things I recommend is and I don't know if you would recommend this or not. David Weber does a series called Beyond the Grave. I'm trying to think of the name of the writer. He does this whole series of naval battles, like 1800s, 1700s naval, and he just kind of translates that into space opera. And it's a lot of fleet tactics, a lot of you think that would be, it would be hard to kind of convey that and make it exciting. But Weber does a very good job of it. And they're a lot of fun to read. A lot of folks read them just for the kind of military battles and stuff like that. But there's also Honor Harrington's a very great character. And it's a great world. It's very so that's something you might want to take a look at. And this gentleman here has written books that.
Yeah, one of the things I would say is what's important is what's at stake in the battle, first off, okay? And that says a lot. Second, is there a personal connection that character has with observing, seeing the displays on the screen or hearing the reports? Maybe there's some of and I had this, the fighter pilots or the attack pilots that character had counted on come to know when they're having to run for their lives or trying to get away from a higher technology race, and then just picking them off one by one as they're trying to defend the ship that's trying to get through the gate. So there's a personal connection with that character, and as a reader also, that even if they don't know them very well, they can get that. So it is challenging, it is hard, and again, it depends on your perspective. First person, you're more limited. Third person, limited. You can go to different people on this, and you can hop and be anywhere you want. So it depends on how you want to write it. But those personal connections, if you've built up little things before, like boarding actions that they've seen or the character's been through, or he's been through where there's decompression, and then so when that happens on another ship, the reader's already seen it happen. They know what's happening, and they get it. It's not just
And like history is just researching history is just a lot of fun, and you find some amazing things in there. You'll find these kind of epic personalities, these admirals or generals who are larger than life. And Patton had this thing for Rommel. He wanted to take Rommel on, and basically there's just throughout history there have been these epic military commanders who had rivalries, and they may never have met. Their armies may have clashed with each other, but they actually never physically met each other. And if you can build up some characters like you were saying, that personal connection, build up where this guy is successful taking this guy down. That makes those things personal, and that makes all the battle stuff. And there's two ways to go about it. John Stapley does a book called Armor, which is his science fiction take on the war. Very personal book. It's all combat. You get to know the people he's in the unit with, and you get to see some of them die horribly. And that's like a personal thing. It's like the soldiers fighting the war. And then you have stuff like Honor Harrington, which is you still have personal connections to the characters, but it's more about kind of the big people. So it's just kind of your scale and how you want to scale it.
Any other questions? Okay, we've got about 8 or 9 minutes, so I have one more kind of as an outro type question for each of our panelists. So I want you to do 2 things. One, tell the audience where they can find you, the rest of the con, social media, that sort of thing. And also give us a good recommendation for somebody we haven't mentioned yet that writes really good fight scenes, that battle scenes. Somebody that we can. Okay, whoever wants to go first can go first. Okay, so 2 things. Where can people find you?
Okay, this is my last panel for the week. On the books at the staff table, 2 books, Space Opera that I do, Road, with military stuff like that. And I also have the office series, battles. It has an amazing.
I really love the scene in the house.
Oh,
That's my favorite,
the
yeah.
living house?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. They've got signed copies of my stuff there, but if anyone wants to pick one up, if they like personalize it, I'd be happy to. To kind of let them know, or they can get a hold of me, and I'll bring them and do it. I'd be happy to. I have a Patreon that we do chats on through Discord, and we do comic book chats, we do general chats, where even if you're not on Patreon, you can still come and hang out. And we have a little community. Well, the person who does the Discord stuff for Old Gods of Appalachia, she is kind enough to do me a technological illiterate. She basically does all my Discord stuff for me. So you can go find me on there. I have a YouTube channel called The Name of Them, which is working for a living forever. Movies and shiny and stuff. A recommendation. The one that pops off the top of my head is, and it's battle stuff from a bunch of different points of view, from individual combat to massive on massive. The Chronicles of Amber by Roger Zelazny. There's a scene, this is all huge, but there's a scene at the end where it's all from the person. And it is fan, it's kind of high fantasy, but it's not your typical high fantasy. It's very, he runs into a guy, he basically is on the battlefield, battle's going on, and he's trying to get to someone he cares about, and this guy shows up, and he's like a master swordsman from the bad guys. And he basically says, are you male? And, our hero is, so the bad guy takes his mail off and drops it on his arm. And our hero looks at him for a minute, the beat, he flips him off, and he runs. And the guy starts chasing after him. And the guy's on a horse, and he gets on the higher ground, he's like on the horse is like a gully. And he's running along beside it. He unhooks his cloak and drops it behind him, so it catches the guy in the face. The guy falls off his horse, and he runs into the light, so that's the cloak. And he says, he lost my respect when he took his armor off. Anybody with this? And I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. So it's a long series. It is a fantastic series. Robert Kirkman is currently trying to make it into a TV show. I do not think you'll be just reading it, and it has everything from battles involving armies, whole worlds of armies, to one-on-one sword fights and things like that. And the detail is macro.
You can love sex and
I got to get on that one.
convince sex with robots, and I'm pretty sure it's all John's fault or your fault for putting me on that panel. Yeah.
My badge says it was John's fault.
Yeah, and tomorrow I have 2 representations in media and live podcasts. But you can also find us again at the Authors and Dragons Con later this summer here at this hotel. And I'm at justtheNwords.com. Yeah. Oh, and I have a new book coming out soon, edited by a magnificent editor.
One of the best.
One of the best. I really like the action and the movement and the fights in Patricia Joyce's Mercy.
Oh, yeah.
If you haven't read it, she's a shifter. Yeah. Anyway.
Okay, so, BarbaraVEvers.com, Barbara V. Evers in social media. If you pick one of these cards, it's got all that on there, by the way, and QR code. By the way. There you go. Also, if you like Bad Ribbons, I have 2 watchers in training left, and a few watchers Shania draft, they're telepathic draft. So, you know, you can grab a sticker if you want it. It's a beautiful thing to put on the back of your bag, so when it's backwards, you can show
Telepathic draft.
telepathic draft. So,
That's just how to sell
it is, it really is. In fact, there is a draft of the third book named Todd and named Code. Draft, because when I first told him about it, he did an acronym, and I won't tell you what the letters stand for unless you've read the books. But so I said, I have to name a draft by the end of the series. So I did. But anyway, I am in creating magical systems, I guess with you at 8. That's okay. That's okay. I do not mind. I love it. And tomorrow there's a table over in the corner that is for, it gets changed out, different authors. I will be there from 12 to 2 tomorrow with my books. And then I have a panel at 2:30 for any of y'all are still hanging around at that point. The last 5 pages, I'm publishing the last 5 pages. Yeah. Oh, and
I know, I saved the hard question for last.
I hate it. I almost feel like this is a cop-out, but it's true. There's so many fight scenes I've read that I'm like, I have no clue what just happened. It annoys the daylights out of me. And I wouldn't say her early books did well in this, but Faith Hunter got really good. Really, really good at Jane Yellow Rock series. You want to see some hand-to-hand combat. You want to see some battles. There's some, especially some of her later books. It's really, really good. Really good.
Okay, I will be at the Creating Magic Systems at 8 till 9 tonight, 9:30 till 10:30, writing evil characters. And then tomorrow at 11 till 12 will be killing off characters.
That's a sequel to this panel.
We're still talking about panels, right?
Theoretically.
And I found at urban-author.com. I have cards up here. I have some books with me because I was already at the featured author table today, so I don't have a table out there. So if you see me in any of those panels, you can get those from me. I think it is a good question to which authors you go to, because if you're going to write battle scenes, find authors that you like that are writing similar genre, similar point of view, and see how they did it. Then take notes of how they did it, apply what you learned to your writing style and your story and your characters. It'll be hard if you study and learn how to do it that way. Then you'll always have that and have those go-to characters, those go-to. Like I had Celeste down, Stephen Bruce.
Yeah.
Like there's one dragon, his main character in the Black Council series. Those are individual battles he has. You know, he's an assassin, but then in Dragon, he is kind of recruited into a set battle. Okay, you know, and so that's a good example. He doesn't get it. And I would say Harry Potter, there's the World War series where during the height of World War II, aliens invade. Okay, and so then the world has to fight advanced aliens. That's really good combat with all different characters from all over the world that brings it in. You know, if you think about Patton fighting across Indiana with to try and shape Chicago. You know, it's a really good series. I would call it. Or you can still learn from like Stephen E. Ambrose. If you like his D-Day books, you can learn a lot about what people go through in battle and the different things, and you can apply that to your characters from what really in nonfiction stuff. That is sometimes also something what you do. So that's just what I want to say.
David Drake is a good one too. He was in Vietnam, and he did military science fiction. Actually, he's more than fantasy, high fantasy. He did a long run of military science fiction. He took historical battles from a whole bunch of different eras and converted them into fiction. And hammer slammers, which is about armor.
Thank you very much. You keep our panelists. Y'all go buy their stuff, watch their other panels, follow them around the pond.
If you ever need to email me
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually gave out one from last year today.
Yeah. I forget. Well, somebody, I say like, hi.
Yeah.
It's just like.
Right.
I think you're interested.
You know, I was just.
Take
And
my
also,
false tag
yeah,
later.
I forgot my part,
You
like, contact
send
someone, but
me
I'm gonna stick with the false tag.
my website, you can send me a message on my website. I will find out what information is. I think you can still.
But I'll be sure, if you heard out tomorrow.
Yeah, how to find it. And I did. And I, right.
Yeah, I mean, I've been looking for it for years now.
Yeah, and I just love on it. Right. Here you go. Thank you. Yeah, that's the one down
In the hall somewhere.
Yeah, it's right before you get to the
Is it
view.
the big one or the small one that's second?
It's the last one on the right. Yeah, I think it's the one with the writing outside the, it looks like a banner, this is writing outside. Is there, I didn't even notice it was there twice. Really? I never noticed the banner. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I'm gonna be heading up.
Oh, you're heading up?
Thank you. You know, if I had.
It's so good. I'm glad you did listen, man. Yeah, good help.
I wish I could just go tomorrow.
I'm not sure what time.
Thank you. I was like moderating.
I mean, I like the way you had questions and you had time for people, and then if there was, you had more questions. That was really good.
That is rare, actually. I mean, not for you, but for moderators, yeah.
Well, you know, it's that whole been teaching
Yes.
for 20 years, and so.
I pretty much now, they said, you want to moderate, I was like, hell, no.
You know, you haven't asked me to moderate a panel in years, I can't imagine why.
I don't know.
I have a story about being hung over and trying to talk to somebody that did one-on-one on panel. And on the way down, I'm like, what, I'm so hungover and so tired and so partly drunk. And I'm he like the guest of honor for the whole convention. And it's a one-on-one, and I come up with this question in the elevator, and that should keep me busy for like 10 minutes. Then my brain should be working enough, the Tylenol working, and I can think of another question. And we were just standing in the room, and I give him his intro, and I laid a question out for him, and he goes, I don't really know.
Oh,
And so my whole life flashed in my eyes, like, I'm sweating, and I'm just like, oh my God, it's not done.
Wow, I was, yeah.
Yeah, good time, good time. And you know what? That wasn't as bad as doing the improv last night.
I'll be in here till.
The improv was the worst thing I've ever done in my entire life. It's just me, I'm suck at that, I'm really bad.
Get up here in front. Get in front of the false stuff. False stuff, you might recognize.
No, I'm just too soon.
I'm actually 24 minutes early for this panel. Yeah, it is, and I think that.
probably gonna wander out there a little bit. And probably go.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good. Excuse me while we eat real fast before this starts.
Oh, yeah, 20 minutes, 19 actually. What? What, you're looking?
Wipes is an emergency.
What are you looking for?
Pocket wipes, but
What kind of wipes?
you know, pocket wipes. There's no napkins. They didn't give me any, but I'll go to the. I'll run to the restroom if I go myself. That's fine.
It's got a lot plus 5 on
had the book stop selling early. Like 7. I'm not going back to them, so I can stop the collection.
Which ones are you after?
I don't know. I was kind of like standing there like, who's got dystopian stuff?
Oh, they're all dystopian.
Yeah, who's got post-apocalyptic dystopian? I don't want fairies. I don't want fantasy. I want dystopian. Post-apocalyptic.
Gail Martin, that's your.
Yeah.
Anybody can just yell out, "Bear." Which is like, let me show totally bear. And so, I think this sort of, well, then one guy comes up, tells whoever he knows, like, hey, this person is so red, let's say you should bear. Tell everyone, I want to get it bigger. This guy goes, I would rather find a small pearl shower than to come up to you and say, I'm possessed. And then find somebody else who wants to say, I'm just there. And I was like, are you trying to do it? You kidnap somebody's child? Yes. Sure. There were 3 blonde girls. They were very blonde.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, follow the short, follow it. New Jersey. Freehold.
My mom is from Rosary.
Oh, I know what that is.
Yeah. She technically lived like 2 towns over. I don't even remember the name because I've never been there. She just always wanted to say Rosary.
Yeah, everybody knows what that is. Yeah, if you tell people Rhode Island, they'll know exactly what you're talking about.
I lived in Florida. And it was very cold. I would rather wear a name.
Mm-hmm.
What you get?
Chicken tenders in the bar.
Well, I had some of that moon cheese earlier today.
That's great stuff.
Well, there's one company that actually makes it, that they sell it for salad topping. I enjoy white salad for salads. So I got it over there. Started eating it there. And I found out, oh, it has no salt. It has very few calories. And it's high protein. Just the stuff my doctor wants me to have.
Mine too, but they packed me from like session to session, so I could use full time chicken fingers from the bar. All the authors and cool kids went to Zapatas to eat and drink, and I'm like, I got a session to go to.
And I told Tree after this panel, I need dinner. I have no idea how long she wants to stay. I hope she remembers. I'm the one who has to drive for anywhere from half an hour to an hour, depending on which direction we go in traffic. Now, I have to stay awake when I do that. Passenger seat, you can sleep, and I don't care. I need to stay awake. Which means I'm going to play music.
I'm sorry? Check a potato chip?
There's one thing my doctor will not let me have. I've had one of my cheat days, or cheat meals. I had first restaurant that I had in I could have French fries.
Those mandatory?
I think they give it to you when you're born.
That's an ingredient, ketchup is vegetables.
Did you see that woman who was going off on the requirement for your vaccination cards? No. Oh, she's on the ConCarolinas Facebook page. You're really not. It's also illegal to ask people for their medical information. It's illegal. It is illegal for someone to get your medical information from another person without your permission. And she's like, it's bullying, it's coercion. Guess what? We will not miss you. There are enough people here that nobody's even going to notice. If you hadn't raised a stink, nobody would even notice you were gone. Well, no, I mean, she's been a guest here before, although I find it funny that she's a writer. Coercion does not have an S in it.
All right. Watch out. Get my computer out and pretend I know what I'm doing.
I have actually written notes. I've got more things to talk about.
I have 30, so between the two of us, we might have a parallel.
Well, we have, I did talk to, I talked to Nettles about it. He's our moderator. And I said, do you want stuff that's funny or just stuff that's cool? And he said, yeah.
Well, that's what I got. It's funny and cool.
I'm just going to read a headline for one of them. That's kind of three in the joke. Of course, that was when you've been doing astronomy for as long as I have. And the last time I discovered, I've been pronouncing 35 years.
I need a little reading entertainment. I need a little reading entertainment, so I went to that ConCarolinas, which you're talking about. Need a little entertainment.
Oh, well, you'll recognize the name of one of the individuals in that conversation.
I've never understood people that they fuss about, like, are you that selfish that you care so little about other people that your minor inconvenience is that more critical to your
This is
business?
Charlie's.
There's a lot of security, so.
No.
It doesn't matter.
I haven't worn a mask in a while. So Charles, just in case somebody sees me here, pay attention to this for people who are hired.
I'll be back.
Moon cheese, regular beer.
Moon cheese,
You want some moon cheese?
moon cheese is actually pretty good.
It's good. It's pepper jack moon cheese.
Oh, wow. Pepper jack.
Let me just let the next thing, because I've been eating.
I've had the cheddar and I've had the Gouda.
I'm gonna switch places.
You're gonna switch places.
Just watching this, just to mess with
I'm feeling a deja vu here.
It's deja vu all over.
You can say that.
Yeah.
You guys need a different career.
Which one? I actually sat down one time and somebody asked me, it was when I was working at the planetarium, somebody asked me, so what jobs have you done? I have, and I figured jobs, anything for which I've been paid for more than 6 weeks. I have done in my lifetime 42 different jobs, including taxi driver.
Probably mean is you guys, let's start writing fantasy.
I don't know. Actually, I am working on something that I have written fantasy. I have written some fantasy. I need to get published in the book in the writer's
Yeah.
Is that Deadpool and Baymax? I am sure that a red-haired woman came up to you and looked at that shirt and commented on it.
We find it all the time. That's our favorite shirt. Or one of them.
What's going on?
No, my wife was a huge fan of Baymax.
I love Baymax.
And she likes she bought me this one.
I like it.
I don't know where she got it. It's one of those that I would be heartbroken when it's more.
He literally just went to make sure he was on the right road. There's a Baymax series too.
Disney Plus.
Where did I put this? I should say this in there.
Uh-oh.
I'm sure it's in this one.
Great job.
Porn. Oh, okay, whoops.
I want the porn where we're disabled. You have normal porn, you sicko.
I'm pumped.
Sorry, that's the next thing.
Oh, okay.
There we go. No, don't change the name, open it.
Yeah, we can't do that.
Here we go.
I have no idea.
Oh, you've got a whole PowerPoint.
Well, back in the day, just in case, I didn't know what the format would be.
Do I need to pull out the punch cards for you?
Uh-huh.
Paper tape.
If we're gonna be here.
I was supposed to skate when they retired the paper machines. You know that if you can PP in a house or something, paper tape.
Moon cheese.
I'll try to go.
Yeah.
I thought it was bribery.
It's spicy.
It's spicy moon cheese.
Yeah. Got a bit of a bite to it.
Feel free to try some moon cheese.
It's pepper jack moon cheese.
It's made of cheese, right?
Well, again, We stopped at.
I have to say the joke I'm about to tell until after hours, and then you fix it.
We stopped at food line on the way here. One of our traditions on weekends, we get the bottom of Starbucks. And that's where they're in.
So now you get a comfortable silence of 2 minutes of what are they going to say? Well, we take 2 minutes to figure out what we're going to say.
What are we talking about? Oh, weird. Oh, yeah. Hey, yeah. If you guys could see this, it'd be really cool.
We're doing weird scientists. I mean, weird science. Weird.
We are weird scientists.
So you can just drop the science off the end of that.
Yeah.
Weird.
Weird.
I resemble that.
I resemble that part.
All right, because, somebody may be in charge and they had poor judgment. Because, the end of times, we may as well go ahead and get started. Because I can kill at least another 45 seconds as I sit there and ramble and talk about absolutely nothing. But welcome to Weird Science on a Saturday evening at
ConCarolinas.
7:59 p.m. ConCarolinas. Earth. At 7:59 p.m.
Yeah, Orion's for Sagittarius, our Milky Way galaxy.
You want that in this one, please? Here's a seconds, military grid.
Well, this particular area, Charlotte, is kind of a vortex in and of itself. So
it's an interesting way to say it sucks.
The traffic sure as hell.
Oh yeah, we stayed at a hotel across. You tried walking across WTNS at 5 o'clock.
You do a really good impersonation of a possum. I've seen it.
Contrary to popular belief, possums are not born dead in the middle of the road.
So I guess we can probably begin to pretend like we know what the hell's going on. I am going to have the pleasure and your displeasure of being your moderator this evening. I'm Jim Nettles. I work in technology and do a whole bunch of different stuff, being a professional geek and smartass. Then at night, I'm a writer and being a professional smartass, amongst the other things that we do, as well as running continual and online conventions where, again, I get to be a professional smartass. Now, if my panelists would introduce themselves.
I am Angela Giddings. I have a PhD in microbiology. I write crazy, futuristic, sci-fi, fantasy, fusion stories. I also recently told the hard sci-fi story to the Brave New World anthology From Zombies Needs Brains. And I make horror films for fun and giggles.
You make me feel like a caper. They can find out.
It's more like a souffle in the oven that's been bombed.
Yeah.
All that means is I got really stubborn at some point in my life.
That's all I got. My background is in physics. My name is Jim Craig. You just heard. I have a background in physics. I am still an astronomy educator, semi-retired. I have my own business producing planetarium programs and also geeky merchandise, t-shirts and cups and that sort of thing. You can find if you go to finalswhiskey.com. And I am the proud father of 2 great adult kids, and I have the cutest kitty.
You're just going for 7 points.
Hey, you get what you can.
And I'm Charlie Kaufman. I've got a background in marine biology and environmental studies. I currently work with GIS and applied computer modeling for natural systems. And in my spare time, I like to take FEMA disaster modeling software and look at what would happen if Godzilla attacked a major metropolitan area, zombie outbreak models, and Sharknado impacts.
There was a particular city that I happen to reside in, but could we actually trigger set it? Never. So this is Weird Science. So here tonight we're going to be talking about some of the news and articles and the latest releases of, give or take, the last year or so. We might take some liberties here and there because, they left us in charge without babysitters. But we try to have fun with this one, and we try to go through and explore it. But part of the reason that weird science is so important, finding these unique and individual things, is because this is also where we get to see some of the interesting things that scientists get to do and play with that also result in some groundbreaking technologies and experiments and things. That yet, one of the best things you could ever have in life as a technologist, as a scientist, if there's someone to go and say, you're madder than Tesla. If you can get that, you've won. So Jim, no. So.
By the way, you know that for a while I was a professional stand-up comedian?
Yes, I'm quite well aware. Why do you think we keep seeing the red hat? It's the place to aim the tomatoes.
No, you see the red hat, so my wife can find you.
So
I'm not kidding.
So I'm going to kind of start with one of the more interesting stories of the year that kind of struck me, and why not start on a morbid note? Because scientists decided they were going to resurrect the dead. Barbecue. So they did an experiment, and I think it was 34 or 38 hogs that had been slaughtered as part of the production process. They took the heads, had them relatively contained for about a 4-hour period. They went through and then reintroduced chemical nutrients, electronic stimulation, did a number of things that brought them back and showed regular brainwave activity. So this, what could possibly go wrong? That's one of my favorite lines. I'm proof of what can go wrong. But one of the things that I found really fascinating about this, there's a couple of things. Number one, they decided to be ethical with their barbecue. The first thing that they elected to do was they made sure that the chemical cocktail they were using would not create the potential for consciousness. They elected to make sure, using different kinds of neural blockers, using this one. Ha! I beat you.
Yeah. I had a better title.
Probably.
I'm going to read it. Do you want zombie ham sandwiches?
This is why we don't coordinate.
Yeah.
But again, the kind of things that I found interesting about this, we're studying death. In other words, we're going back to a period of like the late 1800s where it was, we have electricity now, shock it. Ooh, the arm twitched. But the other interesting part of this is we're again now starting to try to understand the possibilities of consciousness, brain activity, bringing back the dead after long periods of time, and maybe, possibly, getting to watch barbecue blink at us after it's been cooked. So,
My favorite?
yeah, absolutely.
So I'm a microbiologist, so this one's my favorite.
Monkeypox?
No, actually, there have been studies this last few months where they took, and it's in mice, the gut flora from young mice and transport it into the guts of older mice after cleaning out the older mice, and found that a lot of the signs of aging in the older mice went away when they put the bacteria from the younger mice into the older mice and could induce
Something with young mice gut bacteria.
they induce states of aging in the young mice by doing the reverse. So they took gut flora bacteria from older mice and put it into young mice, and they started having some symptoms of aging. So what I find fascinating is, okay, so part of your aging is determined by the bacteria that live in your gut. So that's all I'm backwards. Just wipe it out, find some, can I have your gut bacteria?
It's going to be the new yogurt commercials.
So now you have to go find a small child.
Mine is going to be very brief, this first one. I'm just going to read a headline that came from earthsky.org. Uranus is in opposition November 9th, 2022. No. What it means is the planet, and I found out that I've been pronouncing it wrong for years because we were also, it's Uranus, and I looked it up and I looked at the etymology of the word, and it is, my embarrassment, pronounced Uranus. Imagine my chagrin. But what opposition means is, as things go around the sun, every once in a while things will line up. Now, this whole grand conjunction thing, forget all that. It's never going to happen because is the orbital periods of the planets. But on November 9th, you'll have the sun in the center, have Earth out here, and Uranus out here, roughly 1.3 billion miles away. 2.3 billion miles away, it's pretty far away. But at that point, it will be easier to see with a telescope, and you may actually be able to see 4 of its moons. I'm not making jokes here, I'm being dead serious.
And the good news is,
Yeah, you ever hear jokes just write themselves? Yes, sir.
If it's on the same side, why is it from the opposition?
Because it's opposite from the sun.
Okay.
There are.
It's not opposite of Russian.
Yeah, there is what is called in conjunction when it's on the opposite side of the sun, such as lining up with the sun, and then opposition when it's on the opposite side of the sun. Now, on the planets that are closer, you have, they're both conjunctions. Superior conjunction, it's on this side, superior is on the other side, inferior is on this side. And the inferior is, the conjunctions of Mercury and Venus happen far more often because their year is so short. It takes 88 days for Mercury and 243 days for Venus. And if I got those numbers wrong, I will simply pardon myself by saying, Einstein said the only thing a scientist should commit to memory is the location of the library.
And the good news is that because the delay with the opposition, election day is just by a few days before the dark hole opens up in your hands. So, Charlie, what you got?
So, for the couple people in here that have heard my Sharknado talk, you will understand why I was absolutely thrilled with this headline. NASA has been warning people of an acidic sharknado is starting to erupt under the ocean. And what actually this is all about, in 2015, there was an expedition launched to investigate the, and I'm going to butcher this word, the Cavici submarine volcano on the Solomon Islands. They wanted to see, it's a highly active sulfur volcano, and they wanted to see basically if anything was living down there, and they thought they were going to find a lot of the bacteria that they've known to find around a lot of the other volcanoes. And what they were shocked to discover was not only would they find bacteria, that they were finding other bits of life forms, like some of the tube worms, but not only tube worms, they were finding fish. And not only fish, but around the crater of this volcano, they found 2 species of sharks, a hammerhead and a silky shark that were not, the apex predator of the food chain were eating the smaller fish that were eating the tube worms that were feeding on the bacteria, all around this very hot sulfurous volcano. Well, all of a sudden, the satellite images are starting to notice that this area around the volcano, the water, is getting very cloudy, a lot of sulfur is coming up, so this underwater volcano is about to blow, and those poor sharks are going to have a horrible time. So yes, we might have a shark volcano eruption, which for any sci-fi fan like me is just the coolest thing ever.
Shark not.
However, if you're a shark, it's not.
Yeah, for the sharks, not so much, but just the fact that the sharks are down there, A, is a biological wonder because sharks don't really like super hot sulfuric water. Apparently these 2 species do, and now it's about to erupt on them, so.
And someone's writing a script for Shark Tsunami.
Yes, and Hollywood is going, but yeah, to me, that was just awesome.
So one of the other fun things, because I am being a technologist, being a geek, working in a lot of the things that I do, we like and we see a lot of things happening right now with, robotics. We're looking at a lot more automation, a lot more robotics. One of the things that we saw come out of the war in Ukraine with Chernobyl, of course, is that they were able to introduce new and smaller robotics to go and investigate after the attack and after they were starting to, do something intelligent like, I don't know, shell a nuclear reactor.
Yeah.
They had a meltdown. Poor choices have been made. This is just one of them. Now, looking at the stories, one of the best stories I saw come out of this, out of Ukraine, and this proves we have rednecks everywhere around the planet. So they formed battalions and units that were specially going out, and what they were doing was they were taking drones and using drone technology off the shelf, a couple $100 drones, whatever they had handy, firing them up and using them to scout the tank locations to key things in. Again, this is one of those things of guerrilla warfare. Use what you have available. Now, the fun part of this was everybody wanted the American drones, which there really aren't that many of them because of the technology, because the Chinese drones still go through the same server. So they were able to actually trace back the phones and the controllers they were using to see where they took off and where they landed from. Now, of course, being good old farm boys, because that's what they are in Ukraine, good old farm boys would go and at least be smart enough after the first couple of them got shelled out of existence to at least be a couple hundred feet away from the drone before they launched it, and just, to try to go retrieve it and back and forth. But looking at using off-the-shelf technology in a war zone like this, and the difference in who makes it, who manufactures it, and the kind of information and the data that becomes available, literally now has become life or death with stuff that you could run down the Best Buy crowd. But we're seeing off-the-shelf technology and things like this used. Now, why do I consider this weird news? Other than the fact of it is actually life-changing to be able to be using small technologies like this, is the fact that also we're getting to see some of the shifts in how everyday consumer technology is coming from the things that we've been seeing, watching, and playing with for years in industry. And the fact that the prices are coming down, or were until now with Ukraine. If you want a laptop, you better go buy the damn thing, because we're not going to have any chips for a while, because the entire steel industry of Ukraine has now been wiped out, which means that there's no neon being produced, because neon, industrial grade neon, is a byproduct, which means there are no chips being produced, because we can go down that food chain. Why is this weird news? I'm just putting this out there because you can better know why things are happening. Now that I've been a buzzkill, it's your fault, it's your job.
I'll do it with the monkeypox.
Oh.
So currently there's a uptick in the number of monkeypox cases around the world. But what's interesting is monkeypox has been around since the 1950s, or at least we've known about monkeypox since the 1950s. It's probably been around for a lot longer. The reason we haven't seen very many cases of this until fairly recently is up to a certain, I think it was 1971, they stopped giving everybody generalized smallpox vaccines. Smallpox vaccines are protective against monkeypox. This is why you never saw really big outbreaks with it before. Well, there are fewer and fewer people around that were born before 1971, or who got the smallpox vaccine for other reasons, or in my case, got in a lab accident. So, yeah.
Wait, are we talking vaccine or
vaccine? It was the vaccinia virus I was working with that also happened to be expressing HIV protein at the same time. So, which I also actually accidentally infected my husband with. Oops. So, anyway, on the upside, I'm protected against monkeypox, probably. But since fewer and fewer people have the vaccine, monkeypox has lots of people to infect now, and it's going around and it crosses into people and passes from one person to the next. Because it's a fairly infectious DNA virus, it can survive on a lot of different things. Back when I was working with the vaccinia, we'd ship it to South America by just drying it up and shipping it.
Hopefully in a vial at least.
Yes, in a vial.
Throw it in the envelope.
Throw it in the envelope, shake
Yeah,
it
but
up.
no, it's a vial sealed, dried, and you just ship it, and on the other end, they reconstitute it, and it's perfectly infectious. This is why smallpox vaccine was really effective, because you could do that with the vaccinia. You just dry it down, ship it out in the middle of nowhere, put some water in it, and hit people's arms with it and vaccinate them. Of course, there are, the original vaccine had some potentially bad side effects, because it is a live virus vaccine. These days, there's actually they've made a new vaccine that will protect against monkeypox. It doesn't quite have as many side effects as the original, so there's hope.
People aren't going to take.
Or you could just open a vial of vaccinia.
But does it have the Microsoft chip?
Are you gonna get the
I can verify it, no.
telepathic?
Yeah.
5G didn't get any better.
I know.
Yeah.
There are no superpowers like witches.
Too many people got vaccinated, which is what's killing my Wi-Fi signal.
We're all like.
All right, Jim,
Okay,
so take us back, get us off planet.
Okay, this is, I will get us off planet. This is actually very serious, and it's kind of ironic that you would talk about off-the-shelf technology for doing things. Last year in April, NASA landed the Perseverance rover, unless of course you spelled the way I do and you realize it says Perseverance. I was writing my notes quickly. But they landed the Perseverance rover on Mars, and like its predecessor, the Opportunity rover, is good size, has a lot of instruments on it. But what was really different and to me really cool is on the underside of it, they attached a miniature helicopter called Ingenuity, or nicknamed Ginny, by the way. The Ginny helicopter has its own Twitter feed, and it will tell you all, and we'll answer questions. And it's an interesting device because the small square Kleenex boxes you get? It's about that size. It's 5.4 by 7.7 by 6.4 inches. So I mean, this thing's tiny. However, it's got 4-foot blades on it. And it has two sets of them. One goes clockwise, one goes counterclockwise. And the reason they needed big blades is because the Martian atmosphere is about like the atmosphere on Earth at 37,000 feet, where helicopters can't fly. And they have to rotate at 25 to 2,800 RPM just to lift this thing. Well, they did this as a technology demonstration. Can we put this thing on Mars? And it was supposed to do 5 flights in 30 sols, which is a Martian day, because Martian day is 37 minutes longer than an Earth day. It's supposed to do 5 of these. The first flight lasted 39.1 seconds. It flew up 10 feet, about 3.1 meters, rotated, hovered, and set down. Wow, that's cool. We made it work. Then the next flight got a little bit farther, and then the flights were a little bit farther. It took a picture of its vehicle. It took a picture of Perseverance. It wasn't intended to. It just happened to be sort of in the background. It photobombed in Mars. One of the things that's in it, this is kind of cool with it, is it's got a little piece of fabric from the Wright flyer in 1903. So it flies again on Mars. As of April 29th, which was the last flight they had 28 successful flights. After the 6th flight, they went from technology demonstration, like, hey, this is doing something. We can use it. So now it's an investigative tool. Now with the capability of rovers, like, well, why do we need a helicopter? Why would we put a helicopter on Mars? Helicopters can go places, it's like, gee, we want to know what's over that rock. The rover can't go over the rock, but the helicopter can. So I have the feeling that when we see Mars exploration in the future, we're going to see a lot of these helicopters going, because they're small, they're fairly inexpensive, they're easy to build. How easy? The accelerometer on it, the thing, because they can't use GPS because there's no magnet, they have no satellites, and they can't use a compass because there's no magnetic field. So they have to essentially say, okay, this is where it is, and based on, we felt it move, we know, it has an altimeter, but based on all this, that's how they're able to figure out this with an accelerometer, and it is the same accelerometer that is in the iPhone 12. Now, almost everything on it is off-the-shelf parts. Its CPU is a Qualcomm Snapdragon 801 processor running Linux. That'll make your sister happy.
Yeah, well.
But after 12 flights, they decided, they said, okay, this is going to do 5 flights. This is going to do 12 flights. After its 12th flight, we're just going to fly this thing until it dies. And that's one thing that we've discovered with our Mars exploration. Mars, we used to joke, Mars was a robot killer, because we would send things to Mars and they would burn up in the atmosphere, or somebody would forget the difference between metric and SAE and skip it off the atmosphere, which meant that Jim doesn't go down and do his internship at JPL because his spacecraft is dead. I'm not there though.
You have to say that with a little more vitriol.
Yeah, I'll try. But no, I was actually supposed to work on that one, and I get a call. No, sorry, we canceled your mission is canceled because it's dead. But
Math is hard.
Math is very hard. But, no, 50% of what we sent to Mars, and when I say we, I mean Earth, because the United States, the Soviet Union, and India had sent things for. At one time, 50% of what we sent would die before the mission could be carried out. Now, starting with the Sojourner rover, if you just go Sojourner forward, we're 100% success rate, as far as at least getting it down. Now, whether or not it works when we get there, I'll talk about that.
All right, I'll keep with the NASA and the UNES. This goes a little bit back pre-pandemic, but nothing, nothing happened during this few years. I figure it's still viable. But ladies, are you tired of the same old pickup line when a guy walks up and says, hey, what's your sign? Do you wish you had some new constellations? Well, not to worry. And I'll butcher this one too. The Fermi Gamma Ray Space Telescope has gone out there, and what's cool about this was it actually can see into the gamma ray. It actually can see all the new star lines and everything else. Jim's dying because I'm saying all this wrong. But they're actually picking up the new star maps, and they're seeing all these things. Well, NASA guys have really good senses of humor. So they're starting to, like the olden astronomers and days, they're like going, well, these star clusters, if you draw these lines, they're starting to see new shapes. So they've named some new constellations. There's a Godzilla constellation. There's a Hulk constellation. The Starship Enterprise constellation. Schrodinger's cat constellation.
That's where it is.
And a TARDIS constellation. There's the map of them. I've got the website if anybody would like to see it. It's fermi.gsfc.nasa.gov. And you can see the star chart of where these new constellations are. And she's going right now.
No, I'm just going to take a picture of your screen.
Yeah.
So one question, does the saucer separate on the constellation?
It's the original one though, so it's
Not the headless goose.
But yeah, so these they're there. It's the same thing. It's like 4 dots, and somebody said, "Oh, these 3 dots make the Starship Enterprise." But they've named all these new constellations.
Okay, now, I will say this in defense of the people who originally named the conversations. The ones we get are from ancient Greek and Roman mythology. Water wasn't pure. They drank a lot of wine, so they see a goat where I know.
Yeah. but yes, there's a Enterprise, Hulk, TARDIS. There's a whole bunch of new constellations up there, so you can go check them out.
My sign is clearly the TARDIS.
Yeah.
Jim, is this when you've been in the sheep dip again?
I grew up in Idaho, not Wyoming. We used to make all those jokes about Wyoming.
What do you mean growing up? When did that happen?
Okay, when I was aging.
So
I was getting taller.
So one of the next things in talking about not so off the shelf technology and robotics and AIs and fun stuff like that, because one of the best parts about technology is things get smaller, faster, cheaper, right? Well, Northwest University built something because apparently there was a bar bet. They have now built a fully remote control robot that is designed after a crab that is tiny enough to fit through the eye hole of a pen. That is fully articulated. Am I stealing one of your stories?
Yes, you are. That's okay. You see this thing here. Now I'm going to zoom back out. Come on.
Technology.
That's on the edge of a penny.
So not that any of you are starting to feel the creepy crawlies, but they might have gotten out in the wild.
Ray, can it make more of itself?
Oh,
I don't think they've confirmed or denied that.
No, it's controlled by the dead pigs.
Big brains make it walk.
Actually, what this is what they were actually slipping in the shot. So this is really what's the body being soaked up by.
You do know that somebody's going to take that and run with
It's
it. All over the internet.
It would not be the first time I've accidentally started a rumor. So
it's not true.
As opposed to all the times he
created one
purposely
on
started a
purpose.
rumor.
I never start one intentionally.
Yes, but have you destroyed the internet?
No, you still have me top. I'm working on it. Give me time. You're up.
Okay, so one of my favorite stories that came up, because I'm on a list for electric cars, because I have a hybrid that I really like, was there was a self-driving electric car, I think it was in San Francisco. It was driving along, apparently didn't turn on its lights, so it got pulled over. So a cop walks up, there's nobody in the car. Yes. The car decides, a cop walks back to it because it's designed to stop for emergency vehicles. The cop walks back to try and radio and figure out what to do about this. The car decides, I'm not in a safe place. I need to move. So the car starts taking back off down the street to find a parking lot. The cop's chasing after the car, driving down the street. And the video watching the cop trying to deal with this car that there's nobody there. It was great.
This video needs to be accompanied with music.
Oh, it's
Benny Hill.
Yeah, you see the cop do like the double take. He's like,
Where's the 4-year-old?
Yeah.
He's like trying to get sympathy from the people around. He's just like, what do I do about this? Calls for backup.
But the funny thing is, though, to me,
assert your authority.
those self-driving cars supposedly all have like a contact information for, the sole purpose of, hey, there was a traffic violation and we need, you need to call this in to report it, so that way those people can like fix the software or whatever. So there is supposed to be something that, the cops know to do, and this guy apparently, because these guys can call like 3 other cops in on it. And they all do the same thing, they all walk up, nobody's in there.
Yeah.
Well, again, if you haven't gathered, I'm interested in Mars.
Mars is awesome.
Mars is awesome.
He's trying to get back to his people.
You've read my blog.
Ah.
I have a blog called Mindset of the Modern Martian because I want to divorce my species. But China has a rover on Mars as well, so it's not just an American thing anymore. But they have the Zhurong rover, and it landed in Utopia, Planitia on May 15th, 2021. And do we have any real Star Trek geeks who know the significance of Utopia?
Isn't that that's where you vetted the Star Trek engines?
No, that's where they built, that's where they commissioned the Enterprise D. It's Utopia, Planitia shipyards. It also, to astronomers, it's the first place that humans ever landed anything on Mars. It's where Viking 1 rover landed. On July 20th, 1976. It was supposed to be on the 4th of July, but there was a big storm because they wanted to land it for the bicentennial. So they went, okay, let's go for the anniversary of the moon landing. But it's found evidence that water existed in that region much later than they thought. It was once thought, okay, we know at this point it's pretty much accepted that Mars had a thicker atmosphere and it was warmer and it had water. But the thought was once the water disappeared, it was gone. This is discovered that the water went through cycles. It's like, okay, it's warm and wet, it's dry and cold, it's warm and wet, it's dry and cold, it's warm and wet, it's dry and cold. That's not a joke.
That's gonna be the 9:30 panel.
Anyway, but it is changing our ideas of what Mars was like and the possibility that life arose on Mars at one time. And there is some evidence now that, the whole panspermia thing, and no, I'm not making another joke, I'm serious, that is one planet seeding material to the other, that one of the Martian meteorites may have carried some of the precursors of life there. So, I mean.
And then they did politicians.
Still bonds go. But at this point, that part is conjecture, but it opens up a whole wide range of things. Discover ancient microbial fossils, discover that they had a similar genetic structure to what we have, then we're Martians.
All right, well.
So I keep looking over his shoulder, just laughing.
He's laughing at us. So Dateline, December 29th, 2001, Texarkana. They had a massive line of thunderstorms roll through that day, and suddenly multiple reports started coming in across Texarkana. People were finding fish in their yards. Not quite the Sharknado we were all hoping about.
Thanks, Dan.
They're only about this big, about guppy sized, but yes, there were reports water spouts did occur. They sucked up these small fish. They went up in, it happens.
I saw that happen in Kansas.
It does happen with frogs. It is a raining of fish and small aquatic creatures does happen. I talk about it in one of my talks in Charleston in the 1800s. A alligator gets dropped in the middle of downtown Charleston from a thunderstorm. So things like that do occur, but it was just funny that it wasn't just a one isolated incident. Multiple reports of fish get dumped all over Texarkana, and of course that made the news, and everyone was like, "Where's the
Where's the shark?
Where's the sharks?" But no, but these poor little fish were just sprinkled all over
That just changes that disco song.
Yeah, it's raining.
It's raining.
I'm gonna warn you about one little
Are they gross?
Oh, one of them, Peter, gonna die.
Makes me wonder if anyone was standing outside during the storm and got smacked in the face.
I certainly hope so.
Just like the strange weather we're having here.
Now I want to sing fish heads. Well, here's the problem. I'm still yet to hear about
freeze-me fish. Wow.
God is challenging me to a duel with a fish.
So, one of the things that we've seen a big prevalence of in the last few years is artificial intelligence becoming more and more prevalent. And it's proving itself to continue to be about as intelligent as, the average 5-year-old, which is kind of terrifying at times. But one of the latest things to come out is from Dolly Images. So you were used to playing with kind of their AI software that creates images and whatnot and allows it to put text. It recognizes the fact, okay, well, I created a picture of a bird, I created a picture of a Sharknado, I created a picture of a Charlie. Well, after it hit the Charlie, it started having to create its own language. So this is the latest thing of a commercial software that is out in the wild that's talking to itself by creating its own language and how it talks about the images, what it's creating, what it's representing. Even though it may create or pull up the image of a bird, it may pull up the image of something along these lines. It's now created its own language and started talking to itself. And this one is not between 3 Google servers that can be isolated. So apparently they're now reaching age from high school stage.
With the emotional roller coaster pendulum, I mean, that's terrifying.
The AI has a whole
That server is just really.
All right.
So, okay. My next one is they're working on there are different ways that people have been trying to do studies to track down cancer cells in humans, try and isolate them and get rid of them. One of the latest is using C. elegans, which is a worm, to track down lung cancer cells. And it's a worm on a chip, sort of.
Where?
Yeah.
Does the worm text back?
Hey, really good food over here. It's really tasty.
I don't care as long as it munches.
Exactly, I'm okay with that.
So much.
My last story from Mars. It's a sad story. Some years ago, they landed a lander called Insight. And it had 2 experiments, one which worked really well and one that did not so much. It put a seismometer on Mars, measure Marsquakes. Now, Mars doesn't have plate tectonics like Earth. So, what causes Marsquakes? It turns out it is differential heating in the surface causes, and it's actually still cooling inside. We used to think that the inside of Mars was cold. It's actually, still cooling inside, but it causes the surface to shrink. And one of the Mars quakes that it measured had a magnitude of 5.0. Had there been dishes on Mars, they
Yeah, I do have a question about this with Mars.
Yeah.
You know, what about the Waffle House test? How can you have that the weather is really on Mars with a Waffle House? Yeah.
True.
Do you guys know what the actual Waffle House index is?
Yeah. Waffle House is closed, you are in
so-
serious trouble.
Well, so that's, I honestly, that's honestly got thing, the people that developed it, was supposed to be returned on, and someone got hold of it and published it. But Waffle House being open 24 hours, Waffle House is the largest consumer in the United States of eggs, bacon, and coffee. Like that's their by most of it. And so when the disaster would happen in Florida, like a hurricane would hit, people would notice when they would come in with supplying all the stuff, that the Waffle Houses in the middle of the disaster zone would obviously not be functional, but the Waffle Houses further out would be going on. And they noticed that as recovery efforts started, as the trucks could get in, Waffle Houses would start to open, and they started using that as an index indicator that if the Waffle Houses are able to get their truckloads of eggs, sausage, and coffee in, and the people are able to get back to work, that area of the state is getting better. So as the Waffle Houses started to get closer into the impact zone, FEMA knew it was time to pull out. It was always unofficial, but that was actually how they were keeping track of, like, this is how things are getting better. It got out into the press, and so it's the Waffle House index, but that's it's honestly one of the ways you can track how healthy a community is doing after a natural disaster is if Waffle House can get their supplies in and they have enough people to work and serve, you know things are doing okay.
We actually been to Waffle Houses that aren't 24/7.
So
Back to Mars and the inside, Mars quakes and other big Mars quakes. The other instrument that it carried is called the mole, and it was supposed to dig down, and it had the soil where it landed been like every other part of Mars, it probably would have worked, but apparently this soil, rather than sort of getting out of the way, clumped. This thing's got little wheels on it. Now this is something that really belongs in a very panel, because it's got this sort of unscrew, and then spring over back down. This thing's supposed to into the ground. It got down about 1.5 and stopped. But where it's really sad is Mars. The wind blows fast, 400 miles an hour. It carries very, very fine dust and a lot of it. And the dust is now built up on the surface so much that it can't adequately generate enough electricity to be in operation. There is hope. It happened to the Spirit rover. They thought, oh, Spirit rover is going to Thank you. Anyway, but a dust belt, because those dusters came across, blew off all the dust, and it looked like it was pristine. If that happens before the end of July, InSight will continue to do monitoring. Right now, they're trying to use minimal power. You have to have a certain amount of power because the box on the inside of it has to stay warm. Electronics in extreme cold, solder joints break, traces lift on printed circuit boards and that sort of thing. So they have to keep this thing heated, but they're thinking that in the meantime, they're going to cut back operations, maybe only a few hours a day, or maybe even just every other day to operate this nice monitor. But it has actually taught us more about the interior of Mars than we've ever done before. So I think it's operation at the end of July.
I think we'll become a monitoring location.
Couldn't they just send a little helicopter over to float dust?
If the helicopter worked 1,500 miles the helicopter can only go 50 meters at a time. So
it's not quick.
You can get there by the end of July.
So I have a good science one, but it's R rated.
Go ahead. I know.
Might have to put his fingers in his ears.
What?
Okay. So everybody knows what the very famous black and white picture of the Loch Ness Monster looks like. The like stick. So when marine mammals get into their mating season and start getting randy, the males sometimes like to come to the surface, roll on their backs, and display. And their members get very large and they're pendulous and they all look like this. And this ecologist started taking multiple pictures of whales around England, Scotland, and he realized that all these pictures look very much like that famous picture of Nessie, black and white. And he honestly has said that what happened is somebody probably one morning saw a very amorous marine mammal rolling over, giving a display, didn't realize what it was, and went, "Oh my God, look at that." The picture, and he has some side-by-side comparisons. If anybody really wants to see, you can tell that all these marine mammal gangs look just horribly like that famous picture of Nessie. And once you see it, you can't unsee it.
So someone really did see a monster.
Yes, somebody saw a monster. It just wasn't.
Probably during the same call.
Oh, you blew past that.
You guys
Oh, I've seen it.
Yeah.
I watched.
Yeah.
But you know, since it was Loch Ness, it's like, what the hell is that?
Right, it's like nothing.
I can't say. Okay, look.
All right, on that note.
Nice.
So looking at, and this kind of highlights some things we talked about last week about the joys of the internet and communication and, fake news. So talking a little bit last night when we were doing some details about what are the joys of who's listening, who's watching in social media and all that kind of stuff. And I had this sitting there and we never got to it last night. The moderator just stuck. I'm trying to organize. But anyway, I was the moderator, by the way, just so you know. One of the favorite stories that has come out over the last number of years is looking at how much more of what we see and consume in news especially is generated, published, released, and out there without a single human being taking hold of it. This includes out of China, there are news presenters, a term I'm going to use loosely, they're 100% AI, 100% generated. We know what the deep data technologies are. We know how we're able to create. There is now a website called, I believe, actually, I keep cracking up. It is called notrealnews.net. And it is developed by an AI company called Big Bird. Because, we're going to educate. The fun is 100% of everything they generate is designed to look like a real news story, but be 100% fake. And the fun joy is, it's been used as a credible news source for things that have been published.
I have done that when I worked for the College of Charleston. I put up a banned hydrogen monoxide petition, listed all the things that the hydrogen monoxide is used for, and I had students sign it, and I would go to the professor and say, fail these.
My turn.
Your turn.
So last year, this goes more into farming and tech that's coming out in farming. And one scientist has decided that cereal grains are not been messed with enough, and is working on a way to make put the nitrogen fixing mechanism into the cereal grains so they can fix their own nitrogen. They won't need fertilizer, which is great. And they're actually, because the nucleus of the cell isn't quite like bacterial genomes, but we all have mitochondria, which are something probably a long time ago our cells ate and forgot to digest, or bacteria. So they build their own genome, and these and plants do too. So it's really for plants. Great. So they're taking the genome and the mitochondria and adding nitrogen-fixed machinery into that, and they're in early stage. This is where they're trying to go, is to make nitrogen-fixing cereal grains, which is actually kind of cool. So you won't need fertilizer to grow a field of wheat.
I'm picturing now if it fixes the nitrogen, if they can do that with high barleys and hops, then it's no longer need a nitrous injector.
Grow their own beer.
Yeah.
Because he stole my thunder earlier. I looked up a story, and this one I'm going to giggle. Apparently, in Germany, they have decided to try to potty train cows. And there's a good reason for it. Apparently,
You shall go into
I'll have the German. But
it would be the most efficient.
when they release their waste into nature, it's a pollutant because they have nitrous oxide, which is a greenhouse gas thing. So what they're doing is they took a herd of 16 calves and they put them into what they refer to, and this is part that make me giggle, the mooloo. And when they pee, they would give them a treat. And in 10 days, they managed to train the 16 of them to use it. And they figured they could probably do the whole herd. They didn't have time on the research. But yeah, I'm looking at this article, and they have this. It's essentially a little water closet for the cows. And they're trying to find a way to help cows, or to have cows help them with their own management, and that they're actually pretty smart. And they apparently decided to do it. They have there is video. I'm not going to watch that. 11 of the 16 cows were trained. They didn't have after the other 5. In New Zealand, thinking that this could make a big difference in managing livestock, particularly good for the environment.
One of the good things about any herd animal is actually water table management out of the streams and creeks that feed into, like North Carolina, 90% of all water people drink is surface water. So keeping the livestock out of that. So if the mooloo's here, if we can get the pigs trained for that, that would be awesome.
What would
So
we
you're
call
saying
for
that
pigs?
The pig party.
We have so many, I mean, North Carolina is one of the biggest producers of.
No, I meant like it's called mooloo for cows. What would it be called for pigs?
Pigs are even smaller than cows, though.
Yeah.
It would be the pork pig.
There you go. The pork privy.
Ooh, even better.
Well, unfortunately, speaking of pollution, I'll keep on the biology side of it. A Greenland shark, if you don't know anything about the Greenland shark species, these are very rare sharks that can live up to 200 years old. They're found in the Arctic, and they can swim under the ice cap, so it's very rare to see them. One of them washed up on a Cornish beach. When they did the necropsy to see why it washed up, they found it was one of the first cases of a shark or another species that died of meningitis. Its brain had been swollen. That's what they found the cause of death is. And as they're trying to figure out, they're afraid that the environmental and pollution impressions that we're dumping into the ocean has made it all the way down to the deep, cold Arctic waters. That the Greenland sharks are now getting impacted by this. They don't know if that's the true cause because they've only found the one shark with meningitis, but this is the first case of them finding a shark with meningitis, which is normally not a species that has these diseases, but that's occurred, so now they're gonna have to watch.
So being that this is the Weird News channel, or the Weird News panel, or whatever we're calling it.
Weird science.
Weird science, I think. I would be remiss to ignore and ask my esteemed panelists and Jim, y'all's opinion on the latest big news coming out of all the stuff in Congress about news that UFOs are coming to visit.
Anybody here know American Sign Language? This is the head of the bull.
That's all I'm gonna get?
No, you will get more. Do I think that there is the possibility of life and even intelligent life beyond Earth? Absolutely. I mean, it seems, life is ubiquitous, and despite what everybody, it's easy to make. Because it makes itself. I mean, now, it's very adaptable. But that said, the nearest star is over 25 trillion miles away. Our fastest spacecraft to get there, if it were heading that direction, would take 50,000 years. Now, we are very good at mapping our region of the universe. We know the 100 light year radius really, really well. We know about how many planets are in that radius. The reason I mentioned 100 light years, we have been transmitting signals that could reach out to beyond our planet for about 100 years. That means anybody who would even know we are here would have to be within 100 light years. Now, if they were out at the edge of that 100 light years, if they sent a signal back, it would take another 100 years to get here. If you're, say, by some just absolute fluke, they happen to be at that close star, which does have planets around it, it would still take, 4.5 years. But to get here, to launch something the size of the International Space Station from Earth to the nearest star, even if it would be considered a human lifetime, would take the energy of the United States used in the year 2090. The entire United States. You would have to have most of that energy there when you start talking about the energy. That's the energy to run just the spacecraft.
The reaction mass.
I'm sorry?
Reaction mass.
Yeah, but I mean, you have, then there's, whatever would come would need to require energy as well. So you have to have its energy requirements met. There's this sort of trade-off when you do launch something into space between what it takes to get there and launching it. That's why they stopped painting the out. Remember with the shuttle, the outer tank was white. They stopped painting it because it was 600 pounds lighter. They had 600 pounds of paint on it. By leaving the paint off, they could take 600 pounds of cargo. Now, what do you want to take into space? Cargo, paint that's not going to be used. Yeah, there was a good reason for that. So there is this trade-off. And so I don't think we do. I just don't think it makes any sense, that anything would visit us. Now, that said, something that came through recently, and somebody's conjectured, does anybody remember Oumuamua? Yeah, the asteroid. It was thin, it was flat, and it changed course in a manner not consistent with a comet. Now, it could be outgassing. There are a lot of different explanations. The guy's at Harvard, and he's a really bright scientist. I think he's put too many of his eggs in this basket. He thinks it's a solar sail. But coming to Earth, it's like my wife said about the Roswell. Boy, they sure were goal oriented. You come at least 25 trillion miles, and you fall in the They were using. Who notices the absolute irony of Magellan navigation systems? And as Magellan didn't know where he was going. Yep.
Well, maybe the people using Magellan's.
So Charlie, you guys been preparing plans for the alien invasion?
Bring it on. That's the one of all the natural disasters that I have responded to. As space debris one, I've not checked off, so bring it.
But there's space debris, and then there's like
we'll bring it. Let's drop it in. I look at this. If there's somebody out there, even if they are flying by, at this point they're picking up our signals out there at Gilligan's Island, and they're not coming in.
I figured they'd gotten any closer, they saw reality TV and just turned it back.
I will say one more thing about UFOs, and that has to do with that. Unidentified. Anything in the air is UFO if you're really crappy at identifying.
So, any questions, comments? Snarky, come on, you guys have got to have some fun, weird news here. Of course, that's why I'm evil.
I will say, because Jim brought up social media, last year was the anniversary of the exploding whale video, which is very first viral video ever. And if you've never seen it, look it up.
It's explodingwhale.com. And last year, officially, the beach that happened in Florence, Oregon, where I live, is now Exploding Whale Beach.
Well,
and if you haven't watched that,
oh God, watch that show come down.
What's funny is this is because the original narrator who did the story back in 1972. When you hear what he says, I won't do it because I can't do it justice. His reporting is some of the best alliteration I have ever heard in my life.
Well, I want to thank everybody for coming, but before we get out of here, would my esteemed panelists let everybody know what I'm thinking, what we're doing, what you're doing? I don't know what I'm doing.
Tomorrow at 2 o'clock, I'm on the, let's see, Shrewsbury's not here, so that's going to be the Why Star Wars is Better Than Star Trek panel.
You'll find me slapping the taste out of his mouth at that point.
I heard Shrewsbury like whipping dumb guys.
This is actually my last panel, so if you want to find me the red hat. Actually, it is. A friend of mine, his son works for Red Hat Software, and he came aboard working and said, you gotta get it. So he did. Genuine, is it?
This is also my last panel, so I'll be around. So I'm on Facebook under Giddings. I love Spider in it. And I've got my books, the Dance of Ages series, Shadow into Light, and Shower of Embers on Amazon.com. Obviously, great people. I guess the pre-orders are now. I have a story in that one.
So this weekend I have a 9:30 here for a love session. That's why Jim is, went over the story from earlier, but premature deployment.
Talk about whale wieners.
Then tomorrow morning, we're talking about dystopian survival 101. Then 1 to 2 tomorrow, we're doing a live podcast recording with looks like a bunch of snarky people at one. And then at 2:30 to 3:30 tomorrow, we will be doing a live recording and panel for Continual, the online convention. So if you guys have not followed that, we do a lot of online panels. We do a lot of online topics, writing, creativity, all sorts of fun stuff. And we're going to be basically set up there talking a bit about the stuff we're doing. Show up. Did I talk to you about that yet? Okay, we'll come up far. That's 2:30 tomorrow. Yes.
You are asking for a weird science. They are now making self-repairing concrete. It's really cool because what they do is they put in material that's water dissolvable. And so basically when the concrete that's starting to crack gets rained on, it gets down into the areas and it releases those concrete chemicals and it fills in the crack and it repairs it. So one of the problems we always have with concrete is it slowly dissolves, and this will keep it going for another 100 years or so. They're also trying to, they just finished a competition for NASA to build 3D. They're going to eventually, when we start actually sending humans off to Mars, they're going to do 3D houses on Mars, and they're starting to do competition to get that to work. The design that seems to work best is.
And one of the problems with the solution that they're using is because they've now discovered the particular stuff of the pH of the Martian soil is going to cause problems with a lot of the way types of products we use here, Earthside.
And this is, since they're gonna be using the materials on site, that's one of the reasons why we gotta get all these tests done on the materials out there.
A really cool one, when they had the commercial action crew on board station, they actually were sending holograms back and forth. That was really cool, and controlled information and NDAs, but space station has got some pretty interesting and some really strange things. Especially with the commercial experiment.
If you have an ISS out, watching it pass over is out.
Yes. My coworker's neighbor thought he was drinking when he told her that he could watch the space station fly.
You can also watch the Chinese space station. Power out organic material.
Yes.
That's at the beginning of the robot operation.
I find that to be I, for one, welcome my future robot overlords.
And they give us a great work weeks. Thanks, everybody.
We have an ISS flyover. It's not gonna be a great one, but it's happening in 12 minutes.
Thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I got back in it.
Which? For the floating whale?
Yeah, there's
Well, it's Florence, Oregon, and Florence, Oregon will party over flowers. They have, seriously, they have rhododendron days.
Okay.
They call them rhododendron days. Yeah, always, they have always fun, but, yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, I go for weird science, man.
I think that the news report is like, dude, that wing.
Actually, I think, super duper mega fan here for the.
Well, maybe, there's some stuff going on.
You're going to-
Hers. Well, it can't hurt.
Well, I was just trying to find my job, and I ended up doing a podcast.
Well, if you start, I mean, pay me if you start, I mean, so, yeah. Bring it in, promote
She goes in
it.
the chaperone, yeah, this is my first job.
Absolutely,
Your time life.
I mean, we've got a number of things that we're working on.
Yes,
So,
That's kind of crazy, right?
mostly harmless, but all good.
Yeah, that's there.
not this week, not next week, because I'm gone, but in a couple of weeks, maybe, and
No, like I said, I got you for that. And I'm doing a lot of stuff with the one I told you about.
yeah.
You for,
And we still need to talk about life resource and everything.
Oh, yeah.
so like I said,
Yes, because we talked about this,
Yes.
and,
I just told you we do private tour.
Right.
But that's why you're all what it's all about. So
um,
I'm doing a lot of stuff for them too, so.
okay, because there's a couple things I'm working with that I think could be.
Yeah.
There's
That's just looking good.
there's a couple things going on, a couple projects we'll see that come to fruition.
Yeah, I see.
That, because I actually pulled this up, I was like looking, because I sent it to a friend of mine that, has some stuff they're looking at, actually, May.
Okay.
Because he's.
Yeah. We're actually currently doing the inventory and other recommendations. Almost done with the actual museum itself, but I have to put storage in it. Carlos, it's pretty stuff like that, just a place to get more up there. Possibly goes, I don't know, but I'm better. I think it's, or, left. Oh, probably.
Well, I mean, yeah. pretty much
That's-
that- Larry's a good friend of mine, was a whack to, and was.
I don't know, I mean, the carry over, it's a lot of steps to do check.
Said they got.
We could go.
But it has a lot of them already from that. stuff, so.
Yeah.
I
don't know how well she's doing right now, but I'm gonna try.
But, and, you know, and I mean, if there's things we can do to help promote it.
Yeah, I'm actually going to start doing more active in social media.
Okay.
I'm trying to get into museum online.
Well, and if you need help with that, let me
Yeah,
know,
but
because
you
you'll
got-
come out, I mean, I'll be very happy to come out.
Good morning.
Yeah, and like I said, if you have any, military authors that want to come to the floor, and if you come during our open hours, we can do a private tour.
So, and the other thing is, the thoughts I had was, are you guys interested in maybe doing like a charity signing or something like that?
I was thinking about that, possibly doing some kind of, we actually have some, our chairman actually is an author too.
Okay.
We just released his book.
Or haven't got a hold of me yet. What kind of book is it?
His name's John Headley, he was in Vietnam.
I'm sure I know John.
Yeah. Here, no, he's in the doctor.
Is it H-E-D-L-E-Y or H-E-D-L-E-Y?
He's just supposed to do a signing, but then, yeah.
Listen to you. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, we gotta get you back on anyway.
Right.
And we should, you know, we're gonna do this with the,
I'm getting to Iceland this summer, so I was gonna do a destination research.
Absolutely.
Glaciers and geysers and rift valleys of life.
But yeah, painting, and yeah, definitely do it. I'm sorry.
EGD.
Yeah. I'm gonna try that now.
I'll see you tomorrow at 2:30, if not before.
Perfect. Yeah, paint me. And, do you have a couple more of these that I can do?
You got anything else here?
Yes, sir. You doing? We appreciate all you guys are doing to help keep us
How do you
going.
want it?
Um,
I said, Deb, there's some funny.
that, because I'll take my grandfather with me, because I'll take my kids for that.
Yep.
Because that's where I'll see them.
Yeah, so, yeah, and anybody that comes in that served, will send a book of honor and get their honor beads. These are mine, because I was in the Air Force. That's the last year, they do the same. So yeah, there's a couple of, guys that have written books out in the shop.
Yeah, I'll take these up there. And have them pay me, because I know some people on the nonfiction side of the house come out and do something. But yeah, I'll carry these up to grandfather, and, that's where I'll see these guys. Now, most of these guys are all Vietnam.
Yeah, that's, place is done by the good.
Yes, I would carry that. Carry this up. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I got home at 4:00 this morning. Or a little after. I got pulled the conversation last night.
Well, they kind of, they kind of see the picture. Oh, by the way. Oh, yes.
Yeah. And two door bumpers. Two door bumpers. Accident for
I'll say that he's moving with. Yeah, I moved it to get there. So, protein blood, as it gets it, shaping the piece of the graph. My standard action, obviously, move it 1, 2, 3. Okay. So if I want to count Z, yes, sure. Well, we pay attention But I have to go there. Basically, what you hear is a loud stream of pop to turn low. And that's what you, and that's what you hear.
door bumpers. Doorknob.
Well, you see literally they come out of nowhere. So what are we on? That's 41. Just trying to
I'm here for the visual displays.
The play?
In practice, isn't this about $6?
I think so.
No. Japanese robotics. Yeah. No, it's still good. It's just separate piece because your lines again stands firm. Right.
Yes. I have to agree. So ask Miko to share hers with you. Okay. Also.
Yes.
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 I could call first.
I was invited to consume earlier and I delayed the program until after dinner.
All right, move over, Jason.
Okay.
I'm
Are you moderating? So we should.
Are you moderating? Oh, you're moderating.
I was supposed to, but my mental bandwidth is.
How much alcohol is he going to buy?
Well, I haven't had any since I had dinner unless somebody gave me here. I have no idea. Oh, yeah.
The penalty, by the time I got back.
I'll tell you the story later.
All right. I mean, you don't have to tell me. I understand. I understand the story. I'm not supposed to be here. I'm here for the sex.
Yeah, we showed up for the sex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm here for the sex part.
I'm always up for sex. Are we allowed to harass them?
Well, as long as you're willing to be harassed. Yeah.
I put up with Jennifer. How long?
I feel abused.
It's a sort of psychopath.
Yeah, but you
Why
can
am I on this panel?
I don't know.
That's business love.
They keep substituting us. Out of the diversity.
Are they the false text?
Yeah.
You're hiding all the way at the far end.
It went off in the bathroom, I was confused.
I want to go read the cookies. I'll read it after the panel.
Wait, there's cookies?
Sex and cookies, good. Yes. Well, I mean, it depends on where the cookies are. There are certain places.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, cookie crumbs do not belong everywhere.
Yeah, also, like the sugar part of the cookie does not belong everywhere.
This is true. And heaven forbid, you go,
Snickerdoodles.
You won it, really awkward. You won that one. Good job. Good job.
Yep, they let us in here.
He asked me.
Well, I figured I needed to have at least.
I believe you, Vanessa. We came here for no reason.
I have no idea, but I.
It's like that sounded good in my head. It did not survive the trip out my mouth.
Look, I've got, as long as I can carry at least a 60-40 ratio.
I think that's a little. I get it. Get it. Hi, I'm Vanessa. Nice to meet you, Emily.
Hi, excuse me, I'm with the internet.
Oh, welcome. We like the internet.
We'll be talking about the internet.
What?
We're the virtual con.
Yeah,
Oh, this is.
no,
Okay. Oh, that was from the continual panel.
no, continuing panel's tomorrow.
Oh, so this is.
Everything is, I think, is being.
So we're recording all of it?
Apparently.
I didn't know that.
Don't worry
I
about it.
would put makeup on. No.
Hey, whatever you do, just don't say the word fuck. They hate it when you say the word fuck on that camera.
Excellent.
And like you keep saying the word fuck.
Look,
This is
I
gonna
have
be
no idea.
so much fun. Can I say twat?
As long as it's followed by waffle.
Okay, I can.
Oh no, I have to go back to the matrix.
Represented.
Yay!
Is it acceptable?
Absolutely, I can do that.
Cheers, everybody.
Cheers!
I'm going back to the matrix now.
Have fun. All right. Make good choices.
well, now let's just go dig out the backhoe, because it's already.
Yep. Actually, get later, big guy.
Oh, okay, I can never do that again.
Did you get something called somewhere too?
Yes, dangly bits.
Oh,
I think I should get a this final.
I really have no clue what I'm doing.
So who brought the visual aids?
Not me. I was not well enough prepared. Otherwise, I could have.
Oh, all right, so I'm gonna state a couple of things that might be obvious. This might be an over 18 panel. This might not be designed for those who are sensitive or have feelings. If you do feel again. Yeah, no, somebody, I'm not in charge. They just, I am. I usurped it. So.
And that's why I'm here, because he usurped it.
So, we're going to be talking about love, sex, and future tech.
Yeah, we were promised that.
We were.
In the panel form. God, get your mind out of the gutter, people.
Look, I know what you write. So,
I do too now.
so here's what we're going to be talking about this evening. We're going to be having fun with what is the current world, where we stand in terms of things like love, intimacy, dating, you know, in the post-COVID world. How have electronics maybe kicked into play?
It's just like, wait, what?
Why are you pointing at me?
Because I'm going to start down there when we get started. Yeah, I'm, building up to the smart ass. So, I'll let you think on that one. So, we're going to be having a lot of fun conversation in here. We're going to kind of broach a lot of different subjects, topics from a lot of different perceptions. One thing I'm going to go ahead and state is anything we're talking about here is assumed to have consent. And if we're in here, this is all about having the fun side of it, the emotional side of it, the driving side of it, and not anything that would be either anti-consensual or some of the other fun sorts of stuff. If we start going down some of those paths where we need to talk about some things that may be happening legally or something like that, we'll state that, but good God, we're going to be here for a little bit of fun late night, right?
Yes. Can we also say that if people are sharing personal things in here, that they stay in here?
Well, it's on the internet.
It's on the internet.
Sadly.
That's big technology.
In here,
As it is.
in here, and the internet.
So, before we dive down this rabbit hole, let's make sure we're introducing ourselves. I am Jim Nettles. I work in technology. I do all sorts of fun stuff. I am also a science fiction, fantasy, nonfiction, and other stuff kind of writer, and a bunch of other stuff.
other stuff.
Other stuff is a long list and we would be here all night. Would you like to introduce yourself since I had you crash them down? I gave you 3 minutes of notice.
Yes. My name is Vanessa Junta. My name is Vanessa Junta. I primarily, under my legal name, write, what do I write? I write urban fantasy with horrific elements. Dude, come on now. I write urban fantasy with horrific elements. I also write horror short stories and things like that. Horror is probably my first love, but under a pen name, I write kinky smut.
Yes. We like kinky smut.
We salute you.
Your turn.
My name is Jason Griggs. I am an author. I'm also the founder and editor of Perspective Press. I'm not sure exactly how I'm on this panel.
Same. You know Jim.
No,
Do we have to coach you?
Yes,
No,
probably
no,
because he
no.
was in charge.
I just made the moderator of this panel know this.
Oh, he usurped from you.
Yes, at my request.
Oh, I see. A request.
Well,
Consent is important.
It really is. Well, let's see, I've written some smutty things, and my novel, The Ale Wife, has way too many sex scenes in it.
No.
You mean not enough?
Yeah, that's how
I felt that it was a well-balanced story with approximately 90,000 words and probably
30,000 words.
dozen sex scenes, maybe.
That's right.
I need to know what the title of that is.
The Ale
The Ale Wife?
Ale Wife.
Like the fish.
Or the tea station in Boston.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Ale wife?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's actually a term for a woman who ran a public house and sold ale. From
Was it
the Middle
originally
Ages.
with a Y? ALEWYFE?
Maybe.
I think that's how it was originally.
Yeah. But those were the women who could make enough money to eat well enough that they were able to give themselves a little belly. And so when English settlers came over here and they started pulling these little fish out of the Boston Harbor, they were like, oh, it looks like an alewife. And that's how they can make the fish.
That's rude.
Well,
I
yeah, I
mean,
agree.
they're-
Anyway.
Right.
We can make the fishy jokes.
We do all the time.
There you go.
Anyway, let's move on.
Hi, it's Miss Emily.
Hi, I am Emily Kaplan. I write under the name E.M. Kaplan. I mostly write mysteries that are lighthearted and murderous.
Lighthearted murder is my favorite.
But I also wrote the origin story for John Harness's character Fandango the Fantastical from his D&D podcast, and that has a lot of sex in it. So that's
Yes, it
why
does.
I think that's why he's by putting me on the panel.
Darn past Emily.
Yeah.
That is not a punishment, Emily.
See, there you go.
Awesome.
I got to read that first.
So to start the fun of the evening. So Emily, what is your favorite story, news, something say from the past 2 years that would tie into the topics that we're here to discuss?
Well, immediately, I'm sure most of you thought, you saw the title of this panel, Love, Sex, and Future Tech, and thought, sex dolls, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
They are real. They
They've made such advancements in
Yes.
AI, and my future spouse apparently, who, you know, there are people who are marrying their dolls,
Yes.
having staged children with them.
Okay, that's.
Oh, the shoots are
Yeah.
in depth.
Yeah.
Although, I have to say, honestly, if dudes are so socially inept that they want to marry their sex doll and have little baby doll baby things,
Right.
Yes,
let them, because they're not.
This is true.
Let them, because they're not bothering women.
This
Yeah.
is true.
I'm sorry.
No,
I didn't mean to shut you up, that was not my intention.
no, I don't have anywhere to go.
Oh, she's like, oh, she's just tossing it out there, and where it lands, it lands.
Sex dolls.
Sex dolls.
Yeah, I'm a non-judgmental kind of person. I'm just,
But
I don't know how that can be a fulfilling relationship, but.
They never talk back.
They never talk back.
that is not true anymore.
Oh, wait.
But they can be
They
programmed.
can be programmed to not talk back.
But you can control everything.
This is true.
Yeah, that is, and you don't have to put forth any effort.
Has anybody seen Turn the Channel?
Feels like, has anybody seen Terminator? This is not gonna end well.
Imagine though, Terminator did end up in a portal instead, where instead of just killing all the humans, they reversed it. That would be awesome. Why has no one made this?
This sounds like a Shingles novel, but that's not what we're here.
God, don't give him any more ideas.
That's okay, he doesn't have more room on his plate.
Okay,
That's
but
true.
Rachel and I are the only ones here who have written shingles novels.
We are.
So that means you're gonna write it, right?
I thought you get it, you can have it.
No!
But there is one called Valley of the Sex.
Yeah,
Dolls.
but this is like, sexy Skynet.
Yes,
Oh,
and
sexy
he says he's got it,
Skynet.
and somebody can hack it, oh, yes.
I'm on credit for throwing it out.
Give me an acknowledgement.
Look, my mother-in-law is the inspiration for a Shingles novel. There's easy inspirations everywhere. So Jason, how about you? What have you got for an offering for this year?
Okay, so when I saw the panel title, it reminded me of a Harlan Ellison story from way back in time, called Catman, which I have pulled up on my phone here so I can get all the details on. But literally, it's like this society of men who live underground, and they have sex with this machine that's kind of like their mother. And it slowly consumes their bodies and their intellects the more they have sex with it. And one of the main character of the story is actually a kid or the young man who decided he didn't want to do this Benkuche or whatever it was called, sex with the machine. And so he runs away and becomes a thief. And that's how he makes his living.
That's an interesting premise.
It was a fascinating story. So. But that was like,
Yeah, I think
sex.
Yeah, I feel like they could delve into so many like psychoses and stuff of men.
Well,
You know?
it's better because
And women too, because let's be honest, I would use the hell out of a sex doll.
Yeah, but like the idea of this machine, like you have
Yes.
sex with this machine over and over and over again, and every time you do, you lose a part of yourself,
Yeah,
whether it's physical or, intellectual or emotional or whatever. That would that says a lot.
Sounds very.
I'm gonna make it not fun if I keep talking a lot.
Yes, you are. So back to the fun.
Okay,
Yeah.
Sounds like
So my favorite thing about what's going on, and this isn't funny or silly, but my favorite thing particularly about sex toys that are happening much more recently, is that they're actually being designed for women,
yeah.
right? Instead of being, this phallic thing that is just about imitating a dude. They're not anymore. They're actually about women's bodies and how women's bodies work. That is my happiest thing about it. And I know that wasn't really the question, but I figure I only had like a few minutes notice, so I'm
What are
good.
you for?
Like,
That is a beautiful thought, and you are correct.
Thank you.
I finally found a sex toy that I will snuggle after.
I know, right?
Yeah.
I would get it a sandwich. I'd get it a beer.
Oh, I would definitely get that thing a sandwich.
I mean, after I could walk again.
Well, yes.
Sorry, you were saying.
I'm not sure I want to try to follow that up.
There's a-
Hang on though, sex for women has a huge emotional mental component. How would a sex doll?
Hang on, I can
I
Google
wasn't
this.
talking
shit.
about, I wasn't talking about a sex doll. I was talking about sex toys.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that are made specifically for a woman's body
I
versus being an imitation of a man's body.
Yep.
Yes.
The right tool for the right job.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. And
Where's
it's
our
taken
Nobel?
us decades. Decades.
Because, the first sex toy was actually for the physician because his hands got tired.
Yes, with those women who have hysteria. I'm sorry,
Yes.
this is totally going out of control. I realize that. So,
So, you know, when I look. Actually, I'm gonna point out the first sex toys.
Yeah, you got it.
Were alligator dung wrapped in.
They're really quite cool. Somebody actually thought that they're.
Dried alligator dung made
They
it.
also used to use alligator dung for, contraception.
Contraception.
Yes,
Yes.
yeah, of course, because it's gonna kill anything in there, but. So, that is still based on phallic, right, that has
I'm-
nothing to do with a woman's body.
Jim,
Correct.
embrace the future,
Yes.
dude.
Those are fucking awesome.
Oh, God, yes.
Let me see.
So,
It's
I'll
the,
make that damn thing a sandwich, give it here and marry it.
right,
Yes.
maybe not marry it.
Little
I don't mind
sexual
it
device,
being, I don't
yeah.
mind it being my dirty little secret.
So-
I don't need it. I'm sorry. You can answer your own fucking question.
I'm getting there. I'm just
You're
saying, I'm just here to stir trouble. So.
I hope not. Me
Who
too.
is supposed to stop the trouble?
Me?
That's good.
Run, Emily.
I had no adults in the room when he asked me to take it over. So I will comment on this though. So one of the first major companies making sex toys for women is a woman-owned company.
Hey.
With a very large, and it was extraordinarily well funded out of Kickstarter because there apparently was a want and a need.
Surprise!
Somebody filled a niche in the market.
Yeah, they're still putting the vibrations in the wrong place.
So,
Keynes came with those.
So let's talk a little bit about some of these technological innovations. How do you feel about the ones that are internet connected so that you have the ability to play with remotely?
I like it.
And data privacy, because.
No, that's on the different panel.
Yeah, that is not this panel.
Yeah, not this panel.
We already had.
He's like-
butt plugs on those.
Yeah, well.
I just hope they do both kinds of penetration testing.
I feel like I'm not enough of a nerd to understand.
Do we have to?
No, I mean, like, I understand it from the physical perspective, but yes, that's already done. That's why I'm just like, that's.
Oh, the internet.
Internet security. Penetration testing.
Yeah, that's what I understood that was the topic. I'm not a complete moron. But I understood that was the topic, but what I meant was that I don't understand that enough. I'm not enough of a nerd to understand what double penetration is.
That's a whole nother topic.
And internet! Did you not hear me in that right smuts? I know the other part.
We're sorry, we're all just drunk.
Yes.
But that is a big deal. I mean,
Oh,
Joe's
no,
right. That's a very important thing.
Which part?
The
IoT, Internet of
the
Things.
non-physical penetration
Yes,
testing.
yes, no. I mean, I don't know what that does. I know it has.
Keeps
to do with
people from hacking your device.
Yes,
So-
okay, that, I didn't know that was the name.
Yes.
Yes.
And hackers, I mean, because if a hacker can remotely control your light bulbs.
But you know,
Right.
there's a
I just
whole,
don't know who's remotely
there's-
controlling your sex toy.
there's a whole, you do not know.
Get somebody permission to do so.
Yeah, you both have the app on your phone, you friend each other on the app.
Yep.
And then you can give them permission to use your thing, or you can also use your thing. None of us got that. Also, you can generate a link and put it out anywhere on the internet, and it allows strangers to do that. So I feel like that's just what
Yeah.
that is.
I would really hurt my husband at that point if you did that.
There's a certain segment,
That's
mostly
not
male, in my experience, who would be totally down with somebody hacking their device and using it.
But maybe
Yeah.
not
So that's
knowing where you are and tracking you with it.
they're dudes, they don't care.
There are some men who really don't care.
They really don't.
No.
But like, they would be totally down with somebody controlling their toy.
Yeah, it's educational.
Okay, so hypothetically, say you had an OnlyFans account and you have one of these toys, you could like give out your little code
Yeah.
for a certain price level.
Yes.
And make more income. that way.
Yes.
Oh, they're doing this.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They're the online cam sites. A lot of these have Wi-Fi connected toys that the people will wear, and they have it set to a certain like tip level. Or if you tip a certain amount of money or a certain number of tokens or whatever. It controls their toys. So, I want to make Baker's Corner, I'm gonna tip $3 to hit that level or whatever. And that's all right.
Yeah. Well, if it's cumulative,
Well, I mean,
a bunch of people are,
hey,
if they're only
ugly chicks
$3
gotta make money
from
too.
that level, that's what, I don't think it's $3 to get.
It depends.
It depends on how
the performer said it.
Yeah,
So, you
exactly.
know, some of them might like it.
Yeah, and honestly, if you set it cheaper, you're gonna get more people to do it.
True.
Than if you set it higher.
True.
You know.
Well, if you set it too high, they'll never do it, and we never get to enjoy it.
I mean, some people would, but not enough. So if you only set it for $3 versus $30,
Not
you
necessarily.
get, 20 people doing $3 and one person doing $30, and you got more money.
So.
No,
what about you going down your direction on terms of?
I think they're really cool though. I think the remote control devices are really cool. They're really excellent for people who cannot physically be together. So I think it's a really cool technology. It absolutely has its security issues.
It does.
So bad.
Now, and not to cut in on it, but
But you're gonna anyway.
I'm gonna anyway.
Not to, but you're doing a bad job of not doing it. Go ahead, sorry. I mean, I don't know why I'm apologizing. You're the one that. What do you want? You know what you were getting into.
It was working.
For 3 years.
I know. So one of the things that gets interesting about this in terms of actual romantics and intimacy and these sorts of things in the age of COVID is what this created as possibilities for people to date and create interactions and start to create certain levels of emotional bond without actually having met. And so this
We
is.
did that on AOL.
Right? I mean, I didn't do AOL, but yeah. But also, but it's also good. It's, no, I didn't do AOL. I did AOL for like 3 months because I had no money and it was free for 3 months. And then I went back to what I was doing before, but that's not what I was going to say. What I was going to say is that it was also really good for people who were a couple and were already together and had been in real life, but for whatever reason, maybe somebody was on a business trip and they couldn't get back, you know?
Or can't
But they were
do sexual
quarantined.
stuff anymore because of whatever physical.
Right, but like, I'm thinking more like in the early days of the pandemic, when it
Absolutely.
was really difficult to travel, you know, and stuff like that. I think it's like so much of internet technology, it's a double-edged sword. You know, there are good things and bad things.
And everybody uses the internet for sex. That's the first thing they use it for, to legalize it. They use it for.
The internet is for porn. Yes.
If it was not for porn, you would not have the internet you have today.
This is true.
It's the trailblazer.
And you would also not have payment, online payments.
Correct.
You would have done VHS.
No, because,
No, VHS was the porn standard.
VHS and Betamax were competing, and Sony said, we're not gonna let people use our product for porn, which is why VHS won out.
Okay, but, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
That
Gotcha.
makes
But so I think that we're seeing definitely a positive side
Oh, yeah.
of how this technology is being used in a lot of different entertaining ways. So Jason, how about you? What have you got down there in terms of internet porn as you turn purple?
What? Jim's throwing me under it. What the hell is
Yes,
that?
it's like, I don't know what the fucking question is. He knows what all those words mean, but the order in which he's throwing them together.
I am stone cold too sober for this. So what would you like to contribute to that level of the conversation?
Remote control sex toys.
Okay, yeah, that makes a little more sense than my thinking. Okay, no, we're not gonna talk about internet porn, right? Okay, good. Anyway, so remote controlled sex toys, I can go there. As we're talking about the Internet of Things, and how remote controlled sex toys could be a problem, is anybody familiar with the genital cage for men?
Yes, totally.
Okay, yeah, this is this great device that can lock on and, yeah, exactly, okay. Well, people have now created these things with the mobile apps, and
Yes,
so
they have.
and they have really porous security. And so you can be in one of these things and then somebody hacks your little thing and locks it and then changes the code, so you can no longer unlock it. So you have
Cut
this
that shit off your junk.
stainless steel cage locked in place around your junk, and I'm thinking,
All fire department.
Or go to the ER.
Yeah, totally.
Don't
I
you
need
got
to
higher
check
testing on that?
Exactly. That's exactly what would fucking happen. I need you to send me 50 Bitcoin. If you want your dick back.
Yeah.
That would never fly.
There have been situations where men got stuck in them because he or she, whoever lost the key, and they tried to cut them off and they ended up in the ER.
Oh, yeah, sure.
yeah.
Because they mangled things badly.
Why would you cut off something on your own junk?
Because they're embarrassed.
Horny men are stupid. Let's just
Wait.
face it.
Horny.
Did you
I
could
can tell
probably
you
take the
stories.
horny off of there?
I know, that's why I was like, yes, it's horny men.
Horny men do some of those strangest
Well,
things.
yes, but
Yes. Anyway.
Yeah.
anyway, so
Alright.
now getting back to your comment about pornography.
Or toys, or whatever, internet connected, whatever you would like to talk about. That makes you
So-
turn even redder than you currently are.
Well, no, I'm just wondering if, in the current climate, right? There's so many Trojans and so many viruses, and yet people are like consuming massive quantities of internet pornography, and they're contaminating all their computers and their devices, and I'm like, okay.
Wait, Pornhub's not safe?
And then they're like, no, I
Porn sex is
don't
some of the
use
cleanest
porn.
ones out
I don't
there.
look at porn. And you're looking at their computer going,
Yeah, so,
Well, damn.
Black Mirror did an episode wherein this young man is watching internet pornography, and his webcam is activated unbeknownst to him because his sister used his computer and she downloaded a virus. And then the people who hacked his computer sent him a ransom.
so that email that everybody gets that says, I saw what you were doing, I'm gonna send it, but it was real for him.
Yeah, yeah, and
got
then
so
he's
many
like,
of those.
you get these directions, follow these and we'll wipe the information, right? And so he does, and there's this whole long arc of these weird things that he has to do. And in the end, I don't want to spoil this for anybody, but in the end, he gets into this knockdown, drag out fight with another person who's also been framed. There's this whole cast of people who've been framed.
Yeah.
He gets into this knockdown, drag
This
out
one
fight with this guy and ends up killing him, right? And then he's like wandering out of the woods, drenched in blood and sweat. And the police show up to arrest him because the people who were framing everybody were like, LOL, just kidding. We just turned over all the information to everybody. And I'm like, okay, yeah.
At the end of the episode, wasn't there a drone lifting off from where they'd been too?
Yeah, they filmed the whole fight with a drone. So they have photographic evidence of him killing this guy.
That's a good
It was an excellent episode. God, Black Mirror is so good.
It is.
From
Yeah,
that,
I
like-
can't
I
watch
couldn't
it.
get past the first episode.
I couldn't get past
Oh,
the
yeah,
page either.
okay.
I didn't like it because it's so dark. Like it's all.
But it's so informative.
I really
Don't watch the pig episode, just.
It's
skip
totally-
it.
Watch the pig episode. That's the price of admission.
And so I opted out after I watched
I have questions.
Okay,
Especially because the pig episode went from being speculative to it turned out to be a documentary. You didn't know that?
oh no, what happened?
Okay, so you didn't hear about David Cameron, who got discovered that so Charlie Brooker had written about this, because he said that's like something rich people would do. They would just go and screw a pig.
One
Yeah.
pig, yeah.
Fuck a pig.
It turned out that that group, that was the initiation. It was a deceased pig, but they did actually
Do things
fuck a
with
pig.
it.
In
OMG,
the actual
okay.
episode,
Yeah.
it's a politician who is.
Yeah.
The
who
prime
is-
minister.
I heard of that, but I did not know that actually happened.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So
Any,
it went from,
if dudes can fuck anything, they will fuck anything. Honest to God.
Exactly.
Pigs have holes.
Uh-huh.
Pigs have holes.
Pigs have holes.
yeah,
They did.
Balls have
Alive or
holes.
dead.
I studied a lot of Charlie Brooker, sorry.
So, oh, go ahead.
Okay, so it's not just about somebody knowing you masturbated, somebody knowing that you did something totally weird that you would deeply be ashamed of doing.
Well, in the Black Mirror episode, the teenage boy is actually watching, well, I mean, he's not teenage, but anyway, he's a young man, and he's watching child pornography, and that's.
Oh, you left out the child.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that makes a difference. Okay, then I'm rooting for the hacker.
Because if somebody caught me masturbating, I'm like,
Do whatever you want, do what you got, that's
Right.
right.
Monetize it.
Yeah, but like, I get a cut.
Yeah. Yeah. Or at least you can let me know before time, and I'll make it good.
So Emily, what do you have down there?
You've had a long time to think about it.
She says I have no appreciation
Let's
for
go to
it.
Japan for a minute.
I'm with you.
All right, okay, so obviously, not obviously, there are, legendary amounts of single men in Japan who cannot find a wife or a girlfriend or cannot date. So they now have these milking machines that will help men ejaculate. You can just go in, rent your milking machine. It doesn't really look like a female, it's just like a
milking machine.
A milking machine.
Oh, wow.
Combine this with our wiki shuffle the other day, the carousel.
Oh, the lacto carousel.
Lacto carousel
Yes.
that milks cows.
Yeah.
And actually revolves very slowly at the same time.
Where we learned that cows get motion sick and that would cause a methane
Yes.
buildup, yes.
Yeah, so you have like an explosion of cow
Feel
farts.
like a minute.
Yeah.
But you know how they smell.
I'm helping
Okay.
out here with cow farts and milking machines.
So we go from love, sex, and future tech to cow farts. This is, I love it.
Legit.
Bulls
It
ejaculate,
tracks.
right?
Do I know?
Yeah.
I know.
Never mind.
Please tell.
They use an electrode
Mhm.
on a prod, stick it up their butt.
Oh, yeah.
Prostate.
Yes,
Prostate massage.
and they do that with either manual or machine thing or whatever.
I don't think they do that in Japan though, the single.
I don't know if they do that, but they might should.
This is America.
So we've already started going down this path a little bit, where
Oh.
a couple of things that we know are happening societally are this in certain countries such as China and Japan, where we see there is a much greater population of men than women, which is leading to some very interesting societal trends. Number one is we do have technology where they are creating artificial companions, shall we say? And in some cases, this may be the only companionship this person will ever have. We're seeing them doing a number of things along these ways. So as we know that there's a lot of challenges coming up in society and around the globe because we have an aging population. We have a lot of populations that, again, have gone to be very male heavy. So we're seeing several trends come out of that, where, for example, in China, I've seen a couple of things talking about where they're starting to create polyamorous communities of 2, 3, 4 men to 1 woman. And
Hello. Reverse harem.
100% reverse harems.
Yeah.
To create greater genetic pools. They're doing.
Wasn't that in a Star Trek episode?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All
They're
right.
just doing it
I'm
now.
gonna use that. Yes.
But because there's now a multi-child policy in China, they've gone from 1 child to 3. But if you also are in one of these poly relationships, because of the additional genetic components, you may be able to go to additional children. This is one of the things that has been talked about being under evaluation. So as we consider some of the futurist things, where things may be going based on these fun tools and technology, since we've been on Black Mirror, what are some of the other things you can think about? I mean, we've already seen the first brothels opening up where all they have are sex dolls.
This is true.
The AIs that they're now putting into these dolls, they're allowing to do things and create them so they will have more responsive feedback. They'll talk to you. They've even done some things that get really a little disturbing with some of the personalities. And some of the other things, which is
disturbing.
Yeah. you
Okay,
wanna elaborate.
all right, so, and this came out several years ago where there were several, a line put out a underage appearing doll that was smaller, shorter, had a higher voice, and presented as a young teenager.
Okay, that's just crazy.
And there was a small group of psychologists and therapists presenting the idea that, well, if we can provide this as a solution for pedophiles, it's,
Well, I mean, if it's a thing that can't be cured, and if it will keep them from abusing actual children, I'm all for it. Put one of those dolls, put them in an apartment, give them one of those dolls, give them a computer to work from home, and have at it.
so, as we look at some more,
If
we're on camera, I can't confess to your, I mean,
For
what's
me,
that?
like, if it's a sickness, if it's an illness, I mean, yes, it's horrible, and I absolutely, for me, it's case dependent. Because there are some people who are horrendous, and yes, I agree with you. There are some people who actually fight it. It is actually a compulsion for them, and they can't help that it's a compulsion.
Okay.
You understand what I mean?
Yes.
I don't think they should all do what you said, because for some people, it's actually an illness.
Okay, we got it.
You know, so anyway.
Yes,
So for them, put them in an apartment, give them a laptop, give them a toy, have at it.
But, so let's take it back to the other side, since we're going back to the consensual world, and we're ratifying here. So as we look at some of the other things we see societally, where do you guys see us being able to take some of these next generations of things? So for example, what happens if we're able to take that AI where it is able to be what about?
I'm gonna refer back to what Shell said is, have you watched Charmed? Because I feel like I don't want that. But you know, I don't know, maybe they do better than that right now.
Maybe on the other hand, they decide that we're awesome and that they want to, you know.
Sure, that's what
make
I'm
us
saying.
super, super happy.
Because we're fucking super awesome.
Yeah.
Because the world's not on fire.
And we're good.
Yeah.
We're all gonna die.
Movie
It'd be
years
like
ago
this.
about-
Yes.
That's what you're.
Years ago, there was this theme movie
Oh my
about a
God.
guy who fell in love with a woman. She didn't know he existed, so he had a sex doll made of her.
And you can do that.
You can do that. And however, he went completely crazy, sex doll broke, so he kidnapped her. But actually, if you were to reverse that, if the sex doll lost its mind or whatever, yeah. that
Oh,
would be
we're doing an
interesting.
anthology about that.
And I'll add one more that came up, and then I'm gonna pass the ball that way. Just for the fun thought, because when the companies came out and said, we will now produce a sex doll that looks like your deceased partner.
I mean, I can understand why someone would want to do that, but as someone who, that would creep me out.
Black Mirror already touched on that.
Well,
I can't even keep.
Well,
pictures of
don't
the
think
dead
that
people
don't
on
think
my
that
phone.
ideas from actual things that are.
Yeah.
and
More predictive things.
Right,
Be real,
that come
and
from
then-
things that are real.
Yeah.
but there is one, and we'll get there. There's one other thing that has been seen significantly, which has had through intellectual property law, which is people using the likeness of celebrities to create their dolls.
Well, they're already using the bodily likenesses of porn stars to create whatever.
But they're,
That's
that's licensed.
consensual.
That's
That's
licensed.
licensed.
It's licensed, yes. Their images.
It's
and
also
body
gross,
parts are
though,
licensed.
So, what do you guys see coming? Go that what's next?
I think that we're gonna have Boston Dynamics, and they're gonna come out with their own line of sex robots that are AI powered, and they are simply there to make us all happy, and they're gonna be called the Sperminator.
Because sperm makes.
I'll
us
show
all
myself
happy.
out. Anyway, sorry.
Because sperm makes us, all- does sperm make you
How about Reggie the robot more than I want to be sex doll?
Right. Yeah, that's
Or
actually,
Danger Woman.
Yes,
if
that
I
was
could bring home like a Roomba that does everything, my wife would be so thrilled.
I would, yeah, I would be thrilled. That was a joke grenade, took 3 seconds.
Okay, Emily, what you
during the automation in like maybe late 70s, 80s, when car factories, their riveters were being replaced with machines, people were saying we're losing our jobs. Okay, so sex workers, some of them, that's the only way that they've been able to get out of really bad situations. Cardi B, as a dancer, got out of an abusive relationship by dancing. Earning money.
Hey, Jim,
Yeah.
that anthology that we're thinking about?
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
already doing an anthology. Do you know that? Out of the Jordan So out of, Jordan Con had a similar panel. Jordan Con had a similar panel, and Nicole and I are now doing an anthology called Crack in the Code. It's about AIs or robots or whatever. Not even robots, but we didn't want it all porn or anything. No, I mean, sexy stories are welcome, but we didn't want it to be all naughty robots. It's about AIs who go off their but I'm just letting you know, if you're gonna do you don't do it on that.
Oh, no, it's not. It's about, or it will be about, sex trade workers who are not being exploited.
Yeah, I actually know a lot of sex workers.
And that was the reason, that was because of the genesis for this was talking about sex workers are. What?
They're much more in the modern age. It's not 100% that they are being exploited in the modern age. Prior to the internet, almost always. But yes, I agree that would be cool. I'm not ready for an anthology.
Awesome.
So let's talk about jobs. That was your topic.
Yeah.
Well, here's the question, what's legal and what's not? So, and it's kind of say, what job can you take them away? You can't count them necessarily in the labor reports.
But I mean, you could create dolls.
Assume we're in the bed.
But those dolls that are programmed as sex dolls, they can also be actual workers. They don't have to be sex dolls. Yes. Oh yeah, that would be cool. Oh yeah, that would work.
Oh, yeah. Please do my reports for me so I can go to.
Please write my next. Please do my social media. So,
Aren't bots
yeah, for a lot of for real.
Yeah, well. So here's a good question for you. So speaking of Elon, we have about
No, nobody actually said anything about Elon. Nobody did, and we don't need to gloss into that territory.
So I was gonna bring up this anyway.
Okay.
Talk about him.
He did.
No, it's not. No. Couples are cool.
The idea of neural lace and taking the physicality out of it.
Okay, say again.
Neural lace.
Yes.
What do we do in the point where, thinking about, that stellar film of creativity, Demolition Man, where they're already now working on things that create and stimulate a lot of physical responses. Using electrostimulation, haptic suits, things along these lines. Well, what if you can get to the point now where you have brain implants, physical implants,
So like bionic man type stuff.
bionic porn? Let's just go with that.
Oh, we're still on porn. Sorry.
Not necessarily porn, but you're creating an artificial experience where it is
Impossible to be done.
Have you made dolls in like
It's
I know it. I will talk to Scott. I have not read.
like, is
all.
that what you're saying? Or do you mean like
So in other words, hypothetically,
setting an expectation?
you could actually set the expectation of where you can create a sexual experience without any physicality whatsoever.
That would be
Entirely be
Sure.
Neural
Sure.
stimulation.
Yeah. Well, okay, wait,
So
so
now
this
it's
is something, an
about-
implant, this is like VR, but with an implant.
Yes.
Right? Yeah, no, I wouldn't be down for that. I won't even have like an Alexa in my house. There's no way they're gonna get in my brain. No,
Yeah,
that's not
you're
a thing.
right, never mind.
That's not a thing that I'm gonna
Absolutely
allow.
right, yeah.
Well, again, that's where we're talking about the future side of things.
I'm
Demolition man.
Yeah, that's what that, yeah, I think you were still out of the room when they actually brought that up.
Well, like, some people have prosthetic limbs and implants already, right
Yeah.
now, that
Oh,
are
that's true.
controlled
Yeah.
by
Yeah.
chips.
Oh, that's true.
So if you have those, then it's.
I know, yeah.
Maybe a cochlear.
Oh, that's interesting, because that would make a really interesting, like, murder mystery kind of thing. Yeah.
Now, what about the other
You're
side?
just like hopping from thing to thing, and we're hardly even talking about like the things that you're hitting.
Well, I'm going to loop back on this, because we're staying in that.
He is good at that, yeah.
I know, right? It goes off.
In that virtual simulation environment where you don't need the optics, where you have these brain implants. Because this is one of those things that's being worked towards, not specifically around sex, but around being terminally connected to things. If you can trigger hormonal responses, you can trigger a lot of different responses.
I would not allow something like that to be.
And it's also kind of the premise of the matrix, because everybody's plugged in and they're living this, that they're not actually living.
And still having to go to queues.
I know.
And
God damn it.
Still, I know.
That sucks. Yeah. No, there's no way that I would allow it. Like I said, I won't even have Alexa or assistant. I don't like the idea of, I'm a little bit of a control freak. Yeah, I really am. I mean, I am an indie author, so there's that. So for me, it's like, if I can't trust my own reactions or actually my reactions, how do I even be who I am? Like how am I even myself if my hormonal responses or whatever, if all those things are altered by someone else, how do I know that I am X type of person or Y type of person? How do I know that I love this person?
It's actually a little bit of illusion already.
Well, sure.
And that's really.
And others take SSRIs.
Yes, but that is by your choice, right? But that is not someone coming in and going, okay, I'm gonna add SSRI to your thing. So, like, that's what I mean. We do those by choice, right? I mean, maybe you have to because, maybe you have endometriosis or something, and you need the medication. That's fine, but it's still your choice, right? It's not the same as someone going in and, oh, you're talking to Jim. Let me have the little love chemicals going in your brain. You know what I mean? I can't trust my own feelings in that regard. So there's no way I would ever. I don't even use Alexa, so yeah.
I agree with that. I think it's slowly becoming pervasive in our lives. We might not even notice it at some point. Like,
that's possible. I'm glad I'm food dead.
Yeah, the book walk-in, it goes into all of that.
It's kind of terrifying in a lot of ways. I'm sorry.
No, you're right, it is terrifying in a lot of ways.
I feel like I'm like talking.
Because if you once you open the door to any of these IoT things, there's a portal for somebody to sneak in.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's even more ingrained than that as human beings. It's the frog in the pot of water that is heating up.
Yeah.
And if you look like that, you look at any part.
Yes.
Like when Social Security was first created, people were adamant that they did not want to be a number. And so it used to be printed on Social Security cards, not to be used for identification purposes. But then everybody started having Social Security numbers. And so then they just, and then of course the credit industry started, right? And so then they kind of first they got off of the new Social Security cards that came out. And then, now everything is our Social Security number. Like people don't know my name, like they don't, like my credit card company doesn't care about my name. Nope. They care about my credit card or my Social Security number.
Your Social Security number and your credit rating and how many days you may or may not be late.
And so it's that kind of gradual thing. We're already in that. There used to be all kinds of talk even 20 years ago about privacy, about personal privacy. My house is my house, or but the internet comes along and people are just signing away that way.
Or the Comcast home system that it recognizes your face and will play your favorite movies.
Yeah.
I was like, really?
Yeah, exactly. And it's just this kind of gradual, you start out with this one thing. And then it's handy, and then there's this other convenient thing that you have to have that thing for, right?
Yeah, so my first tech job in 1996 or 97 was, I was working on a security project for the government of Singapore. They were making smart cards with all of their citizens' information on it. So it was driver's license, credit card, personal information. That's creepy enough. Now it's chip. You have to put it on the back of your hand.
Oh my gosh.
And people are like, they're not gonna put a chip in me, they're already doing it in other countries.
Yeah.
Oh, and they're.
But the thing is, they don't have to do that with us.
Yeah.
They don't have to do that. I don't want to be tracked. Okay, we're trying, folks.
Did you just tweet that?
Yeah.
Where did you tweet it from?
But talking about just like sneaky little things like that. Your knows that, but and I told you this. I think I told you that. When you go to the airport, you go to the curbside check-in, you stand at the little curved, their desk, and it's got that curve. All of those are fingerprint scanners. They're getting your fingerprints when you touch that. So, and I know that because one of my very good friends works for the company that does that. And when she told me about it, and I was just like, what? She was like, yeah. She said, and then they, that way they have your fingerprints if they need to track that you've been in a place. And I was like, what?
My doctor's office uses a handprint.
Yeah, but it's a handprint thing, so you put your hand on it.
Right.
No, this is a counter. No, it's not. It's that counter that you go to when you check in to check your bags at curbside check-in, or you go to the ticketing counter. That counter reads your fingerprints.
I wonder if it's metal.
No, I mean the actual curved ones, the ones that are not metal. I guess it's the thing on the. I think it's got a thing on the surface, right? It actually takes your fingerprints. And I was just, and now I never touch them. Not because I care, but because that's not okay.
It is not okay.
Right. So anyway, just a little tip.
Because, consent is everything in the world.
Wish-
Especially when it comes to sex.
Turn around and lean against you.
She's like, we're not going to get back to the fun topic.
Yes, it's a fun topic.
Yes.
Consent is everything when it comes to sex and everything
I agree.
else.
I agree.
So what you're saying is we shouldn't allow you around the photocopier.
So, I have a comment about something that you brought up and then skirted on past. Can I just point out that I find it absolutely hilarious that the first country that is probably going to legalize polyamorous relationships is going to be communist fucking China.
It's not your marriage, comrade. It's our marriage.
Yeah. But I mean, I think it's hilarious. They're gonna.
Winnie the fucking Pooh.
So yeah, I just wanted to.
Let's see if Casey's watching.
Just to clarify, my relatives from China came over before the communist
We
were in
Caveat noted.
We were in Deadwood, South Dakota, so.
Okay. Oh, you're in Deadwood. That's a great place to be, I'm sure. Anyway.
So,
The HBO show.
so I'm gonna throw, because we're coming like. sort of-
Are we?
Yeah, we're friends.
Yeah, no. I didn't realize that's what was happening right now.
We're
Well, it's like the frog in the pot.
Yes,
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you did there. Good job. You win that one too. Good job.
What is the number one thing that you would like to see brought to fruition in the future of sex tech?
In the future, what?
Future of sex tech or relationships or whatever makes you happy in this space.
The Sperminator, of course.
Of course. We knew that's what you said.
I can't say because it would be bad.
I need better online dating because I am not a visual first person. I'm
I
a
hate
emotional
those, the
connection.
swiper,
Yeah.
yes, the swiper things, I don't even.
Yeah, I think Double Man is. And the reason my husband caught my eye was because of his cat. He had a picture of himself and his cat on AOL.
So you're
And
a
that's
crazy
what
cat
made
lady
it.
already.
So you want better dating apps?
She was beautiful, she was
More
happy.
applicable.
And they
More
her happy.
emotionally intelligent.
Or like even
Or
with
really
more
happy.
range for what people find attractive,
Yeah.
right? More ability
There
to range.
is more of a range, it's more of
So-
a personality range.
Yeah.
And, you know,
I feel like that would be an excellent addition to Future Tech.
and especially if they could just make you,
No.
Oh, wait a second,
No.
Black Mirror already touched on this.
Are you saying you have like a promo deal with them? Is that what this is?
He's just looking for that writing.
I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, because it is on the internet, so you
That's
know, I
right.
could see
Sorry,
this.
guys.
Charlie Brooker, we love you.
I don't know who you are, but, you know, I don't watch TV.
Okay, I really don't actually want this Terminator, just for the record.
That's probably a good thing.
So what if we see the development of, a company that you might have heard of called Meta that is going to build.
God.
Oh. You see what I mean? What you do? You asked us a question, Emily answered, then you went on to the next question. At least you let somebody answer.
Well, you were staring at the drink going, I'm not.
No, I was waiting. I was waiting.
So I will address this
And I was
because,
thinking behind you.
all right, so I'm playing along this kind of mindless sim video game, right, on my phone, okay? And all of a sudden, one of the non-player characters in the game says, "Oh, I like you. You want to go on a date?" I'm like,
What?
wait, what? I'm farming.
Not only am I not interested, but I'm also smelly.
You're farming, so are they.
Exactly. And I'm like, well, no, actually I don't. But then like I got thinking about it, I'm like, oh, there is another in the game that I find attractive. So, wait a second.
You know, you can get a sex doll that looks like her.
Yeah, oh my God, this is so crazy. So yeah, I mean these are like chunky, not high res. There is
But they're slightly lighter.
because it's actually legal. It's a poly.
It's a poly thing?
Exactly. So, but it's weird because you talk about that and like all these like Second Life things where people are like, yeah, hey, let's hook up in Second Life. I'm like,
Is this real? Is the two people?
make it, yeah.
Yes, that's absolutely true.
So I could see where AI could be applied to things like games and make it such that people actually really be able to engage. But was it real?
However, we still don't have good enough to take in joke.
We don't have people either.
How many times has anybody been kicked off of Facebook just for saying, you know, I want to kill my husband?
Remember, the internet is watching.
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, I don't really want to
She
kill
didn't
him,
say
he's
that.
growing alive.
But if you're gonna do it, don't write the book.
And then do it. Yeah, that was last night's panel. Yeah.
Somebody wants.
I want to see women catered to.
Yes.
I want to see things that are made for women.
Yes.
Like sex stuff. I don't mean like. I mean, like, sex dolls were created for men.
They were.
Because men had.
We are.
Some of us
We're
are.
just not visual in the way that
Yes.
man is visual.
And the thing is, like, I would really like, I'm totally like messing with this because this is across the world. Like, this is across everything, not just sex, love, and technology. It's about everything. I really, really wish that we were talking about healthcare. And I actually saw, I read an article that women get in ERs, women receive life-saving treatment 4% less often than men. So like things like that,
Oh,
you know,
absolutely.
you
You're
know,
right.
things that are about women. I want more tech and research and stuff into women's bodies so things can be created that are better. Yes. Thank you for coming to my.
And please put the vibration in the right place. I'm just saying. The vibration does not need to go that into the vibrator. It's into the vibrator is where it needs to go. That's right. It's just wrong.
That's true.
And it drives me crazy.
That's why I like the ones that are not things.
Absolutely.
Okay, so here's the question. The vibration.
Mhm.
So fast or slow?
Women are not a hive vagina.
We are not.
We are all different.
I need something that's gonna make my brain shut up and pay attention.
Right.
Because
That's
my
the
brain
same.
can wander off through mazes of shit.
Yes. And most women, the way that particular body part is built, most women don't have a lot of nerve endings on the inside because that would make childbirth unbearable and our species would die out.
Right.
This is true.
So there's, I mean, there are some women who have nerve endings up there. So stuff that is not, that is only insertable is very unlikely to get a
Yes.
woman off.
Totally.
You know, unless she's one of those more rare instances. And, you know, like, so the answer to your question is yes. Because like all those things for people, I mean, I have my preferences, but you know, I like you, but that's none of your business.
And I don't share my preferences with anybody because I just don't care.
There you go. I mean,
I really don't.
My answer,
to any of those questions,
well, and
which one are you answering first?
Is it your vibrator?
I am answering what I would like to see.
Okay,
in the
excellent.
future.
We would love to hear that. Go ahead.
Because to me, the most important thing we're looking at in the future in this entire space is we need to do something with the technology that undoes some of the things we've actually done today. Because the biggest challenge we have, and this goes back to something Emily said, is we need to restore the ways we create actual connections between people.
Yes.
Not just the, great, I'm bored, it's 2 a.m., the bar is closed, and oh, you're still on.
And you're hot enough.
Yeah.
Sure, why not?
So I'm
not doing anything in the next hour, are you?
And I would, and this is kind of going back to where I was going with more of the emerging technologies. Because we are a much more global society. We are a much more transitory society. And, you know, finding that person that is your ideal partner for some people may not happen if you're in, I don't know, Backwater, Iowa. Why anybody's still producing in Backwater, Iowa, I don't know.
Somebody has to grow that corn, man.
But, again, I think that the things I would like to see are creation of, in virtual environments where people can actually meet, interact in ways that are much more connecting, but that also force you to spend more time on the decisions. Because we've become extraordinarily key to, I have got 3 seconds or less to make a decision.
Well, actually, most people do make their decisions in 3
Within
seconds
3
or less.
seconds.
Yes,
On imperfect data.
yes, totally.
So the more of the environment you can recreate is if somebody trips that initial interest. Because it's like anything else, if you trip that initial interest, let me do something that allows me to go to the next step of actually determining this.
So are you aiming for a job at Meta
No, Meta's never gonna create a real conversation.
Probably not. I don't know what the hell he's dreaming of, but that's just weird.
Disney fight conversation. I would like to see, because I mean, again, they're playing with basically we avatars that they're going, we can have a meeting. We can have a meeting. No, I can do that on a Zoom call.
Literally. I am not
I am not a cat. But there are.
That was so beautiful.
Really, I'm a lawyer. But the things that I would like to see, because again, creating technology to create this, we do that all the time. We can continue to refine and enhance that, and maybe one day we'll have data security around it.
You are such a Pollyanna.
You are.
I said maybe.
Hey, still, you are such a Pollyanna.
No, I want to become a Luddite. I spent 2 years. So.
You could be a Luddite if you tried.
No, I could feel it either, but
But-
I understand why you would want.
Anyway, you were saying, I'm sorry.
But if I really wanted something, because all the things we've explored tonight, and taking things to sometimes their absurd conclusions.
You a fucking hobbit? Anyway, you were.
So,
anyway. Jordan, just let it slide, let it ride. Don't explain it. It's better if you don't explain it. You were saying.
So, anyway.
Explanation's pretty good though.
The things I would like to see are things that actually allow us to take this technology that we're able to use and leverage, and things that give us extraordinary possibilities, but actually implement them in ways that allow us to reestablish connections. Things that allow us to actually create meaningful bonds. One of the things we probably really should have seen and learned out of 2 years of lockdown, I'll be a little, but was we saw people that started doing things because they were trapped at home, nowhere to go, using drones to fly across the apartment building next door and go, "Hi, I'm Bob. You're kind of cute. What are you doing? Would you like to do dinner?" And they would do
date by drone.
Date by drone. I saw stories come out about people that were using virtual technology and going out and just tired of looking at this way, tired of looking at this and going and saying, well, I'm sitting at home. It's not like I'm sitting in the bar and I've got 3 minutes to figure out what I'm going to do before 2 a.m. It was, well, I'm sitting at home. I've streamed everything on Netflix, and I've chilled. So,
And Pornhub doesn't haunt you anymore, is that it?
I've watched all the Pornhub.
So,
is that possible? I feel like for some people it's probable.
I have no idea.
So that's what I'd actually like to see, is the ability to create these connections with technologies that allow people to interact. And then, depending on the situation, I think that this is where some of these devices, tools, toys, things like this can become much more socially brought into the social norm.
Yeah,
Which
and they
means
can be useful, not just, they're already in, it's already in the social.
Home with
It's
code
already-
and sex toys has done wonders for my
Absolutely. Well,
Also, the other thing can I tack something on your
Absolutely.
wish? Let me tack, I want those companies that create that not to be 12 waffles. And 12 waffle is not a good thing in my lexicon. For some people it might be, but it's not a good thing in mine.
We are called Twat Waffle.
Oh, see, okay, that's not.
And we're a community, we love and support each other.
Okay, that's an unfortunate name.
Oh, no, it's quite intentional.
It's intentional and epic.
All right, I will take your word for it. You know better than I do.
And then they get
Okay,
discussions
so
about
I want them to not be twats. See, now I don't have to say that. Even though I
Twats are
said I
fine.
would. No, I don't want them to be twats in the British sense. Who steal our data and.
You have to say twat.
Twat, yes, I didn't have the correct accent,
Yeah.
thank you. But that they don't use us as their product, that they don't spy on us. I want, and this is absolutely not Pollyanna. Am I not Pollyanna? Come on. So I totally embrace that thing, but I would really like them not to.
So I have a question for that.
not use our data to manipulate us.
How much are you willing to pay to have that where your data is not being mined?
See, now that goes with the twat thing.
I would pay, it would depend on how much they wanted, because like, I shouldn't have to, shouldn't fucking have to.
It's true.
But what should or shouldn't be, has
But
nothing to do,
corporations
what
have
should or
nothing to
shouldn't
have.
be, has nothing
Make
to
money
do,
somewhere.
has nothing to
We
do.
know what the subscription for stuff, come on now.
There's a whole other program that's spying on you right now, that's collecting information. You want this to be made and stuff and everything, so that they can sit there and monitor and make sure that nobody else is spying on you, and they do have those firms out there already.
I should. I'm not even gonna do that fucking sentence. I've tried that sentence 15 times already, and I could not get through the 8 words that are in that sentence.
Where we over sentence was it?
The sentence I was trying to say when everyone was talking over me while I was in the middle of it.
For reference, you're asking if it would be possible to watch all of Pornhub. As of 2019, they had 11 petabytes of data. Or
I
roughly,
feel like some people have that as a goal.
or roughly 7,000 years of video.
All right,
Yeah.
it would have to be a group effort.
Even 10 tweets at once.
Honestly, honestly, I don't
Right.
know what happens after the first 3 minutes.
And that's the note we end on. Fabulous. Excellent.
Get out. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
If anybody needs a card.
Yes, I have one also.
I have them. They-
I actually never done that.
Right, for the
Yes,
discount?
for the discount.
I'm beyond savings.
I'll buy myself last.
What?
Yeah, they're all.
I know, not racial cardboard for a thing.
I know. And then
Ow.
I want a little pizza.
I was very confused. She's like, I don't recognize you from everybody else.
A few people though, like knew my voice that didn't know me.
They're like, well, it's because you sound like, with your mask on, you sound exactly like you do, like you're coming through my phone or my car radio.
Yes.
Huh? What did I do?
How she gets her mic to do that?
What, sound like she does right now?
Yeah.
It was like, no, I was talking to my publisher and I hear her and I'm like, is my phone on? Because I've done a couple A&D episodes behind, so I'm listening to an audiobook right now. And I hear her, and I stare at her like, stay in one place.
I've never seen it before.
I've
And
never.
so all I could see though was this
It's
part.
part.
This is the only part I could see. So I was like, what is that? And I knew as soon as I started going for it, I was like,
So you're talking to story mode?
I would.
You used to have.
No, just that. And so it was just that I'd never seen it before, the angle of that before, it was like a furry. And I was just like,
We can't put wine.
Yeah, exactly what happened during.
I know.
And I'm like, so God,
yeah, but we'll have to see when that goes outside. I'm not doing it.
I'm sorry,
I've got 2 that I've got
That's what
issues
John
that
has.
I'm.
Inevitably, whenever we're together, there will be.
shenanigans and chaos.
Hi.
Yeah.
we didn't really
I
have
would
a
like to talk about it in the future.
She gets you in the end. Where figure out what
You know.
Ain't nobody gonna die.
Robot sex
No.
work?
That's my bar.
Oh,
Is
that
somebody
was
gonna-
an
nobody's gonna
anthology
die
idea
before
that
I
I
get
developed. Not yet. I really love doing anthologies, so, they're robots.
I love that.
And sex work.
It's
Got some of them for fungus. Software fungus.
Yeah,
When I was
but then I'm leaving probably I'll be involved in our layers.
I was like, you're asking me about writing a story, what does he imagine just send me like
He dragged us
an
down.
email and make my manuscript ready?
We had to
It's like,
send
so funny.
Yeah. I know.
Did you see it? You're like,
Oh,
oh.
I
Okay. I was hoping it wasn't super obvious,
They
but I
should
know.
one, imagine old West alien planet stuff where there are.
Oh, yeah, we do.
Genetic
And I leave a shower.
material from
I shower and stuff
humans
this way,
that
you know, 'cause I
come
don't-
in and
and
invade
I
the
don't
planet
process
over
stuff all
time.
day.
Well, this particular
It
crop
was stupid, it was nice parking.
female is irresistible, but at the end of the day, when she.
No, there's nothing to be sorry about, it has nothing to do with
You're
it.
also going.
Cool. I am not in trouble
When I,
this
when I
time.
say nothing, I mean nothing.
So. Well, and
I'd rather like keep going.
I didn't even get to, I was gonna go kill all humans Futurama in the episode that did with the, where they did the sex bots out there, and of course, they did like a little cell documentary.
Jim, are you going to the bar?
Yeah.
Okay,
We'll be there in a minute.
I'll be there in a
Oh God, is it moving to the bar?
So,
Are we
yes.
going back to the bar, right?
I have a feeling we're moving to the bar.
Okay, we're going to
Are
the
we
bar.
moving to the bar?
Okay, let's go to the bar. I can try to Merlot and yap about my sex life that nobody ever wanted to hear.
That's not.
Thank you, sir.
I don't know.
That I would have.
I don't know if you need to thank me for that hot mess, but.
Hey, if I had tried to run that, it really would have been a hot mess. So there's a radio in here? Right there.
No, well, I think. Capture video all of them.
Okay.
This is what
I was just reading the active shooter plan up there.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is what I wanted to do last year. What, stream it? Not every room, but